So, hello, beautiful light-filled souls. I am so happy to be here with you again for the second day of the third annual Near-Death Experience Summit. It was such a fun day yesterday. Loved it, loved it, loved it. Today, I have Ingrid Honkala back with me to help moderate. So if she jumps in with a question from time to time, just be prepared for that. My first guest is Ishtar Howell, and I have interviewed him on my channel, and I loved his story. I loved his energy. There was so much to his story that I really want to get into more of what has happened to him in life since that near-death experience that happened when he was quite younger. And I'm also going to ask him, my first question is going to be about the energy of 2020. So I know that part of what you do, Ishtar, is you work and looking at astrology and its connection to spirituality. But what do you make of this energy of 2020? And what is your message to people of how to best assimilate to the new changes and to make their lives better?
Mm. Well, to start, I think broadly, I'd say there's a sense of karmic chickens coming home to roost, basically. And when I use the word karma, I don't really have any sort of negative, connotations with that. It isn't punishment or anything like that. It's just cause and effect, or things coming back from before. In specific with say the United States, and of course people are around the world watching this, but in the United States it's actually an even more interesting time due to us moving into what's called the Pluto return of the US, and that goes exact in 2022, but we're already in it. And the Pluto return, and Pluto actually features across the world. Pluto is one of the planets that has been a significant, for everybody's chart, with its conjunction with Saturn and a conjunction with Jupiter, and this kind of interplay. And what Pluto in this case has really been all about is deeply questioning structures of power. That's one way to say it. Another thing that's been happening is specifically on anything that's toxic in those structures of power. The Me Too movement, Black Lives Matter, in the United States, actually having talk of slave reparations. These are all, we haven't had that discussion in the United States I can't remember ever in my life, in a very long time. And these things are all, in say the US case, related to anything that was a little bit off about the inception of the country. So we can talk about slavery, we can talk about the rights of women, the rights of minorities, the rights or lack thereof in all these cases of the poor. It was a country that gave a big hand up in life to rich, predominantly white landowners. So, just sketching that out. And so anything, anything where we didn't quite make the aspirational language of the Declaration of Independence, for instance, in the US case, that's all coming into question. Are we all created equal? What does that look like? That's been the conversation. For the world, it's been the same thing as far as structures of power and how we relate to those structures of power. And then when we get into an individual's life, much of it depends on their own chart, where these different planets are aspecting in their own chart. So in most cases, a lot of people are going to have to look at their boundaries when we're talking especially about, say, Saturn and Pluto. Where are we making healthy boundaries? Where are we failing to make healthy boundaries? That's in general, that no matter what house you've got your stuff that's being impacted in, that's going to be a question that's coming up. It doesn't have to be difficult for everybody. In fact, some people can thrive in these time periods depending on their chart. This might be the time when somebody's ship really comes in. Maybe they've mastered a lot of these questions in their life, but these are the aspects. It's like a squeeze, a crucible, really.
So I have a question about that. So maybe some people feel like, okay, time is running out and I'm passionate about this and I'm going to finally speak my truth. And I feel that kind of rising up in a lot of people,
Yes.
even in myself. and confronting narcissism in society, confronting things. And I'm like, no more, like just no more. And I think I was building up to that, but now I feel like maybe some people are just stepping into it, into that power a bit more. Would you say that that's part of it?
Yeah, there's an invitation for that. Whether people heed that call, that's where I guess the free will comes in. I'm not entirely sure in what capacity I believe in free will, but I think there's something there. But that's where the free will seems to come in. We're being asked, not to leave anything on the table. That's another part of it. We're being asked to go back, dig up our own foundations. Are the cornerstones of our lives well placed? Have we been building on foundations of sand and BS instead of on something on foundations of love? Where are we holding back with fear? Habitually. Yeah.
Yeah. And how do you think, and I've been thinking a lot about this, I wonder if you have too, how does your near-death experience help you in these times? So like the wisdom from your near-death experience, like for one, for me, I'll just give you an example. I just felt like, okay, what if I get COVID and die next week? Like then I'm like, okay, if I die alone, I've got my angels, I've got my guides, I've got my team, I'm fine. At first I was kind of sad at the thought of it, and no one likes the physical part of it, but I just accepted it pretty quickly as a possibility, but not one that I'm going to put out there and bring toward me, or that I'm going to take undue chances. But I'm just like, okay, I am certain now after interviewing all these near death experiencers that if it's your time, it's your time. If it's not, it's not. And so I'm just going out in faith, but with caution too, just for my health and my well being and self care and taking care of myself. But that's just one little way that I felt it helped me integrate quickly. What are some ways that you felt like your near death experience has helped you integrate in these times?
I mean, you said it pretty damn well. I mean, a good NDE is a step through the eye of the needle, a step through that liminal space, a shedding of 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 limitation, of all those things that cause us to suffer, where that net of fear. And so this current time period with the Saturn Pluto action, that's exactly the kind of energetic that many people are kind of being in some ways sort of forced to go into right now, sans some kind of transformative experience like that. So it's been the sense this whole time is in some ways I felt like I've in a certain level less lonely. This is because it's kind of old territory, or territory I've passed through already. The facing up to all of that, the facing up to the finality or the seeming finality of death, because it goes on. So that's it.
Yeah. And it's interesting too. So many of us, I think it was Robin Lansing who brought this up, but so many of us are remembering childhood and our dreams. And there's this slowing down and this getting really centered with who we are at this deep level, as if maybe we chose this time period. Like this is part of our calling, and we kind of feel it
Yeah.
on some level, like, okay, I'm here to remind people that light and light work is real, that it's a real energy that changes the planet, that sending love to people on that energetic level is important, and that that's just one of the things that's coming to the forefront. But I'm sure you're having your own realization. Oh, okay, like I'm here for this.
Yeah. Oh, absolutely. I mean, in one aspect, I often maybe translate light work to sort of wholeness, because I think a really important part of spirituality in general is basically that we are coming into contact with any and all parts of ourselves, and especially the ones that we've jettisoned away, especially the places that we at some point decided to judge harshly, whether we pick that up in our own innards, or we get that sense from another person. We're being pushed into becoming a whole being and having no little bits over here and little bits over there. It's kind of like what that famous Carl Jung quote: "We don't become enlightened by lighting a match in the darkness. We become enlightened by making the dark conscious, by
Yeah, so I have interviewed you, so you can in my YouTube channel go and hear that interview. And you've been interviewed at Boot at the Gas Pump and lots of different places where you've told your story. But I still love the energy of these stories. And if you don't mind, could you briefly, I think it was a car wreck, right, where you had your near-death
Yes.
experience. If you'll just
Yeah.
jump, like right from the car wreck to the afterlife experience, and for those who are watching who are new and maybe aren't familiar with your story, if you could just take us into that afterlife place, it would be awesome.
Oh, yeah. And in the case with me, I never, for years, I never counted it as what I experienced as an NDE because I saw the film Flatliners, the one with Kiefer Sutherland, and I thought, oh, I've got nothing like that. That seems terribly more exciting. For me, the sense was much more like having a full life experience, being alive for the first time, even more alive than I was when I was a little kid. There was a sense of everything, there was a sense here subjectively of having my ego stripped off, during the life review process. Being taken through each and every moment of my life and seeing all the places where there were fear, all the places where there was some kind of existential tension or a grudge was held, and just having it seen, forgiven, and taken off. And from that process, that the same thing happened rather dramatically with my perceptions of the seeming objective world, where before I had, only saw the dashboard of a car or the car that was about to hit us or the sky in the distance. At the same time that this sheath came off, a sheath that I had no idea that was around everything else came off, and there was a sense of seeing everything as one singular consciousness forever and ever and ever. And added unto that, there was a sense of having no distinction, or very little distinction, if there was one, between my life and life itself with a capital L. So there was a sense of almost extending to the highest heaven and to the in all directions, and
And
presence.
could you describe that highest heaven for people with details? Because I know people love to imagine that place. Could you take us there?
Well, there weren't any relatives for me, or figures, or even in this case, angelic figures, although they showed up at different points in my life before and after. Um, there was simply this, a light that's beyond a light, and that's a very, very unfortunate phrase, but the most accurate one I could probably provide, because this light, there was no opposite. There was no darkness that went along with this light. It was this shining sense of totality, and if I saw anything that seemed to break up this totality, it was maybe this very light, um, geometric structure that seemed to tie it all together. But that was, from me, that was basically it. But there was a sense of being in that place of um, knowing everything. There was a sense of omniscience. There was a sense of omnipresence. There was
So
um,
when you say knowing everything, that's a hard concept for people to grasp. But
it's
like,
true.
but there's a piece to it too, isn't there? Like,
Yeah,
like
yeah.
I felt when I touched eternity, I understood time in a different way, but I was okay with it. But then bringing the words back here, it's very hard. So how do you describe knowing everything? Like, what does that feel like?
Well, actually, I don't know if you meant peace with EACE spelling, but that was a big part of it for me. There was a complete sense of being held, a complete sense of being resting in something that was so vast and so grand that there wasn't, at all an ounce of fear or anything in there. The knowing everything, I think I probably could explain it in better terms if I stepped it down a little bit. The final knowing everything, that's just, you can't even put words to that and do it dignity. But say in the life review, for instance, that was very interesting. That was not as high, you could say, or not as total. And the life review, there was this holographic sense to all the experiences of my life. A lot of people report this sort of thing. Yeah.
So I know I incorrectly called this a childhood NDE, but this is more like teenage. Like, so what age were you when this happened, and how did it shift things?
I suppose I was right in the middle of those two words, but being a boy, I guess you'd handicap me backwards about 5 years behind the girls. So maybe I would be a child, but 13. So
13.
right at the doorway of adolescence. Yeah.
Yeah, and to
Yeah.
me, that looking back, now in time, that seems so young. Ingrid talked about having one at 4, and that's obviously, just like plucked out of the continuum at such a young age. But 13 is young too. Like, you haven't forged your way
Yeah.
in life. Like, you didn't have a lot of before and after.
No, that in fact, that was funny. That my second thought after seeing this car about to hit us was, I really thought this one was going to go longer than 13 years. And that wasn't coming from the little personality, the little person driving behind the head. That was coming from way back or way deep. There was a sense I thought this wasn't in the script. So you're right. And the life review was, bloody short, because the life was bloody short. Yeah, we hadn't even set the table yet, but in a kind of a sense, it made all the sense in the world to me, because I'd had some precognitive experience of it the night before, even asking my mother if she was going to die soon, and the next day she did.
Tell me about that, because I really do believe that even when we're here, we're out of time, and if we're aware of it, we realize something is going to happen. When relatives are deeply connected to one another, they sense the moment that someone dies. Like, we do get these precognitive moments a lot of times. Nervousness before. Lots of people talked about, before a terrorist attack or before something, they got the sense of what was coming. So yeah, I'd like to hear more about that.
Yeah, just exactly as you said. You look at the studies, and there seems to be this correlation between the emotional impact of something and the likelihood of precognitive experience. But that was exactly how it was. I had a lot of precognitive experience as a child before this. Nothing that was really about anything that was deeply emotionally impactful. In fact, to me, it came as this sort of, I just found myself in this certain total flow state, this groovy peace, this total consciousness, just by accident now and then. And when I was in that place, I would often have these very vivid daydreams of things that would happen maybe a couple weeks later. And I would have I would watch these conversations of me meeting new people that I hadn't known yet. And then 2 weeks later, here's a new kid coming to school, and we're having the conversation that was in my daydream. Or I'd know when I was going to win a raffle. So beforehand, so I'd go and enter, and then I'd win. Little things like that, and I could always rationally explain them away as being, it's just a coincidence. But the one with my mother, I just couldn't, because I had the same sort of frequency. That's how I thought of it. I'd get the certain frequency of consciousness that I would, a certain flavor, quality, and it came in the biggest sort of load that it ever did. In that moment, just like a lightning coming through my body and then coming out my mouth in the form of the words, I get a feeling you're going to die soon. You're going to die soon, Mom. That was that.
Yeah, and what is fascinating is that you're a spiritual kid and you've had these abilities before, and your experience of thinking, in the moment, just that realization that, okay, I've done this before. This is just the physical form. I didn't think it was going to end this quickly. There's a knowingness that you seem to have even before the near-death experience, as if, okay, I've been here before. Did you have a sense even then that you were maybe an old soul, or you've done this many times?
Absolutely. And I mean, I have those very early memories that I suppose yogis or those types often get. I remember sitting up in my crib before I could walk, or before I could escape the crib, both of which were, in my life were recorded as very important memories of emancipation. So I remember the first time I went more than 2 feet into my sister's or mother's arms, because they were the ones who were teaching me how to walk for the most part. And I remember the sense of victory of getting out of that damn crib. But once it got to the floor, I was like, oh shit, I don't know how to get back up into it if I want to go. So I guess I'm sleeping on the floor tonight. but yeah, there was this sense of awareness. I didn't have a word for that because the world that you're born into, you just kind of accept as normal. And so there was often this, when my mother would come into the room, for instance, there was a sense of not only being in my own body here, but having a sense of being in her body, or having a sense of also being in my chest of drawers or my curtains, or when I got really relaxed, just everything. And it was an interesting experience. I didn't think anything of it, because it's simply what was there. And so that was kind of there, and ghosts were there too. That's another sort of
Oh,
thing. And
so tell
you
me
know
about that, because that is a question that's popped up a lot, believe it or not, in this summit. People have asked about lost entities, lost souls, ghosts, or negative entities. And how did you encounter that? How did you deal with that at a young age?
um sometimes it was a little, I did feel a little bit strained, especially after age 7. Right around 6 or 7, when I started to develop the ego, fear was a much more difficult thing to deal with. And so I kind of allowed my own sort of innate intuition to just take over, in some ways, for psychological survival. So I set up my room as Sherlock Holmes's office, because I loved watching the Jeremy Brett version of Sherlock Holmes. And so I'd wear this Sherlock Holmes hat, and I'd sit in the chair. I set up another chair, and I would have these spirits kind of come in one at a time, and I would have them sit over there. And I was very bossy. I think that was part of psychological protection for a little boy. And I would then go instinctively into this, close my eyes like I'm now, and find myself falling back into this vastness. And somehow I had this, I would take this vastness and I would project it in front of me. And when I would come out and open my eyes, they'd be gone. And so this was kind of something that I just did. I didn't know whether these ghosts were real or it was just my imagination, but I knew I had to do this in order to actually feel safe in my own room. So this is what I did. There were some that didn't want to go, so I would get my Ghostbusters Proton pack on, because I love that movie too. It's my favorite movie in the world. I had to watch it every day. I think I know why I had to watch it every day, to kind of inject some comedy into this situation. I would chase these things with my little Proton pack toy. So that
Did you
was,
live in a particularly haunted house?
honestly, I think the problem was me.
Oh no, you were bringing them to you.
Yeah, absolutely. And that was, I think I was the problem. I wasn't trying to, obviously, but kind of a stream would come. There were 2 or 3 that were native to my house, though, and for a small house, I think that would count as particularly haunted. And some of them I couldn't do anything about. We just sort of arranged a forced détente, which is, once, as I became, I think, more psychically powerful, for lack of a better word, they went down to the basement, basically, because I was, putting my energy on the first 2 floors, big time. And I also, had this being come in who was quite scary, very dark, one of the scariest beings that I'd ever encountered. And I thought, oh, this must be a demon. If there's anything that I would call that name, maybe this is it. I had no idea. But instinctively, I just sort of offered them a job. I said, instead of becoming fearful, I said, hey, look, I can, if you come and help me out here, because I need some help, then we'll do this for a certain number of years, and you'll pay off this debt. And would you like to do that? And they said yes. So then they just stood by my door, and I said, your job is to just make sure that only one comes in at a time, and they have to be ones who are willing to play. They have to be ones who are ready to move on. I don't want you. So they became a bouncer of sorts. And after that, it was a lot cleaner in my room, except they were always there. And so when I'd walk, I'd feel this presence, and I'd say, hey, when I go out to the bathroom in the middle of the night or something, I just got used to it. And, then I remember it was actually quite poignant. I was about 16 or 17. And apparently I'd given a couple others jobs too. This was, at this point, I wasn't as sensitive to these things, because I had a friend, I asked a friend to help me shut it all down. I just couldn't deal in my teen years, grieving for my mom's death. I just couldn't deal. So whatever they did or whatever I did or believed in, it worked. So that was a wonderful reprieve. I got to be more of a normal teenager for a while. But I was 17. I was just starting to meditate like 2 hours a day at this point. So there was something new chapter was opening up. And I remember 3 mornings in a row. It was quite uncanny. I'd never had sleep paralysis before this, but I remember waking up and seeing 3 mornings in a row these spirits, walking towards me and standing by me that I'd seen before when I was younger. And I realized that they were saying goodbye. And in fact, and the third time was the one who I had stand by the door. And by this time, instead of being sort of like this shadow with no features, he had half of a face, which was interesting. It was as if something had melted off. I think he was trying to symbolically communicate with me through that presentation that, something of our arrangement had worked. And there was a tear in one of his eyes, and there was a tear in mine. And that was the last I saw of those beings from that point on, because
And now, what do you make of that? What do you make of the importance of that experience? How did it, was it just part of your evolution and part of just being you?
Well, I was born on Halloween, so that's a thing too. I just always figured that was part of it. No, but I always at the time took it. I was raised to, and maybe I had the initial disposition as well to want to be helpful. To if somebody's having a problem, to try to be of service to them. So with a lot of these entities, I could feel heartbreak. I could feel the sense of fear and being lost and deep regret. And I just wanted to help, so at the time, even though I was scared, I took it as, well, like, if not me, who's going to do it? So I guess it's falling to me to do this, even though I'm like freaking 8 years old and this sucks. Okay, we're gonna do this and help this person, because they're a person still. They don't have a physical body, but they're just as much of a person. So, that was there, and the same attitude is pretty much here now. Nowadays I never trained to be a medium. I didn't want to train, and I know that's not my purpose, So I often tell them, hey, I'm really bad. I know you somehow see me because I can sort of see you, but like I suck at this. I'm not really all that helpful. Go find somebody else. But here, I'll teach you meditation or something. Go into this light, see if that works for you. And so it's not my main thing, but it's.
And Ingrid has similar experiences too. She's moderating the chat, and I'm glad that we both are glad actually that you brought up the disconnecting from it, because after my near-death experience, I was getting tons of psychic flashes, it was overwhelming, like, okay, 10 minutes from now, this is going to happen. This person's going to ask me this, I was like, can I be in the now? Can I just not be 10 minutes ahead? This is, freaky. And I asked for that disconnection, and I asked for knowing to come differently, and just kind of an energy or in themes that I didn't want to visually see. Angels, I didn't want to visually see the next 10 minutes because that was too much. So it is possible to disconnect. And I'm glad that you brought that up, that you can go, no, thank you. Or I want it differently.
Nothing wrong with that. If you're walking around as a bag of nerves, like I was, it doesn't make any sense to continue if you can give yourself a bit of a reprieve and up your skills a little bit, or up your connection to the infinite.
And I'm sure that there's Ingrid talks about wanting to be normal as a child. I wanted to be normal as a teenager sometimes too, or like not teenager but young adult, 22, 25, and I'm sure you wanted that normalcy of teenage life at times.
The part that I already intimated, yes. Otherwise, I was perfectly happy. I dubbed myself as a 9-year-old the Emperor of Weird. And so, this is maybe part of my birth chart. I got Jupiter, Uranus conjunct in the first house. That means a big and tall weirdo. And so, as your role in life. And I was happy to play that, honestly, because I think that was something I was just branded with, that this was, here's part of your mission. Because one of the things that frustrates me the most, say, about movies is when the plot is advanced because people aren't actually speaking their truth. And in life as well. Of course, that's how they do it in a lot of romantic comedies and shit to move the plot forward.
Gosh,
And so, yeah.
you're speaking my language right now. Like I'm just disturbed in life by that, to be honest. I'm like,
exactly.
why don't we just tell the truth? Like everyone knows, don't they? You know, like why are we lying?
Yeah. And of course, I've in this life been an imperfect liar on many occasions myself, but it doesn't diminish the fact that there was such a desire to not have that weight there, you know, and so yeah, I was happy to be like Fox Mulder, you know, even being openly talking about ghosts and the weird experiences I had to a certain degree. Because I just, you know, especially in a small Midwestern town like mine, it feels a little bit like Hobbiton, you know, and there's a lot of pleasant aspects of being a hobbit, but maybe one of the unpleasant ones is you just kind of get into this sort of like kind of a suffocating normality. So, you know, I felt I'm gonna, you know, be like my older sister. We're gonna stick out a little bit. We're gonna be that square peg, and you come and try to hammer me a little bit. So that was there too.
So there's a question from some viewers, which, you know, maybe they've been listening to other interviews, and I think some people are able to have a different relationship with the knowing. So like, you know, I asked for somewhat of a disconnection and a different way of being. Carolyn Clapper talks about as a medium, she was just not allowed to, I mean, they were going to keep coming. The spirits were going to keep coming to her. She kind of forced. So perhaps that's maybe her soul mission to be a medium, you know, like if it's like, there's just no choice for her. And so it's different.
Yeah, it's different for everybody. There's no one size fits all. Absolutely. I knew, and even when I asked for the shutdown, it was certainly actually with the caveat of, if this is in God's will, you know, if this is what's other, and if it's otherwise, fine. And you know, apparently it was well within the range of Dharma. And truth be told, it was. I needed to have a little bit more, a little bit less sensitivity there, so I could develop sensitivity, you know, within my own nervous system. Yeah.
So I know you probably get asked this a lot, but it's always important for people. You lost your mom at a young age. You had a near-death experience at a young age. How has that affected what you do for the world now and how you've grown as a person and your mission, really?
That's actually a very big question. I have to see which part I bring into it, because of, you know, in some ways on the very human level, which is part of the whole slice. You can't, it's just as important. I mean, I was my mother's son in many ways. Loved my father, very fine man. But I was in many ways my mother's son. And then especially losing her, there's been a sense of I suppose, I think in a healthy way, kind of championing some of the qualities that I appreciated most about her. That there has certainly been emotionally, psychologically, the search for the mother. You know, the search for the divine has been very much tied up in the search for the mother, in healthy ways and unhealthy ways, of course, that you have to sort of parse out, you know, one from the other. But, you know, compassion, kindness. My mother was a very strong woman, very, very, very brilliant woman. So in that sense, that has been there, and also encouraging people like my mother has been part of my life as well. Getting a little bit emotional, actually. I wasn't quite wanting to answer the question from that facet, maybe. But so that's on the human level has played that part. Otherwise,
I think that's beautiful, though, because we're not just these beings who had this near-death experience and we're totally disconnected from the physical and the emotional and journey of life. I was shocked when I lost my dad, how depressed I was. You know, like I couldn't eat food I just couldn't taste it, you know, like, and I was like, oh, I'm mourning. And this is the physical feeling of depression. So I'm sure you went through, you know, actual mourning and loss.
Oh yeah. And you know, maybe to an even higher extent, I was so motivated. I had such a fire under my ass And it wasn't just seeing eternity and wanting to get back to it, which was a big thing, but it was also the sense of, you know, those last moments with my mother were some of the most poignant I've probably ever had in this life. Her staying in that broken body, trying to make sure that I was okay. And you know, being right there when I realized that she knew that I was okay and feeling her leave. That watching her growing up as a child, she shared a lot of stuff with me, actually, you know, I suppose deep emotional adult psychological sort of stuff, you know, about her and my family dynamics, and watching her mistakes that she made, you know, in a 45-year life, seeing all the time, all the places where she was being limited by fear. She was being limited by something she inherited from our family, and shooting herself in the foot. And so she had this, I think, 2 or 3 or 4 years at the end of her life that she was really firing on all the cylinders that she'd wanted to for more than a decade. And you know, seeing somebody then just die, you know, really definitely certainly filled me with a fire to don't wait for fucking tomorrow. You know, don't let yourself be stopped by these sorts of fears, because it's just not worth it. You know, don't leave anything on the table, and you know, make it worth something in some ways that you survived this car accident, and we're given these beautiful, poignant lessons by this other soul in this manner.
One of the things that people often ask about and ask near-death experiencers, and I'm sure they've asked you this, is we've heard it said many times that there's only fear and love. And that's what I saw on the other side. It's just fear or love. But how do you describe love, that love to people, that unconditional, you know, oneness, that beauty, that all of that? How do you translate that to the human experience here?
Yeah. Well, so I often do that actually in the context of my meditation practice, which actually doesn't force people to have the feelings of praise, gratitude, and love, but actually utilizes those in these mantric techniques. And the way I explain that is that I sometimes move from praise to love, and I'll talk about appreciation versus judgment, and say it's quite impossible to be in the two things at the same time. And when you shift towards being you know, in that sort of unhealthy, hypercritical, egoic judgment, and you start to appreciate anything, the more that you appreciate, the more that you sort of tune into that, the more your point of view goes from this sort of worm's eye view and becomes bigger and bigger and bigger and bigger. And what we call praise shifts into gratitude, or ultimately shifts into love. But also, as part of this process of widening, I like to explain it as the sense of self and other, that sense of, you know, separateness, that is really the core human wound that gives us all the problems. That becomes more and more and more porous, the more and more love and appreciation that are there. And that's really that's our doorway to that heightened divine love right there. We can have that in our own body if we, instead of resisting life, instead of kind of being locked up, the more that we sort of relax and open up, the more broad and comprehensive our ability to you know, relate is. And everybody who's like, even in sort of like, quote, limited love, anybody who's really like fallen in love with somebody in a limited way, in those first, I don't know, days or less, you know, the honeymoon period is different for everybody, hours, days, minutes, I don't know, but whatever your honeymoon period is, you know, it's like people notice that their senses are more refined, they're more open, they're seeing more the subtlety in the object of their love. And it's not that there's anything to do with that other person, it's just to do with you've given yourself, in some ways unconsciously, permission to open up. You've given yourself, we turn the taps of love ourselves, we're just not aware of it. So that's kind of how I talk about that.
Wow, that's beautifully said. If I can go back and edit the video, I will pull that out, because that was a wonderful description. People ask that a lot, you know, how to get to that love. I've heard people say, well, get there through kindness, but that was a beautiful description. It's gratitude. Well, it's noticing what's beautiful. It's feeling grateful for your life. And it was so easy right after the near-death experience. I was grateful, I
Yeah.
always say, for every freaking step I took, because it was uncertain if I was going to walk or not. So every little
Yeah.
painful step, I was like, thank you, God. Oh, thank you, God. This is awesome. I'm walking. Oh, look, there's a tree. There's a dog. There's a person. Like you come back that
Yeah.
new, and that, or at least I felt
Raw.
that way. Yeah.
Yeah. Raw and fresh, like the dawn of creation. Yeah.
Yes.
It's wonderful. Every moment's the dawn of creation, right there. Technicolor.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. And I guess I had enough of a before and after, because I went into this place of, I remember thinking at 21, being kind of jaded, like, oh, I've seen it all, heard it all, whatever. And then this massive experience happens, and I'm like, I know nothing, like literally nothing about life. And let's start over. But I do want to get to the questions from people who are listening. And this is a heavy one, but someone says, I saw my dad die of a heart attack when I was
Mm,
10.
mm,
How did you get over that trauma? Because I guess to this person who's watching, it was
mm,
very, very hard to get over that
mm. I mean, meditation in my case, ultimately. So much of it was facilitated by meditation. And basically my meditation practice would relax me and connect me to that vast consciousness that I experienced in the NDE. And it was that strata of consciousness, that space, is so very different in the sense of how our physiology reacts. Because when we're in sort of our conditioning, you think of all those ideas of should have and could have, and I hate myself, I love myself, whatever, all these different things. It's like we're trying to fit a size 10 foot into size 2 shoe. And so the point of meditation is to relax and connect with a level where you are wearing a size 10 shoe that really fits you. And when we do that, all those knots in the nervous system, all those habits, which before seemed well in place and concrete and intractable, have the wherewithal to be able to be released and removed. So certainly I had a lot of tears. But some of those tears I never would have gotten to if I didn't have a means of sort of relaxing, my mind and my body and my heart, and allowing them to have this stuff come out. So that's the main way that I think everything happened.
So would you say that if someone is still struggling with grief and still struggling with PTSD or trauma or bad
Mm.
memories, that meditation is probably the easiest way out of that pain?
And it's often part of a constellation of things too. I don't want to necessarily make it a panacea, although when I was a young teacher, I certainly did. But I certainly had plenty of people I could talk to, through all of this. I had people who I could trust, and I could just share whatever the hell was going in, especially if it seemed quite ugly, because that's quite important to be able to have that flow happen. I didn't have much luck with counselors as a youth. It just wasn't a right fit or the right time, and so it was. I think in my case, I was marked for the meditation. Certainly doing some things that are helpful for the physical body itself. In addition, whether it be yoga practice or swimming or light walks or diet, all of these things can kind of come in as auxiliary elements that help.
So here's another question from listeners. Did the fact that you were not immediately greeted by family members indicate that, as Dr. Newton describes, that maybe you're a more advanced soul because you didn't meet family members? This is what someone wants to know.
Oh, well, thank you. Well, I never thought about that, and I haven't heard of Dr. Newton, never read that book, and I wouldn't know. I don't think so. I wouldn't make a statement either way on that. Probably it also meant that this boy doesn't need to die right now, as well. But in some ways it was a total experience. So.
Yeah, interesting. Another question is, are we given experiences to open us further, to develop us, to bust us open in a sense?
Yeah, I absolutely think so. both from my own experience, the sense of precognition about it. I was smelling something, and I had a lot of those precognitions, but I also had a sense of a kind of orderly script. As a kid, I didn't think it was like a tightly deterministic script. I kind of thought of it as a wibbly wobbly multiverse sort of script, but I could feel, like music, I felt a certain logic that was going on. And when the thing with my mother came up, I was like, yeah, that was a fucking crescendo and a half right there. That, this was a long time coming. And in it, there was even a sense of multi-lifetime, multiple lifetimes sort of all feeding and packing and, connecting into this particular moment like a web. It felt like this one of these major nodal points in a life. And so, of course, from that, I was quite biased in thinking that way, and I still do. And then, of course, you read you probably, who's ever asked a question, has read a lot of the NDE literature or the life between life stuff and found that very interesting because that's a very common, common story. So I do,
So here's another question for you. Do you think that going into the PTSD event is good to revisit, or is it better to move on with meditation? So sometimes people go back to the place, like I went back to the place where I had my accident. It wasn't a very exciting place, but, I stood near the 7-Eleven and kind of cried and let it out. And so some people do that, to get through PTSD around events. Do you think it's an idea to do that, or is meditation better? I think,
I don't think it's I don't think it's an or question. I don't think they're mutually exclusive, but I do think that something like meditation is the most effective means of doing that, because it's kind of like, if I think about it, I love chiropractors. I don't want to down chiropractic, but I knew a lot of people who'd go once a week for a chiropractic adjustment, but there was some sort of underlying thing in the body which would make everything go back. And so the purpose of meditation in this analogy is to go to the level of the underlying architecture and structure so that we don't have the same symptoms coming up afterward. Where we had our accident, I went by almost every other day for the rest of my time in Lake Geneva, and the skid marks on the highway were still there. So when I would go out driving with friends years after, when they had cars, I'd say, "See those skid marks right there?" And I'd say, "Yeah, that's where this life changed." And it didn't really lift anything, or it didn't really worsen anything in my case. It just was.
That makes sense. And especially the idea that meditation over time deepens you and it opens you to greater spiritual experiences. Like the way I put it, and maybe you'll resonate with this, is if you're in a high anxiety state and you start doing meditation, you're just trying to get yourself down to better breathing, better balance within yourself. You're not going to jump to a spiritual experience. I'm in that state. You're just trying, you might, but you're really just trying to balance yourself. But it's once you've been balanced for a while, you start letting go of things and then opening up to greater spiritual experiences.
There's a gradual, there's certainly a gradualness about it. And we're not even chasing the experiences. When I tell students, I say, don't worry about the experiences. Don't chase bells and whistles, because the most important things are so subtle and mundane that, that you kind of have to, listen for them. But with meditation, for instance, there's this wonderful expansion, even right off the bat. Even if you're are completely stressed out, you might fall into a beautiful samadhi. And then there's a very natural contraction coming back to normal. But what happens is we don't contract all the way back. It's sort of like stretching out a rubber band. You keep stretching it and it never quite goes back to where it started. So it's also gradual.
There's another question from readers and from listeners. Do you think meditation will eventually help me recall my near-death experience? I still can't account for 30 to 40 minutes of being dead.
That is exciting. Yeah, actually, well, in my case, things have come back. Things have been recalled. In the case of a lot of friends and students, they have recalled both their NDEs, because I have a lot of friends who are meditators or meditation students who have had NDEs, but also childhood memories that haven't been memories for years and years. That is so common for that just to sort of rise out back into conscious awareness. So it may very well.
And we talked about this at the beginning, but I think maybe viewers just want to return to that question. The question is, how do you feel about the global shift and masks coming off and people rising? And, you know, if you want to add anything more about that, that would be great.
Well, I think it's more prescriptive. In general, this is a wonderful time to be completely honest, to start forgiving yourself, to, you know, and forgive others if it's healthy. A lot of friends who are more empathic, sometimes they get into maybe like fake forgiveness, or unfortunately so. But we'll start, being real. Start being real. Start there. Start being honest with how you actually feel, because when we're being shaken like a storm like this, it's really helpful to have as little psychic weight, as little regret, as any of those sort of, they become massive encumbrances to growth, and they become attractors for pain. So in this case, all those things help us be like water, or help us be like flexible bamboo instead of the rigid oak tree. And so it's a wonderful time to, if you love somebody and you never told them before, tell them, freaking tell them. Maybe you can obviously use some discernment, and there's no one size fits all advice in these categories. But if there are even beautiful messages like that, not just the negative stuff that you need to tell people, but beautiful messages, tell them. And you might find out that from being in this kind of space of openness and transparency and honesty, that, oh my God, you might start to open doors within yourself, or feel spaces within yourself that you haven't felt for a very long time, if you've ever felt them before. So on the individual level, that's very helpful. And take up meditation if that's what your heart's calling you, and meditate like a motherfucker. Really put your heart and soul into it. One of my favorite movies that really inspired me was actually the, I think, 1971 film Brother, Sun, Sister Moon by Franco Zeffirelli, about St. Francis. And there's this beautiful conversion scene in which he takes off all of his clothes. He takes them off, he gives them to his father, and he walks off, into the sunset of his own authenticity, basically. And so it's a wonderful time to, these planetary alignments are really pushing us into authenticity. Actually, that's something that both Capricorn and Aquarius, if we're going to talk astrologically, that's a quality that they really share, is integrity and authenticity. Can we live our lives so that the inside is the same as the outside, and there's no barrier of pretense and bullshit happening? How much can we do that? Because that barrier is like an awful lot of weight. We don't think it is, but it's a terrible amount of weight. So just whatever you can do to jettison those sandbags of BS, do it and see where your hot air balloon is going to go. And so that's some more advice.
Oh God, that's absolutely beautiful, Ishtar, because I guess that's the way how we remove our blockages and go back to the core of who we are, go back to that authenticity, freeing ourselves from, like you say, all the BS.
Yes.
I want to see if there's any last question, because we're like about to end here in few minutes, and I want to see if there's anybody else wanting to ask anything else. Let's see here. Then let's see. There's been just more like people commenting between them, but oh God, this has been amazing. It's been incredible. I love it because same as you, I had the near-death experience when I was a child. So it's just how you walk in life when you're very young. And like for my near-death experience, it was like I always say, for me, it was the knowing that it happened for me before I was conditioned.
Right.
So and you were so young too. So now it's like being just this clean canvas and walking life, being able to give your gift. So that was amazing. How was for you actually to try to share this with your family, with other people at school? Was it hard?
I didn't really try, actually. I had the instinct that I wanted to, and I wanted to actually get a handle on it myself a little bit more. But I had the sense of, no, let's keep this a little bit more close to the chest and private. Maybe that wasn't advisable, but that's what I did. And, for me, it also kind of, the consciousness that it sent me into faded after 2 or 3 months. Something of it was still there, but a lot of it had gone. And so that instead it became not something to talk about, but something that was motivating me to get back to. And, I didn't have that many kids, but I had adults come into my life who were very conscious and they in their different ways carried the resonance of what I'd experienced in their being. And so I ended up spending a lot of time with them, and hence there was the start of my spiritual path and spiritual search.
Wow, I love to hear that, because in my experience, it was that sense of like, I would see other children and it would be like, what is happening with these people? They don't know anything. But then I was guided, and with the communication with the beings of light, to the knowing that I will meet other adults, other people in my path that would just give me that guidance and what I needed to keep going. And in all the groups and in all the things, I always was the youngest one.
Me too. I was always the kid. Yeah.
Me too, believe it or not.
There you go. I believe it. Yeah. 21 and 22, they're pretty young. Yeah.
After that, I was like, why am I surrounded by 50-year-olds at these spiritual groups?
It just became normal to me. It's like, of course I hang out with 50 and 60-year-olds, and 70 and 80-year-olds. I'm more comfortable with people facing the grave than people living under the illusion that they're not. So
yeah. And it's actually kind of sweet. There were some really sweet moments where, you're young, but you're old at the same time.
Yeah, exactly.
Especially going through your injuries, I could empathize with these older people in a knee brace and with back injuries, because I was walking around with this body cast. I was like,
yeah,
yes,
wow.
I understand. It's painful.
Ooh.
Yes. So we're almost done here. We're transitioning out, but the last question from a viewer is, you talk a lot about, or you have in this hour, about forgiveness and self-care. Are you hard on yourself personally?
Oh, I was. That was a big part of my conditioning. And so one of I think the wonderful characteristics of the NDE and then later the meditation path was just the amount of forgiveness that was there. But I was, either was raised or raised myself as quite a perfectionist and just a hard goer, and there's some of that. I think that's naturally always going to be there. There's a real, kind of sense of oomph and, go for the gold. Why go for the bronze? But yeah, it's been a big thing.
Awesome. Well, thank you so much for being on this summit and starting it off for the day. You're broadcasting from Portugal, if people didn't know. So I thought that was interesting. And now we all want to visit you there. We need to start.
Yeah, just give me some notice. Yeah, make it happen.
Yes, but thank you for taking us to this place. I loved it. And yeah, that's it.
All right. Thank you.
Feel free to just transition out. My next two are already here. And just to remind people, I'm going to be talking with Curtis Childss from Off the Left Eye. He has an amazing YouTube channel, which I just love, and Robert Bauge, who is local for me, Fort Worth, and we're going to talk about healing. First, I need to let's see. So, Curtis, how are you?
I'm great. I just want to say thank you so much for making me a part of this. I feel pretty good today, and I was watching the stream before this. It's great. On YouTube, there's a lot of people, a lot of good conversation. Everybody who's on that stream Don't forget to hit the like button. If you do that, that helps Trisha's channel. So that seems it's a small step, and there's a little red subscribe button there. Click that as well. Both of those things will help our gracious hosts who have put a ton of work into this event.
Oh, thank you, Curtis. And yeah, your channel is an amazing one that I love going to for so many reasons. And, you know, you have so many great speakers. So there's so many different directions I could take this, you know, when we talk. But I'm going to begin with you, and then I'm going to talk a little bit about healing with Robert Bauge. And then the last part of this will be questions from viewers. But I want to begin with some of the work you're doing and just ask you, basically, you had an interest in putting together a near-death experience group. Was that canceled because of COVID?
Yeah, along with everything else.
Yeah.
So, I mean, we were gonna do, we actually had this whole extravaganza planned out. So we've been online talking about spiritual life, you know, and how to follow what's good and what's true for many years. And the cool thing is you get to meet people online, right? But there's something about getting to hang out face to face, and we wanted to get together and also focus on a topic for a long time, because we'll put out a 20-minute video. And I know when I'm going to something because I need help, right? Like I'll go search YouTube or some other platform, and I'm trying to find some idea that's going to help me with whatever anxiety or depression or stress or whatever I'm dealing with. It's nice to get something for 20 minutes, but if you really want to learn something, you got to do it. You got to immerse yourself in it. So we were going to do this weekend where, you know, like muscle memory, if you're training for a sport, you're training for basketball, you just dribble and dribble and dribble and dribble till your body learns how to do it and does it instinctively and reflexively when you're moving. We want to get it so that it's, because it's so hard. You've got spiritual concepts, but it's very hard to remember them when you're hungry or you're worried about COVID or whatever it is. It's hard to get that. So how do you get it reflexive? So we wanted to have this weekend where we're all going to get together, immerse ourselves in these ideas, learn great things, have fun. And instead, we have a global pandemic, and we're going to try to do it next year. But you know what? That is a small problem compared to what a lot of people are facing. So I'm just glad that we've actually been able to keep doing our channel and been able to keep putting content out. It's happened from my home. You know, you'll have like my dog running by in the background and all that sort of stuff. That's the new normal. I actually like it. I like that aesthetic better. All the late night comedy hosts started hosting from home. I just felt like this is a lot funnier. This is a lot more genuine just on those webcams. So overall,
when you see the kid crawling over them and they're just like, what's going on?
I love it because that's what life is actually like. You try to create this veneer when you're on video that life is different than it is, but having that stuff break through, yep, you just got to admit, yeah, everybody's trying to keep the door closed but other people their kids are trying to watch a show, and it's just nice. It just reminds us that we're people.
Yeah. So you bring a lot of wisdom to your channel, covering so many different topics. And one that I'd like to start with, if you want to give any information about what Swedenborg says about love. So unconditional love. So we talk a lot near-death experiences about fear is the opposite of love. That's what we saw from the other side, from this realm. We saw, okay, a lot of this, I certainly saw it, but everything that was negative just looked so simple. It just looked like, oh, just take off that shadow of fear, you'll be fine, and just move in the direction of love. But what did Swedenborg say about love and unconditional love and the love of God?
Sure. That's a great question, because we talk about, actually, you know, it's one thing to hear about love. It's another thing, how do you put enough of a framework around that it can be useful, that it can actually change the way you see life, and how do you access it? How do you use it like a tool? I love what you're saying about the experience of all that negativity is just like a little something you pull off. I remember once being deep into this really bad depressive episode that I had, and I just was absolutely under siege. And I remember having this dream, this very vivid dream. And right as I was waking up in sort of the hypnagogic state, as you're just coming back in, I remember just feeling like my fears were these little, like these waves in front of me that were coming over me. But they were, instead of being, when you're in fear and when you're believing it, it just seems like it's, you know, the microwave background, the that thing that's everywhere in the universe that scientists have found that they think is like left over from the Big Bang. It's just everywhere. You think the fear is everywhere, that it's just a picture of reality. But in this dream, I could see, oh, my fears are just like this little thing in front of my eyes. Like if you got them out of the way, the whole world is there and is good. And it's beautiful. So I love that description. Now, love, Swedenborg, who, by the way, all of our channel is plagiarized off of Swedenborg, who I think had the most interesting and extensive set of near-death experience like things that I've ever heard of. He began his book, Divine Love and Wisdom, saying, love is our life. It's not that you're alive and then you can love something. What you love is your life. There's all the other stuff that we think of as life, even being conscious, all that is really sort of an addendum to what do you love? What do you care about? And love versus fear, what you love really sets the stage for your fear life, or that's what I found. Because I love to use this example when I'm talking on a show like this. I can come into the online annual near-death experience summit, right? And I can have two things basically that I'm in love with. Either, and they're not really mutually compatible. Either I can be in love with my reputation and how I'm going to come off, or I can be in love with what good is this going to do for people, right? So if I come in saying, okay, what the most important thing to me is, does everybody think Curtis has something good to say? Is everyone going to like that's going to bring fear with it, because I can't guarantee that everything's going to go smooth or that I'm going to have the right thing to say. It could go totally off the rails. And so that sets me up to come in fearful. But if I see, like, look at this is this really great thing happening. There's all these really good speakers. I saw a little bit of the video from yesterday, and there's so much, and even the people talking to each other in the chat, there's so much collective goodwill. I just want to be a part of it and see if I can add anything to it. And if I don't, that's great. We'll get the next person in and they'll add something. Those are two different ways of looking at the same situation. And one comes, the Curtis-centered one, and not even Curtis-centered, but like Curtis's ego-centered one comes with fear. The other one, hey, how can I be a tool in the hands of the divine to do whatever thing I can do here? That's got no fear. That feels great. And it's not like you can just flip that on like a switch, but a lot of what the work that I would call spiritual growth is about learning to cultivate that second kind of love, the love of usefulness, as Swedenborg calls it.
Yes, I couldn't agree more. And one of the things that I realized, I had been afraid to speak publicly before God told me I was going to go back and be a teacher. And I thought it was about me at first, oh, crowds are going to look at me and judge me and students are going to judge me. And I thought, hey, I died. I came back. I have a message. God's going to work through me. Angels are going to work through me. Let's do this. And the minute it was not about me and I stepped out of it, oh, it was just fun. Like it was just a blast.
And how about that prioritization there that you were saying that you died, right? You had this really intense experience and then worrying about having this momentary sort of monkey mind worry about, well, what if people don't think I do a good job talking? That's the craziness of the ego. Because even like I was recently like going through these health issues and I was feeling like, man, if I ever get through this, all I'm going to care about is what's important, right? Going to love my daughter. That's it. As soon as you start feeling better, it's back to like, well, do they have something better than me? You go right back into this crazy mind. You have to consciously say, no, I'm not thinking like that anymore.
So I have a question that I've been posing to a lot of people, and maybe you addressed this on your channel and I missed it, but what do you make of the energy of 2020 and what's your best advice for people in this country and around the world to really connect with themselves and bring out the best in themselves as we face whatever we face?
Man, I was hoping you guys would tell me that. Because this has been a rough year. I mean, I obviously, like, I go online and talk about spiritual stuff. That's what I've gotten lucky enough to be doing, and I feel like I have a lot of useful tools, but it hasn't been enough to make me not stressed out. Like in the beginning, when we first were hearing about pandemic, and I was, okay, look at this. I've got my tools. I know that, look, God's there. There's divine providence. There's a plan. And I was feeling like I was floating, but it really started to wear on me. And just this idea that, yeah, everywhere is dangerous. The world is dangerous all of a sudden. Like, people are dangerous. It's just, I remember describing it in a talk that I did as like, it's just like I'm in this little bubble and around it's just uncertainty and darkness. And I was thinking about all the people that were suffering, like right in the beginning when it was just getting known about the healthcare workers and people who didn't have enough equipment. And there they were. So I want to start answering this question by saying it's not like I know how to do it well. I would say I'm suffering less than if I didn't have these tools, because when I go, this kind of situation, 2020 in all of its forms, is when you really get the opportunity to be spiritual, because you have to use that stuff to stay afloat. Whenever I feel like, oh, I don't really need help from a higher power, it's very hard to convince me to get in there and try to do the work of thinking well and living well and trying to follow my principles, because everything's working fine. And I'll just kind of slip down into more and more superficial selfishness, materialism, that sort of stuff. But when I feel threatened in some way, as I do by this, then you realize your dependence on God. That I realize I am not in control of this. And in that moment of not in control, it's no fun, and all the stress that comes with it and all that pain is real, but there is an opportunity there that you don't have when your life is not disrupted, to really say, well, I can't be the one managing things. I need help. And I need not just like some person's help, because, there's a limited capacity in which people can help us, and it's great to reach out. But I'm talking about like spiritual help. I'm talking about like, I need to believe that angels are with me and moving me through things. I need to believe that God has got a plan, as they say. So to me, I would say we can't make it go any faster, what we're going through, and we can't make it not fearful or painful, but there's a really ripe soil for planting seeds here. So if this is the time to take your spiritual concepts and try to live into them more than you normally would, because you have to. And it could be that we come out the other side much stronger. And it actually is a good time for growth. So there's my first thought on that.
Yeah, and I'm gonna just pop back and forth between the two of you, and I'm gonna ask the same question of Robert in a minute. But before I leave you, I want to the question I'll ask you when we come back is, your channel Off the Left Eye really dig deep into a lot of what Swedenborg is doing, and even just give the basics of his life. So I might return to you and just have you kind of line the basics of what he's brought to the world, because it's fascinating, to me. And then people can find you at Off the Left Eye, right?
That's right. Okay, cool.
Okay. Yeah. So Robert, hi. How are you doing?
Yeah, good. I just wasn't certain of the setup. I was just messaging with Silvia, and she said, "Oh, I'm not moderating." So
yes, yeah. So basically, the question that I just Robert Bauge is, if you see behind him, live your best, return to health naturally. We had an interview where we talked about best healing and really shifting through consciousness and how healing can occur on all these levels. What advice do you have for people who may be struggling, or people who may be feeling the weight or negativity of these times? Like, how can they get more centered in the light and return to better states of being?
Sure. So on that, on many levels, I think you have to start with first what appeals to you. My own personal transformation, it was beneficial for me to come in contact with two authors. One, Dr. David R. Hawkins, who describes, and Curtis, I heard some of your discussions on Dark Night of the Soul and depression in past videos. So that was extremely helpful when you're going through something like that, to find a spiritual teacher who has gone the length. And the second really influential reading and the work that we do at Live Your Best is been with Dr. Sue Morter and Morter Health Systems, which is basically teaching us how to shift our energetic frequency, how to go from a heavier fear-based vibration, if we could, saying like all of these are just vibrational radio stations that we're tuning into. So if we can go ahead and take some of that that heaviness and start shifting it. There's a saying in Buddhism that says, no mud, no lotus. So it's all part of the human experience. But if we can embrace it instead of what we tend to do is push it off until the crisis comes, until the challenge comes, until we can no longer, and then we have to face it. But if we can embrace it more readily and consistently and breathe with it. So if you're feeling the fear or the challenge, we in the energy codes, we go to the quantum flip. You know, backside of the model, it looks like this on the negative side of things, the worst case scenario, and the front side, this is all serving me. So with that context, we can look at this as a place of planting seeds and personal growth and development, and hopefully this brings more and more people from the superficial back into the superficial materialism back into a spiritual center. And so some of the practices we have are clearing the actual energetic field. You can see behind me, we've got actually how this is a combination of the Morter Institute and HeartMath Institute, which is mapped. Most people are familiar with this. So the idea that the heart is the largest generator of the electromagnetic field in which we live for the individual. So when we look at breathing techniques that will take this is top down through the chakra system or the energy systems in the body, we'll take our energy and ground that and let it empower us, because most of us are living in our heads, right? We're going on that like hamster wheel of what to do next and how to get things done and whatnot. And if we can more ground our energy in our body, and we teach at Live Your Best in the energy codes work, Dr. Sue Morter's work is to empower yourself through taking that energy and shifting it energetically, shifting the vibrational frequency, tuning into a higher radio station. When we love into fear or guilt or some of the lower vibrational frequencies, if we can bring love into that allows us to connect and transmute it, transform it, transition it into something that's a little more friendly. And
I have a question. One of the ways that I'm able to do that is have compassion for the self, you know, like in the moment, you know, when there is fear, then I just feel like, okay, of course, you know, I'm a physical being on this earth, and that's okay that I'm feeling this way, but I also have access to these other realms, so why not move into that? Do you have any tips for how people can move from states of, you know, lower states to higher states, maybe without going to see a healer, if they're just like in their home and they're freaking out and they are trying to get to a better state?
So in all the studies I've done on Eastern techniques, which would be like the yoga techniques, if it's Kundalini yoga or it's Hatha yoga or it's the body awake yoga that we work with in energy codes, it's about regulating the breath. There is a direct connection between mind and the breath. And sometimes, like when people are hyperventilating, right, that creates a little bit of a different, it creates a different body chemistry. So if we can, which also allows for different thoughts and emotions to be felt. So if we can go to our breath and even come into a 4 square breathing pattern, something which is pretty easy. And we've now found that's widely used and accepted. Even like in combat, Navy SEAL teams are using a breath combination of inhaling for 4 seconds, holding the breath for 4 seconds, exhaling for 4 seconds, and then holding the breath out for 4 seconds to become reconnected. Now we can teach it in a much more complex fashion, which is after we master that, then we can look at moving the energy through the body. And consequently, what we find in yoga and the yogic traditions, which it's all like all of these truths are leading to one, is that we find with regulation of that breath and that breath work, we shift the energy. So.
Great. I love that. Just that simple reminder can be so important. I'm going to switch to Curtis because I did get a question online, which was, I love the analogy that the soul is ripe and ready for seeds. Do you have advice on what seeds are best for this time? And that's a good question. I mean, some people are literally gardening. Some people are getting deeper with their meditation. Some people are doing a lot of different things.
Yeah, well, first I want to say that as soon as Robert talked about that breathing technique, I just started doing it. It's great, the 4 in 4 4. So I'm much calmer now than I was a minute ago. Yeah, gardening, I'm not very good at it, but I do it because we've got spaces we're trying to maintain, and it is a really good tool for learning about the nature of the mind, because you were talking about being hard on yourself, and you might think, oh, here's a patch of land that I'm trying to plant something in. I clear out all the plants that I don't want to have there, and then I plant my seeds, and now I'm done. And 2 weeks later, all the plants are back that you didn't want. And you might think, I already cleared this. But the look at the tenacity of plants, particularly invasive plants that are trying to, that is a picture of the kind of stuff we're trying to fight against when we're trying to reprogram the mind. And you know, the states you were describing that we don't want to jump back into. It's not just you pull them out and they're done. I mean, there's just root systems. So that's a good reminder to be gentle with yourself as you try to clear something. It takes a lot of work, and often it takes multiple cycles. You know, like our gardens, they are better than they were, and it took years. You know, and it took years of freezing and thawing. So for the seeds that you plant, I think that you want to look at. I'm just thinking of now. There's annuals and perennials, and then shrubs, and then trees, and you want to have all of them across the spectrum. So if we're thinking of stuff that is really accessible, I think about what Robert was just saying, some of those breathing techniques. Plant those, and you plant those by doing them, by habituating yourself to them. Get that, especially if you think about everything can move from sort of outermost to innermost. So outermost in this case being, what are you actually doing with your body? And then we want to move inner to the thoughts and the feelings and then to the core beliefs about life. So get those ones out. There's so many different seeds you can plant. It's got to be the ones that mean something to you. For example, one that I have a lot of seeds from Swedenborg. This is why I do this channel about it. I mean, and Swedenborg is, and I know I'm supposed to describe what he's all about in a minute. I'll just give you a little preview that he's basically like, he's the world of the near-death experience, and just expanded and really systematic. And I've gotten so many amazing concepts from there. I could give you some of those, but I really think I mentioned one earlier, which is about, look, there's a divine plan, and trying to believe that. And that's like a tree. That's like, you got to put a lot of root work into that, but it's got to be ones that mean something to you. And I think you can pull that in many sources. Like when I was talking about coming into this discussion and thinking, what good can I do for everyone? So I love, this is one a seed that's a personal seed for me, but anyone can use it. So my grandfather, my mother's father, died before I was born, but my middle name is after him. And he was dying pretty young, and he had, I think, a heart condition or a heart attack or something. And as he was getting close to death, he couldn't talk anymore. He could only write. And my grandmother was saying to him, you know, what do you think is going to happen? Because there's all these fears about, like, are you going to suffer for a long time? Is what's going to happen with the family? So much uncertainty. And he wrote, I hope the Lord will use me as his best for everyone. That perspective, talk about invulnerability to fear. Like, I hope that I can be used as his best for everyone. I've planted that one. It doesn't mean that I don't have to water it, and that it doesn't sometimes get overgrown and I forget it's there. And you, oh yeah, right, I planted this whole garden, but haven't been around this side of the house in half a year to go check it. but plant something like something that's in the realm of that. You got to have that. You got to plant, look, how can my life serve the greater good? That's the only thing in its iterations that is going to get you out of fear. Because if the purpose of your life is to have your life go the way you want your life, okay, but you just can't control it. But you can't say, well, God, make my life go this way, because that's divine love and divine wisdom. How do we know? And especially when you bring in that there's life after death. And if I say, like, I don't want to die from COVID right now, you don't know what's the impact of you going to the afterlife. Are you needed there? What's the impact? We don't know. So I'm not saying that, because sometimes I have this fear of, like, well, if I say I'm not afraid to die, then I will, and I'll leave my family behind. I don't think it works like that. I think it's more just like, okay, to root out from the everyday fears to the giant fears, you got to have some instance of what matters is the good of the human race. Like, we're all on the same team trying to do our little things to get to that good. And that's the most important thing, rather than my map. So that's a really hard one you really got to work to keep that thing alive. But if you can get any version of that planted, that's a great one.
Awesome. I love that. So I'm going to ask you, just for those who maybe are not familiar with your channel, to tell me how you came up with Off the Left Eye and a little bit about Swedenborg. And then I have a question for Robert.
Great. And I'll keep it brief, because obviously I can talk forever about this. But how I came up with Off the Left Eye was, I'm trying to teach YouTube about Swedenborg. Think about back when I started, I didn't think Swedenborg is this obscure 18th century scientist from Sweden. Yeah, that's why his name is Swedenborg. Okay, he got a weird sounding name. He got pictures of him and wearing a curly wig. But his stuff that he wrote, once his experiences started, has been my best friend that I've ever met. Like, when I'm going through all the pain and fear and everything that I ever go through, the world that he lays out, the one that I feel like is just hyper compatible with the near-death experience world. So much so that Kenneth Ring, who co-founded IANS, wrote in this introduction to a book, like, yes, Swedenborg, you peek through the door in a near-death experience. Swedenborg explored the whole house. Like, it's the same thing. The voice in what he wrote there, no matter what I'm facing, and as I'm looking at the appearance of life, how it seems, what it seems like I'm this separate person that doesn't, it's by separate, I mean like that I'm the only one looking out for myself, or that there's certain competition between people, or that I need to fear the events of the future. Whatever it is I'm facing, in all of its specificity, all of us have these very particular stuff we're struggling with. The world that Swedenborg describes solves those problems. It gives me a way out that I thought couldn't exist. So that's what it is, and I wanted to tell the internet about it because I felt like this is so good. Somebody's got to know about it. So I was just trying to think of what's a YouTube channel name that won't sound too religious, and nobody really having it. So I just opened up one of his books, and he was talking about when he was shown what it's like to die, and he said it seemed like a covering came off the left eye, which gave me the use of spiritual sight. So I thought, Off the Left Eye, oh, that's cool. That sounds sort of like a band name or something. We'll name our channel that. I don't know if it's the best name for a channel, but we've got it now, and it's not going anywhere. So that's the story of that.
Awesome. I love it. So the question, and I'll have you answer this after Robert, but we'll start with Robert, and this is from the public. Basically, the question is, do you think that we can change our world just with our emotional states, our emotions and our states of being? Are they things that spread across the planet in a sense?
Yes. Yes. The short answer is yes. And so I'm going to go back to Dr. Hawkins' work, and the work is Power versus Force. We have a Dr. David R. Hawkins, who developed the map of consciousness. And so on his, just a quick introduction, It's the people that are vibrating, that are looking like, as Curtis is saying, and this whole NDE summit is looking to uplift, right? To inspire, to bring hope, to bring love, bring that light presence, let you know that you're not alone, that there is a loving presence out there. And we're all connected, we're all in this together. I love the gardening analogy. And so I feel like, to be spot on with this, his research as put forward in Power versus Force is all about that. You know, folks that are looking to serve in this capacity, that are bringing that vibrational frequency of love to the planet, are in fact counterbalancing some of what we see in the headlines, that gross negativity, right? So there's a kind of a balancing act that's going on now, which is the vibrational frequency that's been left behind by I mean, look for example, for Jesus Christ and Buddha. I mean, that's traditionally being followed for over 2,000 years. So there's power in that vibrational frequency. So yes, for the short answer is yes, that we can absolutely counterbalance and vibrationally change and shift the planet through doing that. And there's very many techniques we go into and live your best, but
that's fascinating what you had to say about the energy of Jesus and Buddha, because as a near-death experiencer, energy is everything to me. And, you know, I didn't see a religious figure in my near-death experience, but then I encountered Jesus many years later in a cathedral, and it was the energy that just hit me. I understood his healing abilities. I understood his energy. So what you say about the energy impact, that makes a lot of sense to me. So certain people, it's not what's written about them, perhaps that's as important as the energy they leave behind. Agree? Can you expand on that?
Yeah, absolutely. Yes, absolutely. So the premise is that in this book is that, you know, the Mother Teresas of the world that we're serving, you know, selflessly for humanity, and how can I serve, left an energy field that still continues, and in that respect. So like one person at level of consciousness. And there's different levels. So it starts out with like amoeba and protozoa and the power of those levels to like the Komodo dragon, which is a pretty violent reptilian animal, and it goes on up until you know, people that are finding courage in fighting for higher the wars that have been a part of our history through so many years, for reaching the level of courage. Which is at like level of consciousness 200. And I don't know if this is going to be seeable here, but I don't have a bigger map. And is this upside down, or can you all see that?
I can barely see it, but I love that to be okay. That's a little better. And I do love that because I saw that. And if you bring it up a little bit more, yeah, like the lower ones are withdraw and desire, disappointment, and you go up to all the way love, joy, peace, enlightenment, benign, complete, perfect. I mean, like all of these states are really interesting. And I don't know if you remember, but I made a joke with you. I was like looking at that chart, and I was like, yeah, but my next book is going to be a book of fiction. It's going to be all about those lower states, because that's going to sell. You know, like that's what people resonate with, you know, like revenge and desire and these types of things. And so, you know, there is in the media and in different places this desire to tear apart some of those lower states. But, you know, explain that chart to us and what BEST does and where people can find you and get a little bit more about your work.
Sure. So on that chart, we're all of us are from that, like in the near-death experience. I haven't heard someone say, well, it was horrible, right? Everyone's like, it was almost difficult to come back at some level, because it was so peaceful, so blissful, so complete and whole. And for at least for a lot of folks, and so what we're seeing when we connect with that. And so when we're working with bioenergetic synchronization technique, we're tapping into that field, that higher field, the if you will, the self with a capital S, the kingdom within, and we're tapping into that field. So we get stuck in some of our life experiences that we haven't not metabolized. We haven't metabolized it fully because it's keep coming around, keeps coming back, it keeps coming back. And so we work with the energy systems of the body, the chakras, the acupuncture meridian systems, which is on the east has been a valid and viable system for so many millennia, and now in the West it's just catching on. In a sense, we're re-owning our power where we might have been putting our power into a pill or a vaccine or something else and pushing it away, in a sense, if you could. Now we're actually re-owning it as we are the source of our healing, and so we come into this state where we're able to work with these the angelic higher energy frequencies, the kingdom within and whatnot. So using the power within yourself to reconnect to your own healing ability. And so that's a progressive, like, over sessions. I never claimed to be a healer, because it's really it's you, me, and God does the healing is the short answer to that. But that's what we're working with and as far as the map of consciousness, we're tapping into that loving presence that's always available.
And is there a place where you could find this chart? Can you Google it for people who are watching?
Yeah, on the map of consciousness, you could go to Veritas Pub. This is, and so that Dr. Hawkins transitioned in I believe it was 2011, but Veritas, Veritas, Veritas Pub, or Dr. David R. Hawkins, MD, PhD. He authored 10 books, had an experience when he was in 1965, transitioned from the permanent state of samadhi, and that's verifiable with kinesiology, which is another topic on itself, but basically the science of measuring truth through the body's reactions, whether it's a pupil dilation or a kinesiological muscle test. So he very scientific mind. He came back to put together the human experience from that state, and he authored 10 books. But Power versus Force was the first one in 1995. We're going through it now. There are the various study groups around the world that are into his work, and it's called Devotional Non-Duality. So
Thank you. I'm going to transition back to Curtis, because I know I've been at several IANS conferences with Curtis, and we have both seen Howard Storm speak and others who speak of negative near-death experiences, and a few, that are out there. They're a small percentage of near-death experiences, but there's a question from the viewers of Swedenborg talks about the choice people make for themselves when they die, whether to go to the light or the dark. Can you talk a little bit more about that, about what Swedenborg said?
Sure. Well, you think about Howard Storm's experience, which I really love Howard Storm. I had read his book, was one of the first near-death experiences that I read. And it was really moving to me. The whole NDE world obviously had this huge impact on me. I think I really started into it in earnest when I was 18 or 19. And his was one of the first. And sure, he had a negative experience, but I mean, there was a negative aspect to it. It was actually a very good experience, and the negativity was part of why it was good. And you look at the role that the negativity played in his experience, that he was a self-described jerk. Right? He wasn't a nice person in his life, and that to him, the breaking down that he experienced gave him this gift. That as he was brought into the state, just like I was talking about before, of look, when your life is upset, is rattled somehow, you are receptive to you know, a change of heart and to accepting, you know, the kind of love that comes from God, love for other people, that puts you in that state. So I just want to say that about Howard Storm. And as far as the choice, well, I talked about love. Love is your life, right? And you can choose to love whatever you want. And loving all kinds of different things, each love comes with its own kind of joy or pleasure or delight. When you look at when there are people that are doing terrible things, right, doing the worst crimes, oftentimes they like to do that. Not always. There's some people that are forced in by their circumstances, but even there is this like, oh, there's a pleasure in, just for us, in our ego. Why do we do ego stuff? Because it feels good that, like, that person is driving like an idiot and I'm going to honk at them. And that felt good because I know I hurt their feelings. By the way, I never honk at people. I do other bad stuff, but that's like, I'm very like mild-mannered driver, but that's one example. Then there is like, oh yeah, I know the best insult that is going to just cut this person down. Is it like bullying? Why are they bullying? Because it feels good. So we can love whatever we want, and every love has its joy in it. But it's just like with the stuff you put in your body. Some stuff is going to make you healthy and happy long term. Some stuff is going to make you feel good, and it's destroying you, right? So the grand map of things that Swedenborg put out is that there is this essential core of what is called human freedom. And the freedom, really, as he defines it, is you can chase whatever joy, whatever pleasure you want to chase, and you're allowed to do that. And God is going to put you in a place, whatever your primary pleasure becomes, whatever you really want to do, whatever you devote your life to doing, God is going to create a space for you where you can have the best life you can have, with that as your primary food source. So just like here, if I choose to load up on all kinds of junk food, I can feel good, but I'm never going to feel really healthy, right? So it is with what Swedenborg talked about as heaven and hell, as like these afterlife, these all this spectrum of where you can end up in the afterlife. If you have if you have devoted yourself to is exploiting people for some kind of gain or pleasure, and that you do that and you love it, okay, well, God wants you to have a happy life, but there's gonna be limits to how much the rest of us want you around us, if that's what you do. And that destroys you. Because they just like the body has got all this important health around it, the spirit's got health as well. And the spirit, the equivalent of food and drink to the body is what you believe and what you love to the spirit. So if you're going after really toxic things, it's just going to put you in this relatively decrepit state. And that's what Swedenborg calls hell. And so we can all experience that. You go after the wrong things in your life and you can see the impact on yourself and others. So yeah, part of what we're doing here in the world is we got this theater where we have the opportunity to see, okay, there's stuff that follows the golden rule, and there's stuff that doesn't. And if I in myself say, well, I wouldn't want to do that because I know that I wouldn't want that done to me, even though right now I feel like I want to do it, that's really powerful. That does something, that you made a choice when there was something on the line. And then doing that is like, whatever, eating your vegetables, right? And the more you do that, the more you get into this space where you can accept the love and the light. Because I'll finish by saying, like, all the near-death experiences that I've encountered, it's light and it's love. It's love for everyone, right? It's a love for the welfare of others. I mean, everybody in that light is all about kindness and joy. And to be able to go there and hang out there, you have to. It's like altitude. You have to have your lungs be able to function there. So if you want to go there and not just like visit, but live there in mutual love, you got to be developing a taste for it. And if you reject it, okay, then you can have a life, but it's just not as good of a life. And why would you? And it's always going to be kind of an illusion, and you're hurting other people. So there's a great choice, and the choice is choose love.
Well said. And I love Howard Storm as well. We were both at a conference with him. And even though he has this incredibly negative experience, he also has some of the highest experiences as well. So his near-death experience is fascinating. One, because he asked so many questions, kind of like Swedenborg in some ways about angels. And, you know, there was this depth to the knowledge of his near-death experience. And of course, it made him more loving and open and connected, you know, to people on that level. And that idea of love whoever you're with, like love the person in front of you, you know, that happens to me in the grocery store, because that's like the main outing. You know, like, I just am kind to people, whether it's a restaurant or a grocery store or whatever it is that I'm, you know, doing in limited ways. I find that now people need that more than ever. We just need kindness in our world, because maybe we're forgetting, we're not smiling as much with these masks, you know, and so we don't see that joy in people. So I make an effort with my voice to say things that are kind.
That's great.
But, yeah. Next question. Well, we'll kind of use the same question if you don't mind, Robert. Basically, like moving into I want to go back to moving into those lighter states. Anything that you want to say about the work that that is done, but how to move from those states?
So if I may, I'd also like to talk in line with what Curtis was saying about fulfillment and purpose and in that. So I loved both the question, Tricia, and Curtis's response, which it feels like it's like that's that one truth, right? It's like do unto others as you would have them do unto you, which is and also there's that idea of, whether you believe it or not, but that karma, right? So like whatever you're putting out is also going to come back to you at another time. So this idea of transitory states of being in here and in present now, and then going ahead and then having that come around, right? So if I'm putting out love and I'm constantly showing compassion to everyone else, then that is what is gonna, like, it's gonna be reflected back. So what I tend to see is things that are more up here instead of less down here. If my mind is getting hung up on, if it's like kind of mulling over the past, or I'm kind of, you know, Dr. Hawkins talks a little bit about like, oh, poor Rover. Like if we're letting our mind spin a story in one of those negative states, it leads to, you know, depression, despair, despondency. But if we can work with the feeling of that, one of the techniques in a yellow and white book, which it's not right in front of me, but is Letting Go, the book by him on letting go. So feeling into those feelings, those lower level feelings that you had described before of yeah, okay, where's the aggression, the desire, these kind of feelings, instead of projecting it out. So our world, I think a lot of what we see, especially and what we're learning to project out differently now, is realizing, wow, that I'm feeling that feeling. How can I breathe through it? How can I metabolize it? How can I do what we almost call the quantum shift and change the story, right? So you start changing that story in your mind, and then you come up with a new solution. Like, is this true? Is it, Byron Katie's done some work around that as well. So you feel the feeling, you accept that you're feeling the feeling instead of trying to project it out, and then you start breathing in the body, and we call that in the energy codes. And I'm putting a number of different seeds and philosophies out there, but in the energy codes, that's you know, the scrub down. It's where you get some friction. Like, okay, I have a choice. I'm at choice whether I can project this feeling or I can work with that feeling. And so so these states that we're in that are lower vibrational states, or lower on energy field, it's part of the human experience. It's part of the dissolution of egoic tendencies, the selfish tendencies. But as we start to work with them, we can transform and transmute them.
I have another question for you, and we briefly talked about this, but I'd like for you to answer it. Like, you know, when people have a spiritually transformative experience, or people have a near-death experience, sometimes they go from a pretty low state super high state, just it's like accelerated, from, very low to very high. That's hard to assimilate. And people talk about assimilating the near-death experience for up to 25 years sometimes, because you're looking at, well, how do I keep pulling in those higher states when I was functioning here? And now I know this to be a reality. But lots of people have spiritual awakenings, spiritual changes, and then they come back to life and have to deal with things. Do you have any advice for people who are in those states of awakening and integrating their knowing?
Sure. So my own personal experience with the technique that I practice is that I was in that very low state where it was hopeless, and I was in that state from following some teachings that weren't quite attuned to love. They were much less than love. They were about control and then I felt guilty about that. So I had to work through all of that, right? So I was at a point, and I was at a center in which I was exposed to best. So I went from this very low state where, kind of like this, like, God, what have you done to me, to this state of ecstatic bliss, like everything is for me, life is for me. And then it was about, and that's very typical if someone's, grieving a loved one or something, a loss of some sort. That's one of the things that we can do with this work, is we can switch the energy field up. We can get past the stuckness on that emotional state, that vibrational feeling, and move up into a higher level state. Like, if, because we all know that that's part of the of our growth and awakening, right? It's not, we're in this celestial realm where everything is always wonderful. There's going to be contractions, right? For every contraction, there's an expansion into something greater. So that's reconnecting that energetics through the body, and helping not just in the mind but also in the body is one of the things we do. Hopefully that's made its way.
Yeah, wonderful. Thank you for that answer. And just really quickly, and then we'll transition back to Curtis, but where can people join these study groups that you mentioned?
Sure. So right now there are two that are going on. There is, which I didn't mention, but attitudinal healing is one of them. Jerry Jampolsky started it, Attitudinal Healing International. There is an Energy Codes Online course that's taught by Dr. Sue Morter. If you go to if you just Google Dr. Sue Morter, you'll find out about the Energy Codes Online. I don't have the exact web address. Attitudinal Healing, we have a group that meets every Tuesday night, and then Power versus Force study group, we have a group that meets every Wednesday night. And my personal Facebook page would be great, or liveyour-best.com is also, I don't have the information up there right now, but it will be up there shortly.
Awesome. Well, thank you so very much. And hopefully some people will find those study groups out there. Curtis, what is going on for the next couple of months with you?
Sure. Yeah, we're going to keep making videos and keep doing things. Yeah, so the most exciting thing that's happened recently for us is we have a new website. So offthelefteye.com. We've augmented the YouTube presence. We have 700 videos, and we make like 5 a week. So navigation and getting the person to where they really need to go. We're thinking about how can we do that, because with the comments that we'll get back that really, touch me are people who are just at the end of their rope, and they just Googling something or YouTube searching, like they just need some help. And we'll say in the comment, I didn't know what to do. I searched this and somehow came across your channel, and it was just what I needed. And here's the help that it's done. That's why we're doing what we're doing. So the website is not only going to make it so that the person gets what they need, because I think about it just like physical health. Do you need more vitamin E or do you not? It's particular to every person. So we're trying to make sure that everybody gets everybody gets what they need. So we're doing that through the website. And then also we want to, reach out to the rest of Google. So check that out. I mean, we have new stuff for you pretty much every day. It's at noon on the West Coast, 3 on the East Coast, 7 GMT. So check out our YouTube channel for that.
One of the videos on your YouTube channel that got a lot of hits is why don't those who've died communicate with us more? So as a medium myself, and talking with other mediums yesterday, some people get all kind of messages, and then even just family members don't need to go to mediums sometimes because they have their own connection with people. But I'm so glad you made that video, because a lot of people are really sad when they're very close to their loved one and they don't get communication. So what are some of the comments you got around that video, and some of the thoughts?
Yeah. So, when I was younger, when I was 6, my older sister was killed in a car accident, and my aunt started to get these visions or visits from her, but my mom didn't. So you think about that, and you think about people that go and read stories about people who right before their loved one died, they visit them, and the people who don't, is it why didn't you come through? Is it because you don't love me? Is it because God doesn't care about my suffering? And that video is trying to say the answer is for a complicated reason. So the easiest parallel that I would give is, let's say that right when I got on, I was all set up here at my table, I was ready to do the chat and do this show with you, and tree fell over and knocked out our power lines, and we lost internet. And so I couldn't show up. You said, okay, now it's time for Curtis. He's not here. And you, just from the appearance, you might say, well, does he not care? I mean, they did not care. But the truth is, to get me here, there has to be this amazingly complex system. I don't even understand how the internet works, but it works. And we got to have that. We got to have electricity. Everything has to be set physically for a communication like this to happen. The spiritual world is as complex, right? And the things that disrupt it there are not arbitrary, like the trees falling over, but they are complex as well. So that video is just to say, look, what it's not is that they don't love you. And what it's not is that God doesn't care about you. But there is, just like here, everybody can understand, why can't I drink out of the stream near my house? Everybody understands, look, we messed everything up. There's pollution, right? And you understand it goes back over centuries, and all the stuff we did, there's pollution, right? So the reason why the ideal state, the state humanity should be in, according to Swedenborg, is that, seeing angels, having experiences, getting like revelatory dreams, that this is how it was meant to be. This is why we all feel like, why it's so strange that if there's life after death, do we even know it? Do we debate it? That's how it's supposed to be. Things got messed up, right? That's the short story. It's not personal. It's not about you. It's about a system. But the love is still there. It's just right on the other side. Like, I could be sitting here at my computer really wanting to talk, but there's just no internet, right? So that's it in a nutshell.
I love that, because I followed my dad in the many years that he, from 2008 till now, in the afterlife, and he went through different stages. There was one stage where he was really far away, and he was just becoming one with the cosmos and really understanding other galaxies, and he was getting really far away from human life. And so it was harder to communicate with him. It was just like a little thread coming from eternity, but then there were other times he came back with this elevated consciousness and assimilated it back into his particular soul. But yeah, we don't know where they are in their journey over there. So it's different, but great. Well, thank you both. And what I would encourage both of you to do is go to my YouTube channel, because Robert, I know people want you to type the names of the people you mentioned in the chat, and maybe Curtis, you could chat with some people in the chat as well, and that would be awesome. But thank you both for your time and your wisdom and the great conversation. It was fun.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thanks for having us.
Yeah, definitely. And I'm going to transition already to John Hanrahan, and maybe we can turn on his video in a moment.
Well, hello.
Hi, how are you doing?
How are you, Tricia? It's good to be
I'm
with you today.
I'm doing great. How are you doing?
Doing well, thank you. I'm really excited to be with everybody and talk about my near-death experience.
Yes, yes. And I do want to mention, first of all, that you have a book that has released now, and I've been seeing people holding your book, and I have a copy of it, Wrestling with Angels, A True Story.
I
Yeah.
got
Oh,
a
you got
copy
it.
of it
Yay.
here.
Yeah. Fascinating, fascinating.
And that's the reason I wrote the book, really, was because of my near-death experience, but it took me a long time to get the courage to do it.
And why is that?
Well, I unveil a lot of things that aren't so unflattering about a life. When I began my manuscript, it was really based on my entire life review that I was shown when I was in the state of my near-death experience in front of the light. And that's how I began my writing. But the biggest compliment I've got since my book came out a month ago was, it's not a typical athlete's memoir, because I'm an athlete. I'm a former All-American and veteran world champion wrestler and all that. And I think a lot of people were expecting to see the typical type of an athlete's memoir, which kind of puts them in the best light. And it's kind of almost a PR vehicle for a lot of athletes. But mine is a raw depiction that's resonating with a lot of individuals because it's so honest and truthful. But coming back from my near-death experience, that's part of my mission, is to disclose the honest truth in a truthful way, in a loving way. And I think I've been able
Yeah.
to do that. And the personal messages I get from individuals, it's absolutely resonating with people and being helpful in that regard.
Yeah, so my first question to you, and this is, if we could just start for those who aren't familiar with your story. I know I interviewed you briefly, but I would love it if you could just take people through the whole experience. So who were you before your near-death experience and what was going on in your life? Because a lot of your
Yeah.
story does have to do with this life that you lived in the physical world before the near-death experience, and how that changed and then how it evolved over time. I might pop in and ask some questions, but if you don't mind, setting this up for people, that would be awesome.
Oh, absolutely. No, I'd love to. Well, I was an All-American wrestler in college at Penn State University. I finished my career as the winningest wrestler in Penn State's history, a two-time All-American wrestler. And I was a hopeful for the '84 Olympic team. I had medaled in some world competitions, competed against the Soviets and in other international countries, and done well. I was behind two world champs from my own country, so it looked bleak for me making the team, but I was in contention. I was featured in Interview magazine as one of the top hopefuls, and I actually was discovered and became a fashion model, and I was working all the top markets in the world: Paris, Milan, Tokyo, Zurich, Switzerland. I was the face of the Versace campaign. I was on the cover of fashion magazines, and
I have to pop in and ask, because that's just fascinating on a worldly level. What is that life like? We've seen it in movies and television shows, but is it as crazy as it seems?
it was kind of like my consolation prize for not making the Olympic team. So the way I justified it to myself, I was doing ads and representing products around the world and working with these amazing photographers and other models, and I knew my American counterpart that was going to win the Olympic gold medal. I knew he wasn't going to be doing that many product endorsements. So that was kind of my selfish way of saying, well, at least I'm doing this now. And it was surreal. It was a neat world. It was very interesting for me because I had studied marketing and photography in college. And so I was working with the world-renowned photographers and the great ad agencies putting these ads together. So there was more to it for me to discover what was behind the camera. And, so that was neat for me. But it was frustrating in the way that when I was preparing for a wrestling event, I could cover and I could control all the aspects that I needed to: the training, the strength, the technical the technical preparation that I needed to do. But as a model, there was a lot of luck involved. So you'd either get the job on your looks or you wouldn't. So I was lucky to get that and to experience that line of work. And one of the great things came out of it, I met my wife, Kirsten, on a shoot for one of the Italian Vogue magazines that was in Vegas. And she plays a big part in my life. And she's in the book too, and kind of the second part of the life. But let me go on with the setup, because so I was in New York City. I had an apartment in New York in Manhattan, and I was going to all the nightclubs and you know, living that VIP lifestyle. And then I fell into addiction. So that's the part that was hard to write about, because it's hard to kind of tell the world how low that your life had come to. And mine had gotten to a low point, even though it looked like a glitzy lifestyle. And at the even the week of my near-death experience, I was on the newsstands on the cover of MGF magazine, and so on the outside, it really looked like, you know, I had the whole world. But my parents became concerned with me because I was at a low point in life, and drugs had tapered up. And this was, you know, I'd grown up in the late 70s when kind of drugs were prevalent, and the drinking age was 18. So it was really part of a lifestyle where I grew up in the DC suburbs outside of DC. It was kind of badge of honor if you could be like a party animal and a great wrestler. It was like almost that you were that much more successful in the neighborhood I grew up in anyways. Anyways, I got to a low point, and I came home one evening, well, one night from Studio 54, was down the block from me. And I knew I was at my wit's end. A week before, I had gone through a family intervention when I was back in DC at a family function. It was a setup for them to do an intervention on me, but I had totally rejected the family intervention. And it's a week later, so I'm back in the city, and I'm on my drugs, and I'm going, and I'm saying to myself as I walked out of Studio 54, I'm going back to my apartment, and the next morning I'm going to get the help that my father offered me to go to a treatment center. When I got to my door, there was a psychiatrist that lived down the hall from me, who I knew as a fellow addict, and he was buzzing my buzzer. We didn't really know each other formally, but I knew he was a doctor, and I wanted to get the help that I was looking for. So I asked him for some help, to medical advice, and what my plans were. Anyways, that physician we ended up going over to his apartment, and he was a drug user, an IV drug user, and he talked me into using my cocaine and to shoot it up. So he shot it up into my vein, and I had done it as a younger kid back in DC, but I never liked that. It wasn't really part of what my addiction was. But he shot that into me, and I had been up for 3 days. I had a toxic level of drugs already in me. So when the drug goes through your body, it just goes through in an instant. You taste it, you feel it. And it was that high that I remembered. He did it to himself, and then he talked me into doing it one more time about 15 minutes later. I didn't want to, and you know, and I should have held my ground firm and just got that help in the morning that I needed. But that second injection actually killed me. It wasn't the high. As soon as that needle plunged and that drug went into my system, it shut down my entire system. And it was a violent jolt. My death was just a violent transition from my physical body to my soul. As a wrestler, my soul was trying to hold a grip around the body of my torso and my flesh. I had my wrestler's grip in the tightest way I could. And it was such fear. It was like I was drowning in a dark abyss. There was no question that my physical life had ceased to exist. And I was trying to cling with the physicalness of whatever my soul could muster. But there was a pulling and there was a force. It felt like the strength of three men that were thrusting, ripping my soul out of my body. And I was trying to cling, but there was no way. I couldn't breathe anymore. And that grip slipped, and I slipped away out of that realm. And I went and was transported to a series of chambers. And then I was transported, almost escorted into an area in that dimension where the whole source of light, where I stood in front of what was undoubtedly my creator and the source and the source of truth and source of love. And I went to a full feeling of being fulfilled and having the love that I'd always yearned for.
So
And
I have a question about that
fulfilled.
moment
Yeah.
with the creator. Many of us talk about it as just a knowing right from the instant we were there. Like, yes, this is creator, this is source, this is the light, this is the truth. Is that how you felt? Was it just an instant intuitive knowing?
Oh yes, it was. There was no question, and it was such a bright illumination, but yet your eyes wouldn't squint because the light was solid all the way through you. So it was one with you, and you knew it. And you knew it not just from the light or the appearance, but you knew because you knew that it had always been with you. It had always been with me. So now it was the only thing with me, and it was all fulfilling. And that's when I knew that I had kind of crushed or squashed that voice that was in me through my life. And I was shown that periods of my life, and we can get into that too. But
I definitely want to get into your life review because I think they're also such similar but fascinating at the same time, but they have differences. So how were you shown yours? Were you shown it in pictures? Did it look like a movie? Could you describe more of that?
it was more encapsulated in an instance where I could see every moment in time. You know, for example, I could see the moment of my birth when my mother cradled me in her arms, and the nurses buzzed around her saying that I need to be named George because it was George Washington's birthday, and we were in Washington, D.C., and it was her birthday. And from that moment on, all the way through to my life growing up as a kid in D.C., just seminal moments, you know, being in the basement during the Cuban Missile Crisis with my dad, who worked for the government in D.C., and you know, or the Kennedy assassination, all the moments in the life, and the racial unrest in D.C. in '68, and just all the moments all the way up through '72 and the Munich massacres, and just senseless things in my life, and things that I wasn't proud of, and then triumphal things in my life too, all in an instant. It was encapsulated. So it was very easy for me to write about it because the life has stuck with me as I've gone through this, good and bad. And
How did you differentiate what was good and bad? Like, what for me, it was this moment of, oh, I was unkind or not cool to this person, and that felt bad. How did you differentiate between good and bad?
well, you know, it's funny because there came a moment where I wanted to communicate with the Creator, with God. And I opened my mouth to talk, and no words would come out. No words would come out. And I was just froze. And then I had to realize I had to speak a new language because I was going to use some curse words that weren't appropriate. And that's when I could not communicate that way. It would not come out that way in a degraded fashion. And that's when I laughed. I had a nice laugh in
Oh,
front of
that's
God,
funny. So we
in front
can't
of God.
curse.
And it was almost like I could feel him winking, because then I figured out an appropriate way to talk and to ask that my loved ones not be made to suffer with me not returning. And even the guy who had to explain my dead body in his apartment not to be made to suffer or have his life ruined. So that's kind of an example of good and bad. It's just, you know, because I I'd used a lot of curse words when I would talk and things
So
like that. And it
apparently
just
we
wasn't
can't
gonna,
curse. We
it
can't
wasn't gonna
curse in
come out
heaven.
that way. I don't think you can curse in heaven.
I love that. So was there anything else though that you saw that differentiated actions that you should take or not take, or was it not like that?
It wasn't judgmental. It was just, it was what it was. Like, you know, times when I fell short or had cheated or lied or things like that, that it was just for me to see, for me to see. And, but it wasn't in a judgmental manner. And, you know, which was, I'd never lost that full embrace of just full love and understanding. So there was never that good and bad judgment that way. I don't know if that answers your questions, but that's the way I saw it.
Yeah, no, that makes a lot of sense. It just it seems more like evolution, you know, like we're asked to elevate and change in a way to expand. What happened next in your experience?
So I was shown how much my loved ones cared for me. And I was shown, the creator depicted them. It's almost like he piled rocks and rocks of their prayers over the last few years, of them knowing I was in serious trouble. Mostly from my parents, I could see that they were built up almost like pillars of rocks. And you could see that each one contained the love and the prayers of my loved ones. And I could see other smattering of stones from my brothers. I have 5 brothers and sisters, and they were all concerned. And they were really using prayers to really comfort themselves and to try to seek help for me. And I was shown those prayers. And that's the best way I can describe it. I describe them, you know, describe a lot of things you can't describe, but the best I could describe them was as just strong pillars of faith.
And I am going to ask an interesting question. I think it's interesting because it's part of my story too. I experimented with drugs in college, and the way I saw that was God was like, just be kinder to yourself. You know, it wasn't this terrible judgment like I was a bad person. It was like, hey, be loving to yourself, self-care, you know, like just, you know, look at yourself as a part of nature. Did you have any insights in the near-death experience around drug addiction?
Yes, I've had some insights. Well, you know, the spirituality, you know, upon my return, it was almost like I had completed a 12-step recovery, because the final step is the higher power in this, in the one with the spiritual realm. So I've used that to really maintain my own sobriety. But a month after my return, I relapsed, and I had a big God wink, because I came home that night and there were detectives outside of my New York apartment, and I had come home and used drugs again for the first time after that return. So it's not that easy, even after you return, even after you shook hands with God, so to speak. And so there couldn't have been more of a time where I felt very low. And those policemen knocked on my door and asked me a series of questions. The detective came in, and I didn't know what they were there for, and I asked them a few things. And this is all real detailed in the book and everything. It's kind of a really amazing story. They were satisfied with the questions. They asked me where I was and what I was doing and everything. And it didn't have anything to do with me using the drugs again. I closed the door and I got a knock about 10 minutes later, and this time it was the light shining through me. It was a reminder of the light I stood in front of, but this time it was the New York News TV camera with a guy with an orange tip microphone asking me about the Finkelstein he was asking me about the murder across the hall. And I didn't know anything about it, but
Wow.
But I gave them the story that they wanted to hear, just about what that neighbor was like, and I just told him he was kept to himself a lot, and gave them a good segment for their TV cameras. Even got my other neighbor, who was a soap opera star on one of the big popular soap operas. So we sat in front of all the beer cans in front of my table, and we gave them a good story. And then we found out there was a young man that died in there in that same apartment where I had died a month earlier. But this time he was really dragged out in a body bag and put into the morgue van. So it was a real eye opener and a kind of a God wink for me to that you don't get that many chances.
Interesting. And here's a question that this may be from a speaker, but in your life review, did you see times when you were on drugs or in blackouts, and did God say anything about these moments or anything about the people that maybe were hurt by it? In my experience, I just saw the darkness and pain that I was in, and I saw a lot of empathy and caring, even from that God light, but a wish for me to be better. That was, but I don't want to put words in your mouth. I'm curious, like I'm just trying to relate because I had a similar moment.
I was shown it through the empathy of the loved ones that cared about me, through how much pain it was causing them. Not just that it was detrimental to my own life, but it was just causing so much pain to people around me. And that really hit home for me. My book begins with my own son, one of my sons, who was injured as a high school athlete and put on medication that became addictive. He was a part of the opioid crisis, and he was near death, and the doctors had told us to plan his funeral. And that's where my book begins, with us confronting the finality of his death, of the doctor telling us to plan his funeral, and having battled heroin addiction that began as opioid prescription. And me finally getting the courage to tell him my story as a young 25-year-old guy, almost about the same age that he was. And so that's how I began to kind of put myself in the light publicly when I wrote this book, as a kind of a messenger to not only him, but to others. My wife and I have also formed a nonprofit to help others. It's called recoveryangel.org. And we get messages every day of similar parents going through things and struggling, and we're able to give them some hope and some direction.
I've found that people admire the honesty and vulnerability of putting yourself out there, because we all struggle, and I think I'm drawn to your story and other stories of people who are still very human even after that encounter with God, because it's a hard thing to explain to people how you can be with the Most High, in this place of just absolute bliss, but then come back here and you're still in this body and you're still struggling and you're still struggling with human problems. The integration period can be a long time for near-death experiencers. Did you feel that? Did you feel like it took you a while to integrate it? How was that integration process?
Absolutely. When I returned back in my body, jumped up in my jeans, patted my legs, and the physician who had been trying to revive me, I told him about the experience. He rejected and said it was a psychological phenomenon and all that. And but I could see him panicking when I was in the other realm, trying to get rid of the drug paraphernalia and all that, as he tried to revive me also. But I came to and tried to kind of change his life. He was the first person I encountered, but he rejected it 3 times. I left, went across the hall in my own apartment, knelt down and vowed in front of the mirror on my walls that I was going to have an influence. I was going to share my story and have a major influence on other souls. I felt the connection of all the souls. I looked out the window, the streets were beginning to bustle in New York City. I just felt a connection with everybody walking up and down that street, all the souls of the world. And I just thought I was just going to have such a profound influence. And I didn't really think about, you know, how they would reject my story, but it would get rejected. And during that first week of people thinking, you know, of me not able to fully articulate the experience, or being rejected by the fact that it happened through a drug accident, where they look they wouldn't look as, you wouldn't look as believable because it happened through a traumatic accident like that.
Well,
So-
but you know, what I know now is so many of them happened during surgery, and I was in anesthesia and on morphine afterwards, but we know that there's that higher consciousness feels different than anything that's going on in the body. So there's, you know, there's yogis. I've heard stories of different yogis who've actually taken a handful of acid, and they just, you know, it's just neutralized in their system because they override it on that spiritual level. So there's a difference between the two. And I think that speaking to that openly is important, you know, like that you can have a drug-induced near-death experience because you went to the other side and you probably felt the difference.
well, now they're using ketamine in recovery. It's one of the cutting edge recovery tools, and it's having an amazing effect with a lot of addicts, almost to reboot their brains and to give them a kind of a little spiritual passageway. And it's I've helped individuals get that through a doctor here in Atlanta that's on the cutting edge with that. It's having an amazing effect. So there's things in the works to kind of reboot and to try to put you in that spiritual realm, which
Interesting. And I know, I mean, more people talk about ayahuasca, but I haven't heard ketamine as that. What is that? Actually, I'm not that familiar with it. What does it do for people?
you'll be hearing about it. It's almost like a derivative, almost like LSD or mushrooms, where you have that experience, that kind of outer body experience. And it's having an amazing effect. It takes like six treatments to really solidify and kind of reboot the brain away from, and kind of reopens those neurological pathways and the receptors to put yourself back in a better footing in normal life. Is really what it's
Interesting.
doing.
So a lot of people who I talk to, near-death experiencers, talk about, you know, just eating healthy, meditating, you know, never doing drugs. But then there are the people who, are you saying that ketamine works well for people who maybe are drug addicts and they're getting sober and they have a spiritual experience that helps them connect to the light in a sense?
It works for it's used for depression too.
Oh,
So it's in the experimental stage. The physician that we know in Atlanta that we've sent people to is on the cutting edge of it, and you'll be hearing more about it. They're in NIH is doing a study now for a home version that can be self-administered. Right now it's administered under a doctor's care through an IV drip, like an hour treatment centers. So okay, so I want to tell you more about that frustration, because
yes.
it was frustrating. It was so frustrating to convey to others what I had experienced, and I did not want to lose what I was shown, and I didn't want to cover that small, still voice that was in me. And when I had it heightened, and I knew there was nothing more fulfilling, that I had a passion to stay connected to the light, and so I found it through meditating and putting myself to that light, and was the one moment meditating on a farm in Pennsylvania about a week after my return that I was shown energy fields and light, and I was so excited to be connected while my feet are on the ground here with what I saw as that kind of a spiritual connection, reminding me that it's there for me, and it's there for me any day I look. And I began years later, I began my practice as a wellness practitioner, and became a personal trainer for a lot of influential VIPs and Hollywood stars. And I never told my story to them as I was working with them individually, but I always kind of manifested my energy through my hands and through my prayers to each individual I've worked with along the way. And I've worked with a lot of influential individuals.
I have a question for you when I return back to the prayers, because I find that so beautiful in your near-death experience. It seems like you felt a deep connection to everyone who prayed for you. Could you describe a little bit more about that moment?
Yeah, when I knew I was risking dying, I began carrying around notes if somebody had found my body, that don't let my death ruin your life, to that essence. You haven't failed in loving me, because I knew they were so worried about me and so prayerful. I could feel their prayers really even before my death. And the night I died, I didn't have a note in my pocket, but what I said in essence to the Creator when I got words out of my mouth was what I tried to convey in notes to comfort those that I left behind. But my family really saw a change after I returned and after I described what happened. They didn't understand what happened, but I told them I saw their prayers and I appreciated their prayers. And
So this was
that was
family
enough.
members, as in mother, father,
Mother, father, brothers and sisters. Yeah.
Yeah.
Each
And
one of them, all 6 of them.
did they believe your story? So they immediately were believers in near-death experiences, or?
Well, they had faith that something, a miracle happened for me, and that's all they needed to know. They didn't have the bottom line, full, final explanation, because the way I feel that I've come back, I add a piece of the puzzle to other people, because what I've shown, God showed me, and now it's for me to live it and to reflect it to others. And if I can be a piece of the puzzle, and especially now that if I can be a comfort to all those mothers and fathers that have lost loved ones. 120 people die every day in America of drug overdoses. And many have given up on prayers. Many have prayed, but they've lost their loved ones. They didn't get to come back like I did. And if I can be any comfort to let them know their loved ones in a good place, even though they didn't come back, because I was in a good place. I was fulfilled. I'm here to come back, and part of my mission is to give others comfort and to have them, they've given up on prayers because their loved ones did die, 120 each day. And so part of my mission is to share just in raw truth of what I experienced, and that prayers, even if they weren't answered, they were seen. And maybe it's the reason I came back is, I know part of my reason is to share that with others, even though that's not fair that I got to come back and theirs didn't, but who knows, maybe I'd rather be there too.
Well, it's interesting, and I've said this in other hours, but when it's our time, it's our time, and when it's not, it's not. And so that I take great comfort in that as a near-death experiencer, that these are just how our stories play out, and there's a peace with death when it comes, when it's meant to. It's just, it wasn't meant to at that moment for you or for me or for those who've had them. And perhaps we're all part of this greater awakening, because modern medicine is bringing so many of us back, and there's so many of us now at a time when perhaps it's needed. Like that's, a thought that I've thought about many times. Like someone might connect with your story, but then they might not connect with someone else's story. And so it's like all these variety of stories are out there for the right people to gravitate to. And that's part of why I do this summit, is I want a diversity of voices, a diversity of stories from all walks of life, all ages, to really just bring these near-death experiences forward.
Yeah, I think that's exactly right. And I think putting ego aside and just sharing with each other and helping each other along the way, along the path. Because my feeling is, you know, if I was shown something that's so insightful and so valuable, and if I fall short of reflecting that love or reflecting that truth, then I'm not worthy of returning here to have the privilege of sharing with others. But so for me, it's just joy, and it gives me gratitude to be able to share in as much truth and light as I can. It's fulfilling for me. It helps me to get that full little buzz and fulfillment that I had standing in front of the light, the creator, just that overwhelming feeling that makes the back of your head tingle and your stomach flutter.
One of the panelists, Ingrid Honkala, said we are all creating a huge wave of consciousness like a tsunami. And I love that. That is kind of what we're all doing. We're gonna break at some point. Humanity's gonna get it. And they're gonna be like, oh yes, the light, the oneness, the all, we're all in this together. I do believe that. Could you tell me a little bit more about your meditation practice and how you stay balanced, and really maybe even give some tips for people in these times to stay more balanced?
My meditation practice, it wasn't any formal meditation routine. It was just the week after my death, I had lived in Tokyo for a while, working as a model, doing TV commercials and stuff, and I learned over there a little bit of just some mantra position and holding my hands with the palms up and just focusing on my breath. But the main thing was I knew where I wanted to put my soul back to and to connect to, and I just looked towards the cloud, and then finally it happened. Tears began to stream down, and I was in that meditative state, and I felt connected with my higher power again. And then that's when I began to see the energy dancing across the sky. And over the years, I've just relied on just meditative prayers for myself. It doesn't have to be seated in, for me, myself, I don't need to be seated in a special position, but I just take time multiple times out of the day just to express gratitude to God and to think of others. And really, that's really my practice. That really helps me. And we've been through a lot of tough times in our life. I've almost lost 2 sons from drug addiction, but I'm so thankful and grateful. I'm so grateful that both of them are here with me and thriving now. The oldest one that I start out talking about in the book on his deathbed, he just graduated from film school in London. He's like coming up on 9 years clean and sober. And so I'm so proud of him. And then his younger brother had become a national DJ and went out on tour and everything. And he was so adamant that he wasn't going to get mixed up in drugs, but it hit him too. And he surrendered, and we were able to get him into recovery and treatment centers, months and months worth, and help him. And he's doing really well now. So my wife's an angel, really, because she's had me as a former addict, and then her 2 sons that have gone through it. I asked her if she wanted to come on camera with me. She's like, no way. But she's really an angel, and she heads up my nonprofit, recoveryangel.org, and because she's become an expert in this field, and she's like, she's been tested so much, but she's never lost her faith in helping her boys get treatment, or helping anybody that calls get treatment, or talking to any mothers or fathers that are going through it. We've talked to a couple this week that she's really plays the lead on that.
And that oneness that you experienced in your near-death experience, like that oneness in action is that kind of thing, whether it's working in recovery and helping people, whether it's working in hospice, whatever it is, leading meditation groups. I know that many of us feel like drawn to help others. Like that is that's the ultimate mission, I think, of most near-death experiencers, whether it's just helping with the story, but that love and action is important. Is that something you saw from the other side?
Yes, absolutely. You know, it's interesting. I've got introduced to a few people. One is Dr. Stephen Jaffe, who is one of the foremost leaders in adolescent recovery field. He read my book. I gave him the advanced reader copy, and he was just fascinated and blown away by it. And he's wrote an amazing review about it, and you know, just fascinated about my near-death experience story. And then he told me about his book and his research book. It's called Sacred Connections. He did a study and studied several adolescents that had come to the place of recovery, and it was all of them had a common thread of some type of spiritual connection that happened for them. And it was fascinating. So I've got his book. Just want to hold it up. Sacred Connections, and it's he's just an amazing man. He works with young adolescents and just really helps with recovery. And so I was really happy to see him really expressing that key component of spirituality. For one individual, it's like one story in his book, it was a drug addict, I think a meth addict or something, that was in a Walmart, and he was ready to start using drugs again or something, but it was a key moment, or he was on the drugs, and then he heard his mother's favorite song play over the loudspeaker, and he knew it was God telling him. And that was the moment that he surrendered, he went in. But it was just, some of the stories are just kind of cute things like that. And I know for my older son, Colin, when he really surrendered to go into treatment, it was just kind of a God wink too, where him and my wife were at this random gas station over in some section of Atlanta, some random place. And his former sponsor was at that same gas station. And he and my wife were having a discussion. He wasn't going back into treatment and all that and stuff. And all of a sudden, he sees his former sponsor that he really looked up to, and God had put him right there for him. So there's a lot of spiritual paths and connection. And for me, writing this book and telling this story and making more connections every day is part of me helping with the pieces of the puzzle.
Yeah, writing a book puts you out there publicly in a way where you'll connect with people you haven't connected with before. Do you have any insights for people who are in denial about dealing with their addictions?
Oh, you know, the truth is so powerful that if you're going to get hit with the truth somehow, some way, that it's you can help lead others to it, to see it. But I'm not sure if I've gained enough insight to really encapsulate like a light switch that'll turn that on.
Well, just truth itself, as you said, is I think, you know, we near-death experiencers joke. I was pretty stubborn. I was an agnostic, and it took a near-death experience to get me there. And I think sometimes if it's not a spiritual experience, it's an experience in the physical that wakes someone up from denial, that, you know, we get slapped around in some way or another, whether it's a close call or a death or a car wreck or a marriage failing, or, you know, many different things that wake people up to what they're doing wrong, and so they have to face that. But you know, I've heard it said, and this resonates with me personally, I don't know if it resonates with you, that addiction is really a symptom of pain, you know, this unresolved pain. I think part of that pain for me was feeling disconnected from God. You know, part of that very pain was this loneliness, like, oh, here I am at college and everyone's having a great time and I have all these unresolved issues, and how do I fit in? You know, like there's a lot of pain that people go through.
It's a quest to fill that void. It's such a quest to fill that void, and that void is painful, and drugs can fulfill it for maybe momentarily, but then it becomes a much larger void that just kind of puts them into pain. I was thinking, you know, many of the heroin addicts and the fentanyl addicts that died, that their body actually ceases to function, and they're in that near-death state, but they get revived with the Narcan. Many of them, they don't have that full spiritual near-death experience. Some of them, I think the majority of them, from what I'm reading and understanding, is they're come back to life, but they were just kind of in a temporary coma, and they hadn't really traveled and stood in front of the Creator or felt that full-on near-death experience episode that I was able to be enlightened to. And so they go right back to using, even just immediately. And I know it's very frustrating for a lot of the first responders, because they'll see them the same over and over without having or not even realizing that they were so close to being zipped up in a body bag, but they were recovered with the Narcan treatment.
So you may or may not have insight on this, but this is a question that's been asked a few times in the chat, which is it possible, and you know, we can just theorize that we choose our addictions in a pre-birth life, you know, to work that out in this life as something we're going to work out. You know, is it possible that some people are longing for that deep connection with the spiritual, so they choose drugs as the way to, you know, get to that place?
It's funny, the choices we make. I know mine, I just felt like a like a young warrior as a wrestler. A wrestler has kind of a it's just kind of a certain type of mentality to take on opponents and things like that. And so when I discovered drugs, I wanted to take those on too, and I wanted to really explore the threshold and go to the edge on my tippy toes, I used to say, you know, where nobody else could really go and be strong enough to come back from. So I had that kind of makeup inside of me, where, you know, as a wrestler, I wanted to work hard. The work ethic was just incredible, because, you know, there was no stone to be unturned as a wrestler. You'd run, you'd lift, and they're known as like the most hardest working athletes. And but then I transferred that obsessiveness into my drug use too. So the obsessiveness had gone both ways: positive obsessiveness, and then the negative. So part of my research and the things that I'm trying to bring to light, my business is privatetraining.com, and I'm trying to work with professionals in the recovery industry, because there's a lot of charlatans we've discovered as we've sent loved ones to recovery centers, and just there for the money, 30 grand a month, or just incredible fees. And so I'm trying to do something to bring positive addiction into these treatment centers to whoever's receptive. And there's one angel we met named John Clark, who's with he's a addiction counselor in North Carolina, and he helped save my younger son. And he's very receptive. So I'm hoping to do something with him where I bring in the positive addiction that I've been able to bring into my own life through wellness and physical activity. And in the sport of wrestling, I went back into wrestling. I won my world championship. So that was a big part of the book. So in '84, I was Olympic hopeful, had lost all hope. In '85, I died. And then finally, I won my world championship in wrestling. So that's kind of a subchapter, kind of a coda of the book. And it was kind of a moment which some people cry when they tell me they read that final chapter, because I give a tribute to my father, and I held his flag on the podium over in Poland as they played the national anthem. And there was a flag he was buried with in the national cemetery. And so there's a lot to my story, and I hope to kind of add and help others with recovery, and just kind of a spiritual awareness, and just to open their faith, and to kind of open their mind to all possibilities, and to really open their hearts for love for one another, and to kind of forget selfishness and to think about us as one spirit, all looking to fill the void with the light of the Creator.
Well, John, I love that, because that shows that all of us can win the battles of the heart. So that's absolutely amazing, because sometimes we think, oh, I cannot do it, it's impossible. And look at your testimony. It can be done no matter where we are.
Thank you so much. Yes. And just from the heartwarming responses and messages I get from text or different message portals, and it's been so rewarding, just the lives that I've touched so far with my story, Wrestling with Angels, because I know, Tricia, you mentioned, why do we sometimes you put yourself out there in a book, it's there for everybody to judge. And I'm at the point in my life where I'm not afraid to be judged. I've made my mistakes along the road, but I'm just, I'm loved. I feel loved. I'm loved by my family, and I'm loved by my Creator. And that's really the most important thing. And I know that love is there for everybody.
Yeah, such a good point. And I do want to say that it's really kind of fascinating, how this summit came together, how I found you, and how a lot of times we find each other through the near-death experience Facebook group. There's 30,000 people on that group. And, you see someone's story, you comment, and I think I saw a little bit about your story on that group. And have groups like that help you assimilate some of your experience reading other near-death experiences, or what was your journey with that?
Well, the first time I think I got the internet, I was a trainer in Los Angeles in '99. I set up my AOL account, and the first place I went was to try to explore and find other near-death experiencers, and I found that group. The group that was studying near-death experience. I kind of submitted just a little bit about my story. I never heard back of it, but there was not that forum to go to. And I found Ned's group, and I liked Ned's group, but I never wrote too much about my own experience because I wanted to wait and put it all together in a book where I had it all the way that I wanted, because of that frustration of trying to tell my story in bits and pieces became very frustrating for me. So putting it in the book, and I think the format that I did, I'm very happy with the work there, and I think it stands on itself, and I'll always be able to refer to that and now speak in bits and pieces because I can always refer people back to my overall story.
Did you feel healing and release in writing about some of these situations? Because I know that writing itself and speaking itself is sometimes it's an energy that we put out. It's a broadcast, but it's also healing on some level.
Oh, it's cathartic. There was one Hollywood client that read my book, and he's like, John Hanrahan. He contacted me. We hadn't spoken, I think, 10 years or so. John Hanrahan, I thought I knew you. I only knew 10% of John Hanrahan. I read your book and now I know the other 90%. You had an amazing, amazing life. Why did you never tell me? And, because I couldn't tell my whole story. And when I was training him as one of my PT clients in Hollywood, I wanted to make the session all about helping him. And I didn't want to burden them with my story, but I always prayed for those individuals, and I always tried to exude my energy through them with my hands-on stretch that ends every session, where I put my energy through to my clients and the loved ones.
Beautiful. And I'm going to leave you with this last question. You can answer it in many different ways, but this is from someone who's watching. But what do you think happens to the addicted people who leave and die, transition, and they haven't dealt with their addiction yet? And then what do you say to the families who have lost people? What is the grief counseling work that you do? So it's kind of a two-part question.
Yeah, I hadn't dealt with it. I died, and I hadn't dealt with it, and I was embraced and I was loved. So that's part of my message to others. And that specific question is that your loved one is loved. I wasn't worthy of that full embrace that I felt and that full fulfillment. I mean, but it was there for me, and it was not going to wear off. It was timeless, and it was where I had yearned to be. So my feeling is your loved one is in a good place, in that all fulfilling place. And it's when it's the outlook I had when my sons were dealing with the addiction too, that I knew I could lose them any day. I still could if they relapsed. You know, I've had one that was in a coma and near death, and both of them near death, and so it's a message that hits home with me, that I know that, you know, our time here on earth is limited, and we just have to have faith. And so my reminder is, if you feel that your prayers went unanswered and your loved one did die and didn't return, please don't give up on your prayers, because they were seen, and it's just may be that they're relieved of their suffering and they're fulfilled in an all-loving place. And that's where I was. I was in an all-loving place, and I asked that my loved ones not suffer, and so I'm here to tell others that. And so that's part of my reason for returning.
Beautifully said. And there's the afterlife of Billy Fingers is about a woman who she connects with her brother who was an addict and died in the afterlife. And I think it's very healing. His soul he chose that for some reason, and he was very adventurous on the other side and went very far. I realized my father's addiction when he died. He died of brain cancer, but I did realize, you know, certain things about his life when he died. And you know, he was met with love. Everyone goes through an extended life review, and it's an education. It's their soul. The way I see it as a medium working in that realm is, we just are uplifted. We're educated. We see how, oh, I could have made different choices and it would have affected, you know, people in this way. And love is all that I take with me. So if I go back, if I'm reincarnated, you know, I'll do it differently. It really just seems like this education is what I felt from him.
Yeah, absolutely.
I don't
That's
know
a
where
good
you
point.
are. You I don't know what your thoughts are on that, but there's also the organization Helping Parents Heal. I don't know if you've heard of it, for parents who have lost kids.
No, I haven't heard of that, but I know those kind of groups are very, very important and valuable. And
Yeah.
I'd like to kind of send my message to those groups as well, just to know that your loved one has been embraced and loved, and don't give up on prayer, because God has a plan for each of us.
Yes. So at the end here, remind people where they can get your book. I know it's available on Amazon. Is it an Audible as well yet?
Yeah, it's an audio book, and it's on Kindle, and it's on Amazon, it's on Barnes and Noble, it's on all the places, and my site, johnhanrahan.com. Oh, this was an ad. That was an ad I was in for Swatch Watch back in the 80s. It was a woman's hand face. So and these are my boys on the back cover. My precious boys. But yeah, it's at johnhanrahan.com.
Awesome.
And, my fitness site is privatetraining.com.
Well,
and then the nonprofit is recoveryangel.org.
Oh, thank you.
We're trying to do some good work with that.
Well, thank you for talking today, and just enjoy being out there and connecting with people. It's a wonderful journey, but thank you, John.
Thank you. Great being with you guys. Thank you.
Yes. Bye.
Bye now.
All right. Well, I am going to shut down this recording for John, and we're transitioning to our next speaker. But before we do, I just want to thank people for being here today and for being a part of this. I've looked over at the chat, and it's just so much fun to see people engaging. And don't forget to ask questions to the last three speakers. So we have Silvia Isachsen, my friend, coming up next, who I'm very excited to chat with. And Robert Kopecky, and then we're ending the day with Jim Bruton's experience. And so really we're at the last 3 hours of this event. And thank you for, I've noticed people who are watching for free have made donations to my site. Thank you so much. That means a lot, you know, that support. I'm broadcasting from a hotel room because there was construction outside my place and there was rain here this morning, but praise God, we have not been kicked offline and everything is just going as planned. It's just wonderful. And that's kind of my transition to my next speaker, which is Silvia. So Silvia Isachsen and I met a few years ago, and you know, she has been such a champion of my work, and I have felt like so emboldened by her advice and what she has encouraged me to do. When I first met her, I didn't even know how to make a thumbnail for YouTube. So if you started with my channel early on, then you might have just seen like a weird face where here I am, you know, like I had this, and this to pick from. And I didn't know you could actually get a little thumbnail and add this to your video. I didn't know that I just didn't know so much about technology. And so she talked to me in an early conversation about how she sees things in technology, but in this form of spirituality, you know, like she sees how the inner workings of things and how they all work together and come together. And I got this little glimpse of her mind and I thought, wow, we think so differently, but we can really help each other. And we have these different ways of being, but I'm so inspired by her messages. She has a new book out called Downloads from Heaven, and I have heard some of these dreams and some of these experiences that she talks about, but I am going to let you, Silvia, introduce yourself and talk a little bit about your book and also the summit and then your plans going forward.
Great. Thank you, Trisha. And I'm so honored to be here. Thanks so much for manifesting this whole summit, this whole event. Thank you. And also thank you, Ingrid, for all the work behind the scenes. I don't know if anybody knows, but Ingrid is typing away, getting your questions. So I'm really happy to be here. And there's something I want to remind you of in the early days when we met on November 10th, 2017. I was on the telephone with Trisha, and I was on Messenger, and I received a telephone call that my mother had died. And I know it's a big way to start this, but how profound was it that I was on the telephone with Trisha, or I got that call when I was with Trisha, and my mother passed away. And I remember just wanting to fall to my knees and feeling very emotional about it, but how the angels are so good to me and to all of us, where they had me speaking with somebody who's had a near-death experience, who could help me through this one moment in time. Do you remember that, Trisha?
I definitely remember it. And I remember it as this moment where I was like, oh, I can handle this. Like, this is meant to be. It was this meant to be moment where, you know, I stayed with you because I understood the shock, but I was also so relieved at how you processed your mother's death and how it really gave you energy and momentum in life, as if from the other side, she was beginning to assist you in a way that maybe she didn't assist in life. It was really fascinating to watch.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely. Okay, so what I've done is I've put together a series of my dreams that I'm going to dispense here in chronological order, because my intention today is to show you that even though I absolutely honor and love the near-death experiencers, love them so much, I've grown and learned so much, you can also have transformative experiences in forms of dreams. You can have them in your meditations. Those are the ways that I have, and maybe in the chat you can share with us other ways that you've had transformative experiences. And I want to make a distinction. Oftentimes people will say, well, those were dreams. But in fact, the way you know it's a transformative experience is when you can remember every single detail of the experience. And it comes to you, even though it happened 20 years ago, you remember it like it's just happened today. So one of the things that my dreams, transformative experiences have done for me is they've helped me to grow spiritually, to learn lessons, which I'm going to go through each dream and what lesson that I learned, and maybe you also can resonate with that. So it all started off with my very first dream when I was 8. I dreamt of my grandfather. And my grandfather was right there. I had come home from school, fell asleep on the couch for some reason, and there he was. And I had never met my grandfather before, and he was standing there and he was speaking to me in Italian. Keep in mind, at that time, I didn't know a word of Italian, but I noticed that his mouth wasn't moving. And that's one of the telltale signs that you're using telepathy to communicate. So my grandfather told me, I'm sorry that I missed you, that I didn't get to meet you on Earth, and that I love you so much. And so that dream was a validation dream for me that things were going to start. And in between then and the next one, of course, I had other dreams, but the one that comes to mind was when I was 15. So at 15, you know, there's a lot of choices that you can make in your life. And, you know, you might choose to the right path or the wrong path. But I believe that all of us have come down here to fulfill a purpose and to fulfill a path. And it was very interesting. It was another validation dream because I lived in the city. I knew nothing about wild animals. And here was the dream. I had on a turquoise outfit, a skirt and a top, and I was running, just, you know, hanging out with friends, running. And then suddenly a wild boar, yes, a wild boar chased me down, stepped on my skirt, and I fell. And there was a bit of blood. And then I turned to the wild boar in fear. And then the wild boar said, and by the way, it takes me a lot of courage to talk about this. This is the first time I'm divulging all of these dreams besides my book. And he said to me, now that you have tasted the path of corruption, which path will you choose? And I thought, you know, when I woke up, I thought, first of all, what's a wild boar? And it came very clear to me, those words. So that helped me understand that this was coming from something beyond anything I'd ever dreamed up or imagined before. How is it possible? And the question was I going to choose a path where the potential was there to do things that weren't in my best interest for this life path? Or was I going to choose the one? It was like a reminder of what I was going to choose for my life. And next, I had at 19, I didn't even know I was pregnant, and I had a dream. And by the way, if you have any questions, feel free to ask and I'll answer them about each of the dreams. But I had a dream that an angel came to me and said, you are with child. Everything is going to be okay. Don't worry. And she showed me my child, my first child, in increments. It was like a video. And she showed me all the way up till he was 3 years old and got his first tooth. And of course, I was like shocked. The first thing I did when I got up is went to go get a test done. And sure enough, I was pregnant. And as a young mother, I was very worried. And I was also an unwed mother. And in my Catholic background, that was probably not the best case scenario. And even though I'd only been in this relationship, I never even thought about having a child. I wasn't worried anymore because that was my angels reassuring me that it was going to be okay, reassuring me that my baby was going to be okay. And I recall them saying, this child is appointed to you. And then they showed me in that dream and they pointed to another child, a smaller baby and a fairer baby. And they said, and that child may be. So as you can imagine, as a young adult, these dreams were like mind blowing. And, you know, you, as a child and a young person, you question, is this true? And that's why it's very important when people are sharing information with you with sincerity and depth, that, at the very least, listen. And, all of these people who have come forward with their near-death experiences, they really are brave, because a lot of people question all of their experiences. So kudos to you guys for all showing up. And then,
Can I
yes,
stop in and ask a question?
sure.
I love what you said about when you remember the dream so vividly, you know that it's real. There's also usually an energy sensation to it, like maybe it's healing, or you felt great love, or you felt great wisdom. Do you feel into those dreams and they have a different energy to them?
Well, Trisha, it's amazing that you asked that question, because it's actually been a progression. So these were my earlier dreams where they just showed up. As my dreams continued, I was interacting and I was actually going places with my angels. They took me places, and I've had experiences, one with Jesus, two with God, and I'm going to go through these. Yeah, absolutely. To me, I know 110% this really happened, and ideally that's all that matters, because this is my life and I'm living and I'm listening to God. And I've had enough dreams to know that there is an afterlife, there is a life right now, and God's with us right now. So another dream that I had was once when I was very busy. I was the CEO of a company, and I was really getting into myself. My ego was very strong at this time. I was in my 30s and I was doing really well. And then suddenly I had a dream that I was in Cuba and I was driving this kind of a Chevy car. And, a lot of times when you have dreams about vehicles, that's representative of your body. So I was driving this car and I had to get somewhere real quick, and I felt very important about myself. And this child was in front of me, and the child was kind of disheveled and dirty faced and everything. And I was like, come on, shoo. And that's not like me, by the way. That's not characteristic of me. And I shooshed the child, and the child would not move. And it just kept looking at me. And so I got out of my car, and suddenly on the side vision on an angle was another woman, and she was very proper. And she came and floated straight in front of me. And she said, until you realize that that child, you and me are one, you're not going anywhere. And so I was like, when I woke up, I'm like, what does that mean? What are you talking about? And now, as time has evolved, I understand what that means. That's the unification of my identity, and that we're all connected, and that we really can't get ahead in life alone, and that we are unified, and that we need to support one another. And Ingrid's even talked about this as that we are all connected. So really nobody's advancing any more than other people. That's why it's very important to love everyone and have everybody's best interest in your heart and in your mind, because we are one. We're living individual lives, but we're responsible for one another. I've also had dreams where I find myself in a past life. And one of them, I was in a place that I called Deutschland. I looked down at my shoes. I had wooden shoes on. I looked up, picket fence, windmill. And I remember being very happy in that life. And I remember my name was Helen Van Buren. And it was the most fascinating dream. And I'm excited to share these dreams with you, because there are a variety of different dreams. And by the way, if you're wondering if you can experience that, you can through prayer and meditation. The distinction is prayer, you're asking; meditation, you're listening. You can pray to connect with your inner self, your higher self, the light, your souls that have departed. You can pray and ask for that. However, in return, you must be a vessel of lightness and authenticity and trying your very best. You have to be open and peaceful for that. Another dream that I had was when I was a little bit older, and I had a bad habit, for me, I think it was, of smoking. And I carried in the street.
So Sylvia, you've frozen for just a second. I think there's a Wi-Fi connection problem. This happens. If you can hear me, we'll just say a little prayer that the connections become stronger, because anytime we're talking about energy and anytime we're talking about spirituality, this happens sometimes. If it is heightened, there's a lot of questions coming in for you about these dreams. And so one thing that's kind of interesting while we wait for Sylvia to come back, Ingrid, let's talk about this idea of how many angels are with us, do you think?
Wow, infinite. In my experience, Trisha, I was in this place where the first time I started to see beings of light is like if I am in a universe, like if I am stepping in the whole universe and I'm just completely surrounded. It was hundreds and hundreds of lights. So,
Oh,
yeah,
cool.
yeah.
Hopefully I'm back. I don't know.
You are back now. Yeah, and we were just saying that it's fine because there's all these questions flooding in for you too. So
Okay.
I don't know if
Yes,
you I don't know if you want any of them or
Yeah,
if you want to
sure.
wait till the end.
Anyone's. I just wanted to fill the hour with, love.
Yeah, so what do you think the boar represented?
Well, I have thought about that. And I think the boar was there meant to show me that this, just like me talking with my grandpa and his mouth was closed, I think later on in life, I recognized the significance that these were elements that I was not aware of before. I never knew about a boar. I never even seen a boar, nor was I interested. I was a teenager having fun, and we had just started going out to parties and drinking, and I could see that my life was moving on a trajectory. And I think the boar represented, hey, what are you going to do? Which one are you going to do? So, yeah. Any other questions?
Yeah, like Ingrid and I were just chatting as you were frozen, like a reader asked how many angels are with us, and Ingrid was talking about, many. There can be so many. And I've seen, the streets flooded with angels. A lot of times I think I see 2 around most people, but you can call in more. What's been your experience with them?
Well, I find that there are angels that stay with me all the time, like especially right now. I want to just show you something. I've got a bowl full of feathers. I find them every day, and I know my angels are with me. Hopefully you can still see me. And at the same time, I want to say something that might be a little controversial. I think even we act and have the opportunity to act as angels, because basically angels are beings that have the intention of love and helping. And it is my goal to spread the word that you can participate and that you don't have to be a victim. And if you can, pull up the power within you, you can actually do angel work here right on earth. Yeah,
Love that. And there's some people who say like angel training camp, they hold courses for that, but maybe we're transitioning to it. And we began the summit with David Ditchfield's painting of Kate Moss and how he saw her as an angel instead of how the tabloids put her in that light. So yeah, just putting that idea out there is a beautiful idea, that maybe more of us are transitioning to that work than we might realize.
And of late, I moved to a different place that has more nature. I had a very strong desire to connect with nature. Nature balances me. Nature makes me feel connected to my source. And I finally was able to do that. And now when I meditate in the mornings, it's not only in my dreams that I'm having these communications with angels, but I'm actually communicating in broad daylight in my meditation. And I do it outside. And one of them was related to my mother. So I had a turbulent relationship, just like many people do here. And, I interviewed somebody who had an extreme case of it. And what happens is when you have a turbulent relationship with your mother, it's very profound, and you you're angry because you want to have that great relationship and you can't. So I carried I judged. And so clearly God wanted to show me something different. So I went into my meditation and I was, praying, and I said, why did that have to be this way? And suddenly my mother showed up as a young woman, and beside her was the energy of God. And he said to me, do you see this child of mine? And I said, yes, I do. And he said, that's my daughter. And I said, and then he said, you are my daughter. And I gave her free will. It's not up to you to decide or to judge. You need to live your life and fulfill your duties and fulfill your life and allow her to move forward, and you move forward too. And he said, as soon as you stop trying, you, meaning all of us, stop trying to impose our will on others, we will feel less pain and less friction in life.
Beautiful. And I want to get back to where you were cut off. You were talking about a really profound dream. That's probably what hit the Wi-Fi. If you want to go back to that particular dream, I'd like to hear more of it. I think the listeners are saying they would too.
Which one was that one?
Was it the smoking one? I think it
was.
was.
Yes, that one. Yes. Okay.
Yes.
So I was going down the hallway. I was looking for these cigarettes, and I'm not proud of that moment, but I was. And suddenly these beings, these bouncy ball beings were around. And I was like, what are you guys? And it occurred to me that they were beings. I'm looking and they were bouncing around, two of them. And they said, you need to go see the lady. And I said, no, I need to go down. I'm busy right now. And then they said, no, you need to come see the lady. So suddenly I was shifted from the hallway to the right, where I was at a swimming pool, and I saw one of my loved ones in the pool flailing as though to drown. And when of course I went to jump in straight away, and there was a force field where I couldn't get through. And I was panicking because I wanted to get in that water and save that loved one. And then shifted to the right again. And there was the most amazing, huge angel, unlike what I thought. And the garments, layers of garments of purple and violet and lavender. And she looked at me and her face was somber. Some of my angels, and I'll tell you fun stories too here, but this angel, serious, very serious. And she said to me, I said, look, I know that you are important, and I will speak to you, but first I need to save that person. And then she said, you can't, because you're dead. And I fell straight down into this abyss of nothing. And it was like my stomach dropped. And as I was falling, I heard her say, it makes me feel emotional. She said, you decided, to smoke and you died, and now you can't help that person. And it was a lesson. It was a lesson for me, of selfishness, and how I was choosing not to think of my life as a vehicle for helping others and to be resourceful, but instead what was wrong in my life and how I was going to placate it with all manner of, how should we say, choices that weren't optimum choices. And I believe, looking back at it, that was a very stern reminder of why I was here. I wasn't here to just fulfill all of my whims. I was here to be helpful and instrumental. And it took me a long time to have the courage to come and talk about this. I just want you to know, I tried to hide it. I tried to deny it, and I couldn't deny it anymore.
So this is really interesting to me. It's kind of like a life review while you're in life.
Yeah, that's exactly how it feels. And they're showing me those things. And yeah.
There's a question from people, if you would like it. Is there a difference between the realms we visit in dreams and where we go after death? Or is this, like a boundary that we're kind of exploring?
I've asked myself that question, but I believe Jesus, when he said, in my Father's house are many mansions and dimensions. So I believe that consciousness is so big that we can't wrap our head around it. So where have I been? I've been in places that feel like heaven, where Jesus held me in a river and washed away. Of late, this happened, washed away and healed me. I've been in caves talking to angels where they've given me gold. I've been in so many different places. I've been where there's big buildings. I've astral traveled into space. So where is heaven? Well, I want to share what I think where heaven is. Heaven is every moment in time and space of where you're at, and you can make it that way. I don't think you're going to get a get free card. I want to say get free out of jail, but get free out of jail card. Wherever you are is where you're at, and you can be in utmost peace and with God together. You don't have to die. You can do it right here, right now. And you know, someone else in a different dimension thinks that this dimension is, ooh, wow. So speaking of dimensions, in one of my connections with my angels, they showed me how we are here on earth because it is blue and green and has water, and that is healing. Those are healing colors. And they are for us who have compulsions and cycles of loops of where we go into self-fixation and compulsion, no matter what it is, whether it's relationships, whether it's food, whether it's in being a victim, whether it's in smoking, drinking, whatever. It doesn't even have to be what we think is wrong, but if something is triggering you to go in a vicious loop, know this: you're here to be healed. And this is a biggie. So this was real new to me. I went into my meditation, and this was during the same time. And I said, well, God, you know, show me, help me understand. He said, Sylvia, I'm going to answer a question that you've never asked me with your lips, but is on your heart. And I was like, I said, okay, tell me. He said, you want to know where I am? I said, I do, God. I do want to know where you are. And he said, you keep looking for me in so many places, but I want to tell you where I am. I'm in the beating hearts of all living beings. I'm in the trees. I'm in the water. I'm right here. I'm never away from you. And that's when I realized that I was holding God arm's length away. And I was holding everybody arm's length away, because as you move into this world and you take things personal and you become a victim of circumstances, whether it's somebody said something, somebody did something, you think that, you know, Ingrid and Trisha and everyone is not God. They are. Their beating hearts is God beating their hearts. And as soon as we start to love each other, care for one another, find joy in one another, put each other together, that's why Jesus said, love one another as you love yourself. That he didn't say it just be good. He's telling you the key and the answer to life and the universal question, where's God? And it's in one another.
So much beauty in what you say. Two things: near-death experiencers are told many times. I was told directly, go to nature. Do you think that's why we're told to go to nature? Because of, that's one of the reasons, the healing colors and.
Absolutely. Well, nature is God's gift to us, and we are a part of nature. And as we walk through nature, our vibration is healed. Our vibration is healed when we connect to the earth and the sky, when we hear birds sing, when we see trees. I mean, think about this, even logistically speaking. If this is too woo for you, think about this. Without trees, we don't have oxygen and we cannot breathe. Everything is one big circle. And when you walk and your feet pass on the earth, you are energizing your life force, and your life force is connected with spirit and with God and with nature. Nature is a gift from God for us to remind us, to let us know that he's here all the time. It never goes away, unless of course we decide to be compulsive and do all kinds of strange things. Yeah.
But I've seen people come into balance and into greater health. And there's been studies around that, kids in inner cities taken just on hikes and they become more balanced. And I've seen students, if I take them out for 15 minutes to go meditate, they just have a different way of being once they're outdoors. Like, it literally shifts energy.
I want to share a dream about my father. So my father passed away 25 years ago. And when he passed away, I did have an inkling about spirituality all the time. But I didn't dream about my dad for 1 week when he died. And I thought, my dad really loved me. I know that if the other side is true, he will come to me. And I was kind of hoping and praying for my father to come to me because I was close to him. And after a week, I was a bit discouraged. And then suddenly I had a dream where he was sitting on my sectional couch. He was facing away like this. And he didn't have an expression on his face. And I thought, wow, he looks young. He looked like he was 35. He had jet black hair. He looked very handsome sitting there and very healthy. And I was like, hey, Dad. And then suddenly he turned to face me. And I remembered that he passed away from cancer. And my father looked very worn the last time I saw him, worn from cancer. And I start to sob uncontrollably. I mean, that cry from my gut and my soul. Dad, you died, and don't you remember? And he said, stop. And of course, he wasn't talking with his mouth. It was telepathically. And I said, why, Dad? Don't you remember? He goes, Silvia, every time you cry and you mourn me in this deep way that you're doing, I have to keep coming back to earth. And he said, I have a lot of work to do here. And you need to understand that you need to grow up now. And this is your life. And you need to take responsibility for you, your children. And you can't just cry. I have work to do. And then he showed me a sunshine. And he said, you see the sunshine, Silvia? I said, yes, Dad. He said, each ray is a being. And I haven't left you. I've just gone back into the sun. And you are the ray, and you need to shine. And this is your life, and you need to do this. I'm always with you. I'm always a part of you. And then after that, subsequently, I understood that I had made amends with the paternal part of my being. That was my coming of age, where I understood I needed to take care of myself. And later, when my mother passed away, I recognized the coming of the union of my maternal self and my responsibility to love and care for my family, for my earth sisters and brothers. And this was my responsibility. It wasn't somebody else's, it was mine.
So there's so many, you just wouldn't believe how many questions are coming in for you, Sylvia. There's just like so many. So here's one of the later ones. Do you find that you have different types of dreams, some where you visit some other place, a result of your dinner? Are you always going away spiritually? Like what, if you had to categorize all the different dreams, like how would you do that?
Well, I can't categorize them, but I can tell you I've had one very different dream, well, quite a few different dreams. So this one particular dream was really out there. So hold on to your chairs. So I went to sleep like any other night, and I dreamt that I was in a kind of like underground airport. And I got on this vehicle and I was moving. And it takes all the courage I have to tell you this dream, but it's so profound. I think it will transform you. And I got on a vehicle with about 6 others, and we went through space and time so fast that they said, I felt nauseous. And they said, Sylvia, don't worry, it'll only be a couple of minutes. So I went through this nauseous period, and they took me through the galaxy and through different galaxies. And they showed me one system where there were 2 suns. And I was like, how can there be 2 suns? Like we only have one. They said, no, Sylvia, this is a different place. And they showed me around the universe. And then they ended that dream with showing me the shape of the universe. And I was like, okay, no one's going to believe me. They said, here's how it is. Okay. I said, well, first, let me tell you, I said, you know, guys, I need to tell you, I'm very worried about the earth. People need to recycle. People need to care about the earth. People are tearing down trees. And they laughed. And I said, this is not funny. You know, I said, this is not funny. And they said, Sylvia, look, here's how it works. You know, the black hole, there are black holes throughout the universe because it needs to recreate itself. If it weren't for black holes, this universe and all the material, and by the way, God loves planets like he loves us too, they told me. So the universe has to recycle, just like when we pass, we're recycling into something new. And they said the entire universe is the shape of the infinity. And I thought, how obvious is that? We know what the shape of infinity, and that is a black hole, where all the material, they told me specifically that the force of gravity is love, and it pulls all materials to it. And there's another force that repels and pushes it away, and it goes through the loop until it meets the narrow part, everything meets, and then the big bang happens, and then it goes back around and it just keeps going. And they said, and on top of that, this is not the only universe, there are other universes, and they work on different principles. You are in a universe where the principles work like they do here, and black holes have a key role in how it functions. So keep in mind, this was before they even photographed a black hole. My mind was blown. The first thing I did when I woke up is look up every physicist that I knew that I could mention. Nobody replied. I tried to talk to my husband about it, and he's a lovely person, but he's like, this is too much. And I learned at that point that I probably shouldn't share those dreams.
It's an interesting one, though, that that particular one. There's probably theorists who will jump in and start talking about that at some point, but it makes sense, that if our energy changes, why wouldn't all of this planet's energy change and go through rebirth and death? It's an interesting possibility. So there is so many questions coming in. Do you have any advice for people who feel like they're failing massively at life?
Absolutely. There's one piece of advice I always tell myself. When I can't manage what's going on here, I put it on pause and I help someone else. I put it on pause and help someone else, because that when I help someone else, it allows God and the angels to work through me to understand. And generally speaking, actually specifically speaking, there's always a lesson in helping that person that helps me with my problem. Believe me, I have felt pain beyond belief, where I feel like, oh my God, I can't take any more of this. However, I go back to what I was told, and that is, if you want to help yourself, help somebody else. And that's my piece of advice to you. And to understand, I don't want to hurt anybody's feelings here, but that dream about the selfishness, we are prone as humans to become self-absorbed in our pain and in our situations where we think possibly, please don't be upset that we think we're the only ones, but in fact, we're here as an entire unit learning similar lessons. You could really count on two hands how many primary lessons as human beings that we're learning. And so we're here together. And if you want to just put your pain on pause for a moment, ask God to heal and your angels to be there for you and work through you so that you can learn the lesson.
So here's another question for you. Someone asks, is there a Satan, or is that a concept invented by humans?
Thank you for asking me. Okay, so I had a dream about this too. So I feel like I got an entire library full of dreams. And in this particular dream, this is what happened. It all starts a little bizarre, to be honest. I was carrying a house on my shoulders, and I'm not sure what that meant. It was an entire house. Okay, so then what happened was I found myself in front of my friend, and we were talking, and then a force came and picked me up. Keep in mind, I like to stay on the side of the light. I believe in angels. I feel protected. However, this force was powerful. It threw me into the sky so fast and so hard that I thought to myself, if I hit the ground, I'm going to die. I mean, there's no way I can survive falling from this throw up in the sky. And then boom, I came. And just before landing, a spirit came to me and said, did you feel that? I feel like I don't want to say this. I don't want to be judged for it, but they said that is the force of evil. I said, really? They said, everyone wants to put evil into the devil and they want to personify it into the devil. However, what evil is, Silvia, is it is the accumulation of all bad thoughts and bad deeds into one cloud, one dark energy that floats around, and people who are susceptible and weaker of mind and spirit are open accidentally to that energy. And therefore, it's extremely important. It's the small things that we do that add up to an accumulated dark vacuum and force of energy. We are personally responsible to think at our highest potential and to love at our and care at our highest potential, so that we can create the clarity around us and the energy around us. And that you know, of course, I'm not God, and I don't know everything. I know what was in my dream, and that was very real. And I now, every day, every time I try to get mad at someone or something, someone cut me off, I do not resent them. I do not want to contribute to that cloud of energy. I feel very personally responsible for this earth to do the best I can.
So there's so many questions. I don't know if I should just throw a couple at you and
Go,
you
girl.
decide which ones.
Just go, girl.
All right. How can we get in touch with their angels? Some people believe that maybe their grandparent is their angel and have taken on that role. Are they more guides? Is there a difference between guardian angels and guides?
Well, I believe there are hierarchies of different beings that are helping us. I know that, for example, my father and my mother right now is really helping me. She just passed on. So you have the discarnates, you have the archangels, you have, and the way that this order of things is that I want people to understand there is moving. You can grow spiritually. There is room for you to become more than what you are. And I believe that these beings who are doing more are doing through choice. They have learned lessons. They have put their ego aside. They have put their personal agendas aside, and they're here dedicated and committed. This is why we need to honor our angels and the people and energy and spirits around us, even people who are alive. People who put aside the ego and put aside selfish pursuits in order to help people move up and away from pain, up and away from compulsion, up and away from the things that cause grief. Ingrid, you could tell me, you could ask some more, or either one of you can ask more questions.
Yeah, Ingrid, you can jump in. That so many of them are coming in that it's kind of hard to keep up. But does this mean that our planet will die? So back to your dream about the infinity, does that mean that Earth will die?
Good question. So in order for everything to, they told me this, I'm not telling you this, they told me because I asked the same question. In order for things to be eternal, infinity, we must have the process of recycling. Otherwise, there would be stagnation and things would get old. Things don't get old in the universe. It is continually in a state of rebirth. If you think about this, and I've thought about this recently, hopefully you don't find this morbid, but when a woman, and this, I'm not, how do I put this? So if a woman is pregnant and she eats food, she's transmuting that food energy into the formation of another being, and the being is out. It's like when a black hole is pulling in all of the universe, the particles in the universe, the planets, and then a new area comes out. So everything is in a continual state of renewal, and we should be happy. I was sad at first. I was like, oh no, I'm going to die. The earth is going to die. The universe is changed, the galaxy. In fact, there's never a death. It's always transformation.
Fascinating. So then people are asking things like, does that help explain traumatic natural events like hurricanes, earthquakes, volcanoes?
Okay, so good question. Wow, you guys have some amazing questions, and here's the answer to this. Of course, by nature, the earth is going to change, and that's how it is. And it's that even tectonic plates, when you think about tectonic plates going underneath and new volcanoes bringing out earth, there's that element for sure that's going to happen. However, remember, we influence what's happening. If you recall, the First Nations people, they prayed for rain. They knew, I don't know if I'm on or, it was, they prayed for rain. And they knew that if they prayed for rain, rain would come. Why do you think they were praying for it in the first place? So they knew that we influence the environment. And these events that are occurring, for example, storms and hurricanes, they are happening because there's an imbalance in temperature. So if we do activities as human beings that are raising the temperature, then of course we are going to create more storms in addition to our energy. If we're fearful, if we're fighting, if we're against each other, all that energetic energy goes up. It's real. I can't tell you to what degree we are responsible for what's happening. I don't want to scare anybody, but we need to pull in our power and gather together so that we can pray and meditate for higher, better things.
So here's a couple more questions. When, okay, so if you dream of another world, does that world exist outside of your dream world? So do you think people who've dreamed of other planets or other existences might be picking up on something?
Right. One of the reasons why I admire near-death experiencers is because they've gone to one place and they've spoken to God or their loved ones, and that having had the experiences I have, I only have one fear, and that is I don't know which dimension I'm going to go to. However, like I can't tell you, you know, and I think that it's up to our thinking. Our thinking creates a vibration. So whatever you're thinking is where you're going. So you like what you think is what's going to happen. So if you are dreaming and imagining a world full of birds and trees and heaven and grass and all of those things, that's a good chance you're going to be transported to that place. All of these places exist simultaneously now. It's just, where do you want to go with your thoughts? And the truth is right here on earth too. You have an option of where you want to live, how you want to live, how you're going to act, how you're going to interact, and that reacts the response from the universe. And think of the word information. So we're in the information age. The word information. You think, you have information, and you put it out. And that's why manifesting is really big. You'll see people talking about manifestation, but unfortunately, some people who are manifesting are wishing and hoping and wishing and hoping. Manifestation works that you actually become the embodiment of it. Your thoughts are the embodiment of what you believe. I'm going to go to one more dream about worthiness. Okay, and then I'll answer more questions, and I'm sure I need to get off here soon. I had a dream that I went to a cave, and there were two angels. There was a male angel at the door, and there was a male-like angel at the door, and then there was another one that was beckoning me into the cave. There was gold everywhere, so much gold. It was amazing, gold, jewels, everything. And then what happened was the angel said, "This is all for you." And I was like stunned. And I said, "No, it can't be for me. I haven't done, and certainly have not done enough to have this much given to me." And then at that moment, the angel smiled at me, and I became aware of the fact that I didn't feel worthy to receive that gold. And the angel said, "Yes, God loves you, Silvia. This is just a little bit. God has so much for you and everybody. And you just got to know this, Silvia." Like she was trying to tell me, "You just got to know this." And I was like, "I'm trying." I mean, and then I start to smile and I start to think, "Oh my gosh, God does love me," you know, and that was the beauty. And then another dream very related to this.
Oh, I think we have another little hiccup in the communication. I think Silvia's stories, Silvia's dreams are so powerful. This is just beautiful. Let's see if
Their
stories are too powerful.
You're shutting down the internet. There's too much energy.
Yes.
Okay.
People are loving you so much, so much. There was nothing to be nervous about.
Thank you. Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay, so I'll just finish that dream off. And she asked me to come behind the curtain. It was a violet curtain, and the violet curtain was open. And then there was the two large diamonds. They were the most massive diamonds I've ever seen. I mean, I never seen anything like it. It's crystals. And I was like, oh my gosh. And she said, what do you think of these diamonds, Sylvia? And I said, they have a large circumference and they are very big. And she said, look deeper. What do you see? And I said, well, I see that they're fascinating, but I don't feel love emanating from them. And she said, exactly. She said, diamonds, gold, all those things are good, Sylvia. And we like to play with them and reward you here and other dimensions. But the most rewarding thing is love. And the most fulfilled you'll ever feel is in connection with love. And the way you can do it is through loving people and teaching people how to love. And that's it.
Powerful.
Boom, I'm sorry I broke the internet.
No. And we might break it again because one of the last questions is, can you talk more about Jesus?
Sure, absolutely. So like most people, I really didn't think I was going to have a connection with Jesus. I never expected it, God or Jesus. And I think that there was a level of, it goes back to worthiness, a little bit of fear of not being perfect. And when Jesus came to me and he talked to me and he held my hand and let me hear music, I was like in love with Jesus. I was like holding his hand. He said, everybody is here for you, Sylvia. And he took me to the river and he held me. And he allowed all my pain to go as the river was going from the top of my head. I even remember the direction. The river was coming and the water was going through, and he's like, I'm healing you. I love you. And he just seemed like such a loving force. And when I spoke to God, I was like, am I talking to you, God? Like, is this for real? Just love. And when other people talked about it before, I was like, oh yeah, sure, love and all. But when you experience it, it's beyond belief. You can't. And I feel about Jesus, I feel that Jesus was a master. He's a master. He wants us to live without pain. And that's why he came to say the things he did. He didn't come, this is my interpretation, okay? He didn't come to scold us or say, do this, don't do that, but this is how you live good. This is how you can experience love. This is how you can bring joy. This is how you can experience joy. And I'm like, okay, I'm doing it. And from this point on, I have no doubt in my mind that I'm going to live my best life. And living your best life is being authentic, standing in your shoes. And look, I got to tell, I feel compelled to say this. Shame is useless and it stands in the way between you and God and Jesus. Not because they make it stand in your way, because you do. Let go of the shame. Ask for forgiveness. Transformation can happen anytime, any place, in a second. You just have to choose.
So some people are asking, did you see Jesus in a dream, or was it a spiritually transformative experience, or just what was the experience?
That was a dream with Jesus, and God was fully awake. And I'm so excited to announce that I'm now having these awake. I think I was too afraid. I think that if I would have experienced it awake before, that I wouldn't be as receptive. Also, one piece of advice before I head out, you need to make yourself a vessel of peace, calm. When you step into communication with higher beings, angels, God, Jesus, you need to make yourself in the best vibration as possible. If you come in a state of pain and you're asking for help and healing, excellent, good. But if you want communications and you want to travel and move to these spaces and places, you have to match the vibration, meaning purify within through meditation and through communion with your inner and spiritual self.
Beautifully said. And there were so many questions. You'll have to go back to the chat yourself, maybe, and connect
Sure,
with
I hope
people.
I wasn't too intense. I just really
No.
wanted to come here to share. This is the first time I've ever shared it at this length. I was a little scared.
We
Beautiful.
love your intensity.
It was beautiful. And
Amazing.
and Ingrid, do you have any final question that I might have skipped over?
No, there was so many questions, but
I know.
Personal, I think that the important
people
part
just
is,
love you. I want to tell you the comments. People just absolutely adore you. You're
Thank
a
you.
millionaire.
Thank you. Personal pain, you can overcome it. And if you're feeling, no matter what it is, last thing, everything in front of you, believe it or not, is a gift. And sometimes it doesn't look like a gift. And I have had a tendency in the past to reject things that I felt were controversial, but I have made a distinction between my will, like how I want things, and how things are. And as soon as you understand and embrace what happens as a gift, the easier that your life will be. So I have a strong will. I've had a strong will in the past. I want to soften that will. And I suppose you could equate will with ego of what you want. I'm not asking everybody to walk around like passive beings and never, do anything wrong. We are here. Just do your very best. And when you see something happen and it causes you pain, this is it. This is the final gem. Here you go. Pain is directing you towards alignment with your source. Okay? It's not always a bad thing. Pain is directing you to alignment with your source. And when you're there, you're good to go.
So you might say that if you were in pain, then you're away from your source to some degree. You're straight away. And so the pain is charting you back to the light and back to where you should be.
Yes, correct. And without that, you could flounder on into eternity forever without knowing, and you don't have those boundaries that are teaching you and training. I have to just say something to you, Tricia. Thank you so much, for you stepping forward. Ingrid, every one of you coming forward and spreading this message. It isn't always easy. I want to just share something with everyone. These are people who are teachers, professors, PhDs, even just regular whoever. Understand they're being judged and ridiculed, and they're coming out and doing this. And I just want to thank you for paving the way for me. And it was through watching your stories that my faith also was cemented, and my confidence and courage was cemented to come forward to share my dreams. Otherwise, they would still be my dreams.
Yeah, and congratulations on putting them into a book, Downloads from Heaven, and for getting it out there, and for participating in the summit and sharing your stories. I hope you go have fun on YouTube and connect with all those questions
Oh my God,
out there.
I am loving, yes, I'm going to go in the chat. And I also want to say you inspired me to start my YouTube channel. It was the most scariest thing I ever did because I just really didn't want to go, but I did it, and I'm very happy about it. Thank you.
There's something about, I wanted to connect, and this can be the last thought, manifestation and voice. And some people are manifestors and they just have this strong will and they go out and do things. Other people seem to manifest from this place of speaking and voice, and they're almost like manifest generators. Get into life and into perfection. And I think a lot of times near-death experiencers and people who are talking about spirituality are trying with our voices to bring a little of that light here and a little of that consciousness here. And we're manifesting a different reality through voice, through writing, through speaking, through connecting. And it's beautiful.
Yeah. And as a final word, it takes all kinds. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
It takes all kinds, and to meet people at where they're at. Everybody is at a different level of progress or suffering or joy, and it takes all kinds to meet them where they're at. That's why there are so many diverse people. Often say, well, how come so-and-so was different? Or, well, the reason being is because these angel workers, everyone, they need to meet people where they're at. Have a joyful day. I love being here. I love you. I love the chat room. I love everybody, and keep a positive vibe, you guys. We're all in this together. Bye-bye.
Thank you so much.
Yes.
Bye, Sylvia. And hello, Robert. Before I introduce you, Robert, I want to just unmute you and let's see, just set up a little bit. But a lot of people on my YouTube channel, since our first little short interview at the IANS, I interviewed both Ingrid and Robert, and both were way too short. I'll have to go back and interview Ingrid another time, a longer one. But Robert, we have an opportunity. We have a full hour to dig into your 3 near-death experiences and go a little bit deeper and talk. But before we begin, I do want to guide people. Your website's easy to find. It's just your name. So robertkopecky.com, and he's an author, speaker, near-death experiencer, and artist. And I love his book, How to Get to Heaven Without Really Dying. Very creative title. And a lot of people don't want to have to die. I mean, you know, physically it's not too fun, you know, to get to heaven that way. So thank you for joining us, Robert.
Thank you so much. Can you hear me okay? I'm wondering, I'm using a different headset than usual, so it's good. Yeah, it's a great joy to be here and to see you. I love you. I love talking to you. It's great to know that Ingrid's kind of like the spiritual technology that we're going to talk about, right? You don't always see her, but she's just underneath the surface of things, making wonderful things happen all the time, right?
Yes. So Sylvia and Ingrid have helped me out with this because can't do this alone. You know, like it's just impossible.
No, and it's amazing. And thank you so much. It's really a remarkable thing that you're doing. Really beautiful.
Yeah. So let's just begin with your book title and How to Get to Heaven Without Really Dying. How'd you come up with that? It's just such a great title.
That's the important part, you know. You want to avoid it. You want to avoid having to do that. Of course, you know, you say that you have to die to go to heaven. And one of the points of the book, How to Get to Heaven Without Really Dying, is that heaven is not necessarily a location. You know, it's not an afterlife address that you're going to get someday. It's a state of being. In my 3 near-death experiences, it was a state of being that I'll talk about and that I have found available here and now. You know, all the elements of heaven are here and now, or we wouldn't be describing it the way that we describe it, right? We have the language to describe it in terms of what's here and now. So I think I kicked around a bunch of titles, and then I thought of the old, an old Broadway play, which is How to Succeed in Business Without Really Trying. And I think that's where it came from, I guess. I didn't know, but it seemed very fitting. The irony, of course, is that you do have to die to get to heaven, but you don't have to actually die. And I'll make a point later, maybe, that, you know, there are different ways of dying and that we all die in different ways. I think that this circumstances of life right now are an example of that for a lot of people. Everything that you thought was a certain way suddenly isn't anymore. And so all of the expectations that you had, all of the definitions you have for who you're supposed to be and how you're supposed to fit in are gone suddenly. And you kind of start at zero. You start fresh in a way. And then you find your authentic self. And that's kind of the experience that I had in near death, was these discoveries of what I authentically am. So I should probably like launch into the 3 of them and get through them so I can give you the lessons from them, because that's a big part of the personal transformation.
Yeah, but that was such a good bit that you were talking about. And I did pose this question to a lot of people, but what overall advice would you give to people walking through these times right now? I've given this question to several different people. What is one thing that people can do to help assimilate the energies and make their lives better right now?
The one thing, and probably my chief single takeaway spiritual transformation lesson, is something that I heard you mention earlier, and that is kindness. And that is that you simply have unconditional kindness for everybody. Recognize everybody's going through a difficult thing too. And you don't join into gossip or into irony or sarcasm. Those forms of what are sort of humorous is not the same thing. Kindness is this authentic kind of field that exists, that when you walk into some place and your heart is open and you're not labeling people and you're not defining or judging people. You just see them for just what they are and are open to them. You almost always will see somebody across the room who's looking at you kind of like, there you are, right? You know, the other, the friend, they call it in Islam. And so that is the most transformative thing. I think that makes everything possible, because then you're being kind to yourself too, really, is what that boils down to. And it will completely transform your experience of life. If you try it as an experiment for a day or two, being as unconditionally kind to everybody as you can be, you just recognize that suddenly there's this sort of fabric underlying everything, this warm fabric of really kind, wonderful people that are out there already that you may have suspected were there, but now you're a part of. And then you pass that on. You project that bubble out to somebody else. And that's the best way, I think, the best means. I'll talk about the actual lessons from the near-death experiences. They'll really apply to these.
Yeah, and I'm excited. We'll definitely save time for it because we had to cut off that third one. We get a little bit in our first interview. So let's launch into this. Yeah.
Yeah, in Seattle, wasn't it, I think?
Yeah, Seattle, Bellevue, yeah. All right, so take us through who were you?
So I will.
Who were you before, and then what happened in your first near-death experience?
I've been for a long time. I've been an animation designer and illustrator, and I've done that kind of work, and so I was always busy at that. And I had a good career going when my first one happened, and I wasn't really able to take in the lesson of the near-death experience. I kind of just went right back. I was a busy guy and nobody really wanted to hear about it. You know, they looked at me funnier than usual, you know, that kind of thing. So I was a busy, regular person, normal person, somewhat skeptical about this kind of thing. I'd never heard about it at all. I was art directing and teaching at a school. I was only in my mid-20s. I was illustrating a lot. And so I was very full of what I was supposed to be, who I was supposed to be, you know. And I got in a single car accident. There was a equipment malfunction and ran into a telephone pole going about 35 or 40 miles an hour or so. And I broke the steering wheel with my face, in case you're wondering. I broke out the windshield with my head. And in the next instant, I found myself at the level of the top of the telephone pole. And it was dusk and the light went on the light and there was a moth flying around the light. And I looked down and here was my car smashed into the telephone pole with steam roiling out of it and the windshield broken and an arm hanging out of one side of the window. And I could look over into people's yards and see lights going on and people running out because of the accident and stuff. And so this was my first experience of the afterlife, so to speak, was that I was hovering over this scene, watching them pull my body out of the car and watching people talk about it. And I tried to, move down to talk to people and tell them I was okay and stuff, but nobody could hear me. I had the feeling that I was not alone, that there was a person or personage behind me that was kind of shepherding me, kind of guiding me, you know. And after a certain period of time of watching this, about the time they were loading me into the ambulance, I was just ushered off into kind of a cloud bank, and I ended up being in a beautiful pastoral place. It was like a park or nature. And I knew that there were other personages around, and I was sitting basically having an interview with another personage, you know, about important stuff is how I remember it.
Did you have a sense of who that person was, or?
No, I don't. And I'll tell you something that I try to do when I recount my experiences is I try to leave them exactly like they were like the day after. Because I've had other things fill in. I've had other things that have occurred to me or realizations I've made based on what they were. But, you know, we know that memory is unreliable, and we know that there's discoveries of self that we make in these things that may not really apply to the actual experience itself. So I try not to attach those. I could guess if you know who it is or something like that, but I'm not going to. I just remember it as being a personage. Now, I don't remember being able to see my hands. I don't remember having a body, but like in all of them, I was seeing it through my eyes. I was me, you know. I had those things that we all have, I think, that are common to all near-death experiencers, that I had a sense of boundarylessness, right? A transcendent unity of being enfolded in love, that kind of thing, right? And my thoughts were not so serial anymore. They were kind of parallel. It's something I was part of a larger mind is how I felt. So I was liberated from physical experience whatsoever. And that was the first lesson that I took away, was what I call, in the second book, How to Get to Heaven Without Really Dying, that's one section of it, is perspective. Is that when you have this perspective of yourself as a spiritual being from outside of your body, it's very hard to get the genie back into the bottle, so to speak, you know? I went about the rest of my life from then on trying to pretend like everything was normal, and I did a pretty good job at it because I didn't find any community. I didn't find any fellowship of people that I could share this with. Like I said, people looked at me kind of funny and stuff, you know. So I just let go of it. I just went on with my life. But years later, and I'll get to that then, this kind of crystallized into these lessons, the first one being spiritual perspective. The second one, these happened over about 13 or 14 years, kind of equally spaced. The second one, I was living in New York City. I was very busy and, you know, successful, so to speak, but I was realizing that the things that I had expected were going to be important in my life weren't the things that were doing it for me, you know. I was making a lot of money, and I would dress nicely, and I would go to nice places, and I would still feel rather unfulfilled. And I suspect that I was carrying with me the residual of the first near-death experience, you know, throughout. I had to be. But I was living a bohemian lifestyle, mostly nocturnal, you know. I was partying a lot and stuff. And I had this like a toxic reaction, and fell out on the floor of my apartment in Midtown Manhattan, and completely lost sensation from the neck down. And my girlfriend at the time was there with me, and she was starting to get upset kind of over me. But as that was happening, the room filled in a brilliant white cloud. It completely filled in the room, and she disappeared, and I was in the midst, like when you look out the window when you're flying a jet, and it's taking off through the clouds, and it's the bright sun, just brilliant white. And this radiant illumination is something that all near-death experiencers experience, right? And I again felt like I didn't have a body. I didn't remember seeing, but I was me. And I did not feel alone. I felt as though somebody were behind me again, in the same place. Over my left shoulder is the way that I always think of it, and I think of that more explicitly now. But at the time, I just got this sense that I was being directed. Look over this way. And as I looked into this part of this brilliant white cloud, a kind of opening opened up, and it was sort of like a screen, like a movie theater. This is the high spiritual technology that all of this describes, right? But this was not like a movie, just like any movie. It was like a box of time where I felt like I could reach into it. I could experience it as this sort of quantum box of time, you know? And it wasn't the highlights reel. This was not like the greatest hits or anything. Wasn't my favorite parts, or it was nothing historical about it. It was these sort of seminal moments where I had not been present for something. When I had inadvertently been hurting somebody and not realized it, I would have realized it if I'd been thinking about it. When I had an opportunity unfolding to me that I could not see because I was too concerned with myself, probably, you know? And so these this serial 5 or 6 of these instances instances that were not particularly comfortable, they were kind of difficult, arose, and I felt like I was in them, like, you know, I was part of it, and then faded, and another one would come up, and all of them had this same theme of presence, which is what I call the second lesson. That sense that we live in this moment always. In each of my first two near-death experiences, I was here and now, just like I've always been here and now. And I've always been the same Robert in those terms of my perceptions of this moment. Is just that the vehicle I'm in now is broken down a little bit. It's not quite as young as it used to be, and will continue that way. But the moment itself, this is the eternal moment that we live in. And we live in that here, and we live in that there. And since I believe we were alive before we were born, and will be alive after we die, we're always living in this eternal moment. So this is when we can address our karma. This is the time where we're forming our lives, where we're forming our relationships, where we're able to accomplish things that we are designed to accomplish, and when we can contribute to the world and to spiritual evolution of everything. It's right in the here and now, and only, you know, right in the here and now. We're all right here, right now, doing this. It's great. So we're doing a good thing, right, in the here and now. So presence then is the second lesson to that. Do you want to come up for air before I hit the third one, or should we just roll right into it?
Well, no, that's a great one. I just might have another question to extend that a little bit. So when you say the here and now and presence and addressing karma, could you break that down a little? So like, say someone has a tendency toward anger, they're going to deal with it in the here and now and transcend it. You know, that might be an example of that.
Oh yeah, sure, yeah. Any of the 7 deadly sins, you know, pride, anger, greed, gluttony, lust, envy, or sloth, they're right in the right here and now. And I am meeting them at this moment. I have a choice that I can make right now if I'm going to become angry, if I'm going to become envious, if I'm going to be gluttonous, you know, if I'm going to be lustful. It's right in this moment. So naturally, this is when we make that choice. And that's really what karma is. You know, karma translates as action. And so these are choices that we're making. In my second near-death experience, I was not, I was shown the bad choices I'd made, kind of, you know.
Oh, tell us more about that. Like,
well, you know, I've had some of them return to me specifically. One was really interesting, but I'm kind of breaking my own rule because at the time I did not really remember what they were, what these scenes were that had been shown to me. But one started to arise to me of when I was a little boy, of having made a play bow and arrow that was nonetheless dangerous. You know, it wasn't that play. And I had my own arrows that I'd fashioned and stuff. And I was playing with a kid in the neighborhood, and he was kind of a shy kid, and I threatened him with this. And he became terrified of me and ran home or something. And, you know, an episode like that will come and go and will mean nothing to you in your life, maybe, and didn't. But when I started to have it arise to me sometime after my first book was published, which is How to Survive Life and Death is the first one. I had talked to friends about this kid, and they said, oh, it's really terrible about him. He committed suicide some years ago. And this is the nature of the guys that I used to hang around with. That's what they told me. After my first book came out, and I had a Facebook presence and online presence and all that stuff, I got contacted by that kid, by that guy. And I thought, okay, that's strange because I was told he'd committed suicide. He hadn't. It was a joke my friends were playing on me. And he contacted me and came and visited me in New York City, and we spent a day together just bopping around parks and museums and stuff like that. This guy that I'd gone 20 years, I thought that he was dead, and that it had arisen to me as having been one of these examples of not being appropriately present for somebody. He is a very sensitive guy, and he has had some difficult times in his life. And I was not at all present to that when I was a kid, and I don't blame myself for that. I forgive myself for that. But I was now, and we had some quality time, and we're great friends, and we continue to be. And so that's an example of the kinds of choices that we can make based on our ability to really be present for somebody and to really be open to them and listen to them and see their expression, understand their expression, what they need from us, you know, what I can do, how I can be of service to this person.
There's great healing. I mean, there's even people who practice that just active listening where they will just sit with someone and there's healing that can be had with offering presence with someone.
Oh yeah, when you're, I used to, for a long time, I volunteered in a recovery ward in a Midtown Manhattan hospital for 9 or 10 years. And there would be people in there that were off the hook, you know, dangerous. And I learned that if I reflected that kind of angst, which I'll get into this more in my third near-death experience, because it's what this is about really, that it would be problematic, you know, that the kind of energies that you put out, of course, are reflected back to you. Wayne Dyer used to say the way that you look at the universe is the way the universe looks at you. Right? And I discovered that if I was simply my authentic self, that is, I just wasn't anything important, I was just open-hearted and honest, and I looked at them and I listened to them and I asked them what they needed and told them that I'm really your friend. I have no intention of anything but good for you, and that's why I'm here. I'm here for you right now. I would have these like, you know, big like gang guys and stuff that were sort of losing it, and next thing you knew, they'd be like crying and hugging me, you know, that kind of thing. And it's so beautiful, the transformative power of those energies, you know.
That's true. I've seen that in schools too, with really tough kids, like really empathetic principals who would just sit down with a really tough kid and the kid would open up and
Right.
You know, I had my moments too with them where it was just like, that's all people need sometimes, is to be heard. They might meet you with anger and their pain, but once it's heard, then it unravels.
Yeah, it's cool. That's all right. I know what you're talking about. I know how you feel. I do, because we all feel and think the same things, right? We really are part of. That was the experience that I had of that not having any boundaries of the near-death experiences, was that I was part of this great divine, what I call divine consciousness, right? That's being expressed through human forms, through these different human forms that each of us have. And so the material is kind of a metaphor for the underlying spiritual technology. Not kind of, it is everything kind of.
And I have to, before you jump into your third one, I do have a question. I'm just going to take a few from people who are asking. So kindness and love and caring for people, a lot of people say, well, yeah, but what about how empaths are taken advantage of? You know, like when we just wear our hearts on our sleeves and we're just like, I know, I look at different people who are this way, they will give you the shirt off their back, literally, you know, they're just so, oh my God, you need something. How do we set boundaries really around that love and kindness?
Yeah, well, I mean, presence allows you to do that. You know, when you're truly present for somebody and they start to act like an unforgivable jerk, of course, I look at them with my angel eyes. I witness the pain that they're expressing through their own package of karmic information that they are, their genes and their background, the terrible things that the trauma they may have experienced and stuff. But they're still being an absolute jerk towards me. So I'm greeting them with an open heart and with love, but I also know when we don't go there, you know, and I'm able to say to them, we're not doing that right now, you know, and it has some authority then because it's authentic, it's authentically based, and it's based in identification with them and with the pain that we've all experienced when we're painted ourselves into a corner, you know.
I love that. It's staying in that detached place and kind of looking at both yourself and that person from that detached state and
And
going,
that's spiritual perspective.
yeah,
Right? That's the compassionate detachment that I had when I was out of my body. If I do that, if I'm in situations at times with groups of people and there's a bad vibe, I will consciously imagine dislocating my spiritual self from my physical body, rising up, looking down at the room, seeing the way everybody's postured and how I'm postured, and the fact that we're all spiritual entities riding around in these vehicles, having to use these vehicles to do what we need to do, you know? And when I have that kind of compassionate detachment from things, it gets a lot easier. I go back into my body, so to speak. And then when I'm there, it's nothing's that important anymore. I don't need to be right or, to prove my point or something like that.
yeah, exactly. Exactly. That's sometimes that compassion in the moment is enough to just, yeah, we're not going to do that. So I love that.
Yeah.
I'm going to steal that line and I'm going to use that in the future. It can help a lot of people and probably a lot of empaths is to get to that detachment. It's easier in a work situation. I always talk about this in a classroom situation, a lot harder in intimate relationships and family relationships. That's where we're triggered. And so that's where the real work is.
Right. And that's where the vigilance to detach and to objectify, spiritually objectify the circumstances is the most important, is when it's the most difficult. And that has to do, I think, with a purpose. So let me launch into and finish up with my third near-death experience. It was some years later. I was still in this situation where I was quite successful and stuff in terms of the job that I was doing, and I was living in New York City, and I started to travel between New York City and Arizona, snowbirding, kind of. And this was in part because I was not finding the kind of fulfillment that I thought I should have at that point in my life. My relationships hadn't really quite worked out the way that I had hoped they would. I hadn't really been able to take the first two near-death experiences to heart. It takes a lot for some people, apparently, So take my advice, don't follow my example. But I was I was watching the Super Bowl with a group of friends, and I went out to make a phone call. This was in the days before cell phones, pretty much. They were all three of mine were done by 1997 was my third one. And I got onto a payphone, and a big kid, he was basically a skinhead, what we call skinheads. There was a group of them around that town. It was a university town. Came over and started to harass me. I had just come from New York, and so I was kind of overdressed for this small town in Arizona where I was. And the kid started to assault me and call me names, and I was on the phone to my fiance at the time, and he reached in and hung up the payphone on me. And I put it down and I calmed him down and sort of sent him on his way. It worked out okay. And then I got back on the phone and I was calling her back. And he came barging back in again, even more belligerent and more aggressive. And I made one of the worst mistakes of my entire life, something I'll never do again. When he started pushing me very aggressively, I dropped the phone and I planted my rear foot and I punched him right on that chin, just boom. And it was like a rock'em sock'em robot kind of, you just like, you went right over. And people around me applauded and stuff like, all right, man, good job. That guy was a big, And I still felt wrong about it, so I left. And when I left, I jumped on my bicycle and I was heading home. And I didn't realize there had been a van full of skinheads who had watched me punch their friend. And apparently they drove up behind me as I was riding my bicycle and hit me in the back of the head with a crowbar or a tire iron, something like that, and knocked me headfirst into the curb. And then they got out of the van and stomped and kicked me for the worst part of an hour or so, I guess, according to the police report that I finally got a couple of years later. Now, I was launched again into a different dimension of being. It was not as typically heavenly. It didn't have really the radiant aspect of it. The first two had radiance, divine radiance in them, but it was very kind of womb-like, maybe appropriately kind of womb-like. And I was surrounded by entities in a circle around me. And I felt this pure love, boundarylessness, transcendent unity. And then another aspect started to come in, which I think all near-death experiences have, certainly my three did, and that is this karmic instruction. They started telling me that I had to go back, that I had done things wrong, and I didn't want to go back. I had a sense of what was going on outside. It was like in the other room there was violence going on, or outside of this safe place I was, there were violent things going on. So I was kind of aware of what was physically happening to me. But they collected me up, and again, I remember them sort of as figures, as people, and everybody was really nice, really wonderful. But they collected me up like this, and a bunch of hands, and pushed me, as I remember it, through a kind of a membrane, and I popped out. I was on my back on the street in this town in Arizona with an emergency medical worker over me who went, "He's back." That was the first thing I saw. And I realized from that I needed to be here for something, that I'm supposed to be doing something here, that we're all supposed to be doing something here, that I have a purpose, a divine mission, so to speak. It's only mine. Yours is only yours. It's created by this package of karma that I have brought through this life, into the next life, that has realized this limitless potential in the next world, so to speak, and had this near-death experience happen for me. So near-death experiences are custom made, in my experience, based on the karmic energy I'm bringing into them. And they're expressing things that have been accumulating karmically in my life. And so you get what you need from that. I didn't have any sense of life's purpose. I was kind of floundering. I was successful. I had a good job and I was doing cool things and stuff, but it was not fulfilling to me. And not long after that, 9/11 happened in New York City, and I was there for it. And I was feeling particularly detached from things and unhappy. And when that happened, I had this moment where, for the first time in my life, it was sort of like a paranormal instant. I had a sense of all of these liberated souls. I was downtown Manhattan. And things really started to change dramatically for me then. This experience that I'd had just a year or two before that, the third near-death experience, the purpose, the sense of purpose, sort of started to crystallize in me. And I was called to get out of town, or make it so I could, and I found a little house on the upper Delaware River, and it just available magically, and I bought it, and I started spending a lot of time there, actually sitting on a rock by the river. I developed a meditation practice, and I sat there for a long time, for years and stuff. And then all these 3 near-death experiences and all the reading and stuff that I'd started doing, I got interested in stuff I'd never been interested in before, all the spiritual books and scriptures and stuff like that. And I started writing and started posting it on an animation design blog. It's still my blog, robertkopecky.blogspot.com. And that stuff started getting noticed, and I was sort of called to write my first book and wrote it, and it got bought by a company. I had no idea I was going to be a writer, or that I was going to have people that had issues with death and had relatives that were dying that would start asking me for help with that. That I would be contacted by IONS, for example, and asked to come and speak All this stuff was out of the blue for me completely. So this sense of purpose, where I had always thought that, I should maybe be a movie star or something. That would be good. And maybe that's what I was supposed to do, and kind of live my life at times like I thought that I was in my own movie. And then I discovered the truth is that it's more like a low budget indie, and I'm actually a supporting character, and that's cool.
Like that.
That's all right.
It's still a movie though. It's still great.
Your purpose is who you are, where you are, who you're with, what they want you to do, what they need you to do, what you love, what you like to do. Your purpose is all right there in front of you. And if you have the perspective where you can see, okay, I'm this human being, I'm in this human being form, I'm that guy, and this is what I got. And when I invest my spirituality in it, it can express. And then you have that presence where I've got a set of options that I can take at any time. I have these realities presenting themselves to me constantly. I have my family, what they mean to me, and all this purpose, what people want me to do for them, what I love to do, what I should be doing, what people need me to do for them, the ways I need to be there for people. And that sense of purpose, of spiritual purpose, then is the third great lesson that I learned. And between those three, I think you can kind of cover any kind of realization of what's heavenly about this life, too.
Yeah, so one question that I get on my channel, and now it's being asked to you, and you've probably heard it before, but the question is, if over there's infinitely better than what we have here, why do we come here? If that state is beautiful in perfection, and
Sure.
Why here?
Well, the first thing that I would say is that it's not infinitely better. There are some absolutely heavenly experiences in this life, and everybody has had a little piece of heaven. Everybody knows exactly what I'm talking about. And so the idea between these lessons and the book and stuff is being able to energize and expand on that little piece of heaven that you have, so that you can realize more of it here. Because pure love and radiant illumination and transcendent unity and karmic instruction, eternal renewal, those things that come in near-death experience on the other side, so to speak, are here. They're here now. You can experience them all the time. So that's one way that I'd put it, is that it is available to you constantly. The other aspect of that is, why do we have to die? If we're eternal beings, then why go through all this? What's the point of it exactly? Because it's much more pleasant when you don't have these things happen. And I'll go back then to the different varieties of death that we experience, because it seems that our soul requires the death experience to enter a heavenly state. And by that, I mean, when you experience the material as all of these demands and all of these expectations, what I'm supposed to be, what I'm supposed to accomplish, why am I not getting what I want? How come this is not happening the way it's supposed to? All of that kind of stuff. Then you've got obstacles to the experience of the heavenly in this life that are insurmountable. And it wasn't until I experienced an ego death. It happens when you get fired. It happens when you get dumped by a boyfriend or girlfriend. It happens when somebody you love deeply, who's important to you, dies, is lost to you. It happens when the whole world changes the way that it looks suddenly. Sound familiar?
Oh, yes.
And we attain this state of absolute humility. All the things that were supposed to be, all the stuff that was supposed to be important, doesn't matter anymore. I just simply am what I am here and now, and I become teachable. And when you become teachable, you can grow. When you become teachable, you can experience heaven. So that's why we have to die. All the different ways we die, from stages of life and through these terrible situations that occur to us, to the actual death that we've experienced and returned from, whether we've had near-death experience or not, because I believe in reincarnation, obviously.
And that kind of leads to another question that a listener asked. So was it a choice or not when we came here before this life? And how do we find our purpose? If, we came in with a karmic purpose, how do we align with that?
Yeah. Now the first part of that, I don't have an answer to. I'm not sure. I haven't done any like past life regression work, that kind of thing. It seems fascinating to me, but I've just never gotten to it. Because I'll buy into the idea that, things are prearranged. I mean, synchronicity is so dependable in life, especially when you're allowing it, that it's hard to imagine that the spiritual technology, the spiritual machinery underneath our lives isn't operating in some way that's been worked on, planned. And even just looking back at your life, the way that it just collapses into an instant, you can be, like a time machine. And in the near-death experiences that I've had and heard, time ceases to exist. It all time happens in the same instant, so to speak. So in that way, we're always we're always in life in the exact same place, whether it's this life or another life. I'm doing all the same things that I need to be doing anyway. I mean, I still felt like I had to be working on it in my next lives, so to speak,
Fascinating. And so this is a little bit like sometimes people want to ask personal questions, but this applies to so many people. This person says, so going back to the anger and controlling, he or she says, I was raised in an abusive home with an alcoholic father, then married an alcoholic, and I've never really been able to deal with my own anger. Never been able to transcend it. Any suggestions?
Yeah, I can identify with that because that's my story too. I can tell you one thing that I know pretty much for sure, and that is the degree to which you wish to control things is directly proportional to the degree to which you will suffer. And so it's really the lack of acceptance or of understanding that this is my karma, this is where I'm supposed to be, this is what my life's lessons are, and that doesn't mean that I have to be crippled by that or totally defined by that in any moment. And so I can choose to release that. I still have that moment. If I have awareness, I have that moment when the anger arises. The anger comes from the fact that my father was an alcoholic who didn't love me or pay enough attention to me, that kind of thing. My mom told me that I was the product of faulty birth control, that my older brother and sister were where my alcoholic dad wanted to stop, and that I was her fault. And that's why he didn't participate in bringing me up. And she thought I might want to know that. I was about 28 or so. And she was right. I did. It was great. It was great for her to tell me that. And recently, my dad, who I hadn't been in touch with for like 40 years or so, came here to California. And I took care of him. And we sat and talked. And that circle came around. So in the moment, the desire is to react to the injustice or to the wrong. And the fact is that the wrong is, suffering is kind of our teacher. I want to try to control things, and I'm not going to control them. I can't control them. I can't control other people. I can't control the injustices in the world. They are. The Sufis say that when you stare into the face of the catastrophe, it's a blessing, because if you turn around 180 degrees, there's bliss. It directs you right to it, So you confront this justified anger and recognize it for what it is, and say, you know something, I'm not going to let that define me right now. Maybe I'll experience that later. I've got a punching bag, and then I can experience it over and over while I punch the bag. I'll punch a pillow, but I'm not going to take it out on the people around me. And I make that choice then that creates better karma for myself and for others.
Yeah, that's great. So, do you see, this is another question from people who are watching right now, do you see humor as necessary for living your best life? That they think you tend to embody that vibration and they think it's great. So what role does humor play in all of this?
You know, I don't think humor has anything to do with it. I really don't.
No, not at all.
The whole thing is crazy, right? I mean, we're on a planet in outer space. Okay, that's pretty strange. So there's all funny things are every place, and I think that humor is that is the wedge underneath whatever obstacle there is. You know, this recognition. I mean, humor really is this recognition of our imperfections. You know, this is not right, is it? You know, there's something crazy about this, and I use it all the time. It's my bread and butter. You know, it's my life's blood, basically, because there's joy. There's joy in every instant. Joy is here all the time. I'm having a great time with you guys. I can feel all the people out there, and it's beautiful, you know. And so even when things are crappy, you can readjust and look at it a slightly different way. And the next thing you know, there is something that's funny, you know, something that's heartwarming, or even sad. You know, sadness makes us resonate with the deeper movements of the universe than most of human life. That's why everybody kind of likes sadness. So
Oh yeah,
sadness
I found,
and humor are similar.
I've found that some of the people who've gone through the most trauma can have the craziest sense of humor. You know, this detached humor that's really kind of dark in nature, but we find it funny. You know, like there are things that you end up laughing about that other people may not laugh about, but we do.
Yeah. Well, I've described, you know, being beaten by skinheads while I was laughing, and people are like, "What are you, what are you laughing about?" Well, because it's over, for one thing, because it's not ongoing.
Not every day.
I won't have to repeat that. And I'm not going to repeat that. And you know why? It's because I'm never going to punch somebody for being a jerk again. Hello, I learned that. Been there, done that. I'm not doing it again. I can recognize that this person is expressing some kind of pain that has to come out of them. I can see that kid, and this is the experience I had working at the hospital years later, being confronted by these big violent dudes and being able to kind of diffuse them with just open-hearted, loving identification. You know, we're all in this together, man. I'm here as your friend. I recognize I don't have to punch you out anymore. Thank goodness. I don't know who you're here with. You might be here with a whole gang of guys.
So there's a question that's coming up a lot in the chat, and that is, how do you blend back into society after a near-death experience and realize your purpose here?
Yeah, I think that I unconsciously had a great deal of difficulty with that, and in all the near-death community things that I've participated in, I've heard it over and over again. A lot of people have a very hard time sort of reassimilating in. And like I said, from the out-of-body experience, you can never really put the genie back in the bottle. And I'm grateful for that. The difference that I feel from other people, I know is not unique. A lot of people experience these feelings of difference, these feelings of separation. Joseph Campbell said that we're here to answer the metaphysical impulse to transcend the delusion of separateness. So that's what that is a delusion of separateness, that I'm not like other people. I have had these experiences. They are unusual. Most people don't go through what I've gone through. That was what I needed in my life, and I'm grateful that that happened for me. It doesn't have to happen for you. In fact, I don't recommend it, but at any given moment, I think that the sum total of them enables me to forget about who I think I am and just be you. You know, I can experience, I like to call it looking at people with angel eyes, you know, where, like I mentioned earlier, you just remove all the labels and judgment and comparison and allow people to be who they are and witness them and be there for them. And then I am you and you are me, you know?
Yes. So one more question, and then we'll just kind of end this. But people ask about purpose and powers that are received from the near-death experience. So what kind of after effects happened after your third one, or ongoing after effects? What did you really begin to notice after that third experience?
Well, you know that it was really, I had this kind of dark night of the soul, so to speak. I had this kind of ego death after 9/11, after I had the sensation of the paranormal aspect of my life, you know, and it really was by meditating. And I'll bet, I haven't been here for the whole conference or the whole summit, but I'll bet you've heard that over and over and over and over, is that meditation is the inroad to the experience of the divine consciousness that we're experiencing in near death. I started to have those actual feelings of that pure love and the sense of radiant illumination and transcendent unity, the karmic instruction that are consistent through my 3 near-death experiences and all the other ones I've heard when I started meditating and when I really developed a meditation practice. That's not to say that everybody needs to do it that way, but that's what worked for me. And the purpose question, which I realized I didn't answer quite in another one earlier, I touched on, you know, after talking about the third near-death experiences, is that your purpose is here. If you're looking for your purpose, if you want to find what your purpose is in life, what do you love? You know, what do you care about? What do you deeply care about? What motivates you personally? Who is in your life? And what do they like you to do, want you to do, need you to do? How can you be of service to somebody that somebody else can't do? You're uniquely there to be of service to somebody. That's your purpose. It's not, you don't have to overthink it, you know, it's right there. And if you have this perspective and presence, then as you go through life, things will arise to you almost magically, synchronicities and opportunities, prompts. It's like, here, now, show up, do this. And if you step forward for those, you become accustomed to saying yes to those things. It transforms your life and the lives of the people around you, and it becomes this dynamic, the spiritual dynamic of our collaborative spiritual evolution, you know, that we're all taking part in together.
A lot of people are commenting on the observer idea of becoming that observer in order to
being the witness.
Yeah, being the witness, and they're asking, is this teachable?
Yes, it is. Yeah, and it's mainly through meditation, because in meditation, I call it analytical meditation, where I'm analyzing the thoughts that come up. What do you think about when you're not supposed to be thinking? Well, here comes a thought onto my screen, and I know that thought. It's a thought that starts with this and goes around to that, and I do it over and over and over again. Now I objectify that thought. Here it is. I don't want to think that thought now. I'm going to stop that thought. I'm going to sit in this empty theater without anything on the screen. Where am I? What is that? Where am I when I'm not involved in thinking? Well, consciousness requires, thinking requires consciousness, but consciousness does not require thought. And the things that come into you then are this sense of transcendent unity and this realization of everything being one. And if you just sit and try that, try to think about what you're not supposed to think about when you're not supposed to be thinking, you'll get it. If you do it enough, it's a practice. That's why meditation is a practice. You know?
I'd like to add too that this time period has given me so much more time to meditate. And I've been grateful for that. That I never realized how much time I wasted, like walking down the hall, talking to people in the cafeteria. You know, like it took me an hour and a half just to get to my desk at work. And then when we went online, you know, I just rolled out of bed and I was there and I had an extra hour to meditate. I was like, hey, quarantine and this time period has given me plenty of time to meditate. And it's important, I think, in this time period to assimilate a new way of being. And that meditation time is vital. So I hope everyone is taking it with any extra time that you have.
Yeah, I heard it put that you realize how antisocial you've always been when quarantining doesn't make that big a difference in your life, you know?
Yeah, well, it's hard on the extroverts, you know. There was like a good 2 hours of pure extroversion that was cut out of my life.
I terribly miss being with you guys, being with a whole group of people out there. I'd love for us all to be in one big room together and be able to share our stories and all of that kind of stuff, but we can't do that right now, so our energy is spread out this way. Nice.
It's sad. I always loved the IANS conference because we'd get together and, you know, I always thought the energy was what was so amazing of being in person. And, you know, now they're going to be online just like I've been online with this summit for a couple of years. But it's really, you know, it's just we're reaching out into the world in the ways that we can and trying to work together.
All things pass. So this won't last forever. You know, when you're going through hell, keep going.
Exactly. Exactly. Well, I just want to remind people that your website is robertkopecky.com, and you want to remind them of your blog or anything else that you want to.
Yeah, that's robertkopecky.blogspot.com. And my books are available direct. I can sign them for you. You can do it that way, or, you know, they're online on Amazon and stuff. But
yeah, well,
like
yeah, well, thank you for speaking and for being a part of this and for sharing more of your wisdom with us. It was wonderful.
You know, it's a great, great pleasure. And it's lovely to see you again. It's lovely to see Ingrid. I could see her in our little Zoom window. But thanks so much for everybody out there. Blessings to you all.
Yeah, and I'll remind you, Robert, maybe to go to my YouTube channel and connect in the comments section with some of the people who've asked you questions that maybe we missed. And
I'd love to do that. I'll step over to my other computer and do that right now.
Awesome. Well, thank you, and have a great Sunday.
People love you, Robert. All of us love you.
Thank you.
Well, we are transitioning from Robert over to Jim, and in the moment that we do that, I just want to thank people again who've tuned in and who've been with us the whole time. And thank you so much for your donations if you're watching this for free, and thank you for connecting with the speakers directly, going out there, finding them, signing up for their newsletters and courses and buying their books and really just connecting and supporting one another. It's wonderful, and it's just been a fabulous event. I loved yesterday's event. I love today's, and I cannot believe we're at the final hour, but here we are with Jim Bruton taking us home or taking us to the in-between rather. He has a book out, Jim Bruton, that just recently came out called The In-Between, The Trip of a Lifetime. And he has a fascinating life beyond just this experience. So his life as a whole is covered in this book, and just fascinating journey. I feel like I learn a lot from Jim, and there's a lot of wisdom that he has to share. But hey, Jim, how are you doing?
Tricia, how are you doing?
I'm doing well. How is Connecticut?
It's great. It hasn't been too hot the past couple of days, but you and Ingrid and Silvia have just been doing an amazing job of DJing this thing. It's been great.
I like that term, DJ. Yeah.
It is, right? It's 3 cosmic DJs.
Yes. Eventually we'll like twist some tunes out. I would love to be more technologically advanced and, have a wild background and music transitions, but I can dream. Someday that's going to happen, right?
Yeah, maybe next conference.
Yes, yes. To really fit the afterlife, if we could all have, you have actually worked with someone with a painting with the in-between, so that would be really cool to have that behind you.
Next time I'll drop it in.
Yes, but you've had it in several videos, and I've done an interview with Jim, so you can certainly check out, my interviews, and he's done several lately, Coast to Coast, right? Was a recent one?
I'm sorry, you blipped out.
Oh yes, you've done several different interviews lately, but Coast to Coast was a big one recently.
Yeah, I've had a bunch of them since the launch of the book, and Coast to Coast AM was one, and then George Norrie flew me out to Colorado 2 weeks later for the one of the television episodes of his Beyond Belief program, which airs on Gaia. So
fun, and people can watch that show that you're going to be on Gaia soon, or has it already aired?
Probably be like October, November even.
Oh wow.
Wow. Yeah, it's a revolving door out there. It's just one after the other, but it was great to go out there. He's really great, and the entire production staff couldn't have been more welcoming. It was a lot of fun.
Awesome. So I have so many speakers who've launched a book recently, but yours, the In Between, a trip of a lifetime. How has it changed your life, putting your story out there publicly, and just briefly before we dive into the deep stuff?
Sure. Well, it was when you and I first met at the IANS conference at King of Prussia that both PMH Atwater and Mary Helen Hensley pretty much kicked me in the butt and said, you need to write a book because everybody's going to the bookstore and they're wondering, where's the book? And I said, there is no book. So I came home and in 3 months wrote my book. We edited it, and we, I guess through some of the back and forth, it finally launched on May 1st, and it's on Amazon, Kindle, Audible, and I narrated the Audible myself. That's probably why that took a little while to show up, but it was fun to do it, and I felt it needed to be me and my voice doing it. But I think the most amazing thing that was unexpected to me was this should not sound prideful, it was just the overwhelming response. And rather than that being reflective of my story necessarily, I think it's just reflective of the hunger that's out there, and that people just, find the story that best resonates with them. And it's really an honor that when there is this much interest, you definitely want to serve it. Things we've talked about today from every possible angle, a lot of different podcasts, and then surprisingly, a lot of the really high hit numbers when people are streaming it or downloading it. So I think in that way, and I'll be honest, one of the biggest surprises for me was after a while, people were saying, how do we put this into practice? So after giving that some thought, that will be the subject of my second book that I've started working on, which would be titled The Practice in Between, The Art of Letting Go.
Nice, nice. Well, the theme of your talk today is After Effects, because you talk about this a lot. And so I really would like you to just jump in, if you don't mind, because I know I've looked at what you've written. I've looked at, past interviews, but what do you think is the most profound after effects in your life?
No, that's great. It's hard to say in a way because it's a continuum. First of all, I was in a plane crash, then I was put into a coma for about a week, and that's where I had my near-death experience, and which was a very depersonalizing experience, and maybe that helps feed some of the after effects. And as I can kind of jokingly say, it's the after effects that really tell you you're not crazy, because until then, people might say, wow, you seem strange, or you seem weird, or, we don't want to be around you anymore, or we need to go to therapy, whatever. And it's somewhere in here, you're starting to notice you're replacing light bulbs more. You're having to reboot your computer more. These other things that, could be associated with electronic anomalies. And then as you realize you have changed because your values have changed, you see the world differently, you filter your information differently. anywhere ranging from seeing life in a less dual or polarity state of right and wrong, up or down, this or that. You start to see all those various shades of gray in between, and that in those shades of gray, there's a lot more meaning. Whereas the polarity is all about answers. I need to know this or I need to know that. But as we gain understanding, that can last a lifetime, whereas answers are usually moment specific, like who robbed the bank, things like that. So
I'm really curious about just a specific value that changed. I think that's always so fascinating.
Sure. Well, I think all of them to a great degree, at least those that are associated with the binary definition. But for me, I think not needing to force something into manifestation, so to speak. Like I said, when people are binary, they need to know, is it this or is it that? Is it this or is it that? And I'm like, this is what it is right now. It's constantly changing. It's constantly evolving. So that ability to just sort of take a moment and stand inside a longer stretch of now, if you will, and don't hyperventilate. Don't, just come off the ledge and let things unfold as they should. If you do things right from a design point of view up front, certain problems will simply not manifest. For example, if the Titanic had changed its course by only half a degree when it left Southampton, it'd be a different story, right? So I think that's the other ability, is through the sensing of interconnectivity between all things, you have a greater intuition way up front about how to set things up so that problems, or not as many problems, simply just never unfold.
You've also talked a bit about in our rushing around, we don't pay attention to the now. Could you say a little bit more about that?
Yeah. When I was in the in-between, my near-death experience, I was told I was standing inside the eternity of a single moment. That was called the impossible now. And then when I first talked to PMH Atwater, she talked about the eternal now, as well as used the phrase the in-between, and just kept it going about 31 more times in her book. So I think being present is all about being in that impossible or that eternal now. And as Robert just said, I think everybody's had an opportunity to say during the summit, being present is the goal of meditation. Being present is really where it's all about, because when you're standing within that nexus of infinite possibilities, whether we're talking about quantum physics or just life choices, it is about being present and sensing all of those different possibilities flowing through that moment in time, so that when you finally make your choice and all those possibilities collapse into a single moment of reality, that is a function of being present. And until you're still within that presence, if I say nothing's going to happen, I mean, probably not a lot that's going to take you in the spiritual direction you want to go. It really is about just letting go, not worrying about the outcome. For instance, like when an archer shoots the bow and arrow, they're really shooting, they should shoot because they just love shooting. They shouldn't be worried about whether they're going to win a prize. That is something else, and that takes them out of that moment. But just being beautiful in that moment of releasing, letting go the arrow, and then thinking no more of it, that is the beauty of being in that moment during archery.
I have something that you sent me that's just so beautiful, and I'm actually going to read it because I've had this thought and I've experienced it myself. But you wrote, when you hold a baby, you're holding someone who has just arrived from the other side. Within them are all the secrets of the universe. In one generation, represented by the embodied spirit you hold, we could resolve all manner of conflicts and abuses of power. Just beautiful. I remember coming back from my near-death experience and being just shocked by the universe in the eyes of babies. There were these pictures of babies blown up, and I just stood in front of them and I was like, oh, hello, other side. You just came from there. And so I know exactly what you're talking about when you wrote that.
Exactly. The baby is this side of the near-death experience, right? They've just come from that other side, and they're just sitting here taking it all in. They're beautifully present. They haven't, they don't have all the dross of the world that's accreted upon them yet to make them forget that they really have all those answers to the universe. And so I think when it said, be more childlike or return to that state of purity, I think there's a lot we can learn. Someone said one time, if you don't think children take their work seriously, then you've never seen them at play. There you go.
Well, for those who haven't heard your story, though, I want you to take us to the in-between, if you would, and show us a little bit of that place, because I always think the energy itself is fascinating. So if you don't mind, would you take us there?
Sure. So as I mentioned, I was in this plane crash, and when they put me into a medically induced coma here, I pretty much just showed up there in this very post-apocalyptic looking landscape. I didn't have the benefit of the tunnel, seeing the loved ones, having a life review in the sense that we hear about a life review, though I think I functionally had one. But it was really like a place of devastation. And I'm pretty sure the reason it looked like that was so that I wouldn't be distracted from my purpose, which I'm coming to very shortly. But as I looked around, I was hit by this wave of nausea. And when I said out loud, I don't think I can stand this, I heard some movement off to my left, and I looked and saw this like 4-story high egg-shaped sculpture. But this sculpture was made out of lattice work, as if it were just curved bands of metal or stone with big open spaces. And it was within there I could see the motion of these tiny gears that I learned represented events in my future. And at some point I went over there and looked at it. And when I put my hand through the lattice to see if I could touch these gears, because they were very ghost-like, but to varying degrees. But when I looked at them, I could see images of meaning playing inside my head. And I realized these are for my future, because I might look older, or my children might have children, things like this. And I said, what is this thing? And this disembodied voice came and stayed with me throughout the experience. And it said, this is the future birthing into the now. This is the process of becoming. And it was when I had my hand in there, one of these gears brushed by my hand, and I felt intense pain. And I reflexively grabbed it and pulled it out and threw it away. And all of a sudden, all the gears started spinning around. And I said, what's happening now? And it said, each gear is the probability of a thought, word, or action in your future. Your destiny is resetting itself around what you've removed. And I said, how did I know I could do that? Pull that gear out and remove that future moment. And the in-between literally asked me, why else are you here? And I said, I have no idea. I don't even know what this place is. And that's when it said, you're in the in-between. And I said, in between what? It said, everything. The impossible now between the past and the future. It's impossible in its short duration, yet here you are standing inside the eternity of a single moment. He said, do you remember the world in which your body belongs? And I thought really hard, and I said, I have no idea. He said, then you see the truth and how the past is dust. I tell you, if somebody had come up to me and said, if you stay here longer, you can't return, I'd say, return where? To your family. What family? There was absolutely just this depersonalized sense of self there with no attachment to this place whatsoever. And I think that particular, I don't know if mindset is the right word, but that mindset I think was necessary to do what I was there to do. And I remember saying, okay, why do some of these gears, these futures I touch make me sick and not others? And it said all choices have unintended consequences, some unfortunate and some not. The pain each brings is your guide. And at one point I said, well, where are the gears that feel good? And it said, you're not here to feel good. You're here to remove these future impediments to your spiritual growth. And, I felt bad that I didn't have a moral compass, like a mantra or some kind of religious or spiritual ideal to use. I only had pain. And, I did ask about that. And I said, it's starting to look like if I don't have a bad future, I have no future at all, as I see this growing pile of gears. And I said, even though I now feel less pain because I'm cleaning up my future and my interconnectedness to that, to the pain I would cause if I made those decisions, I said, am I going to die sooner from doing all this? And it said, your destiny has to fit itself around futures that aren't meant to be. Your number of breaths are already counted. I will worry about your last one. It said, eliminating bad choices doesn't mean you won't make wrong ones. You won't know they're wrong until after they pass. And since right or wrong are variables over which you have no control, the answers to what come tomorrow are a waste. Better is understanding the beauty of how everything fits and refits together. And I said, so what am I missing here in my lack of understanding? So
I have a quick question for you, because I do like to apply some of these things, and I know we'll get to that, but how do you exist from a place of depersonalizing yourself in a situation to better handle it? So that was teaching you, in some ways, it looks like some level of depersonalization.
sure, that's perfect. The main thing is when you become depersonalized, when you encounter new situations thereafter, for example, let's just kind of use an easy one. Imagine you have dealings with someone and they're kind of a jerk. You know, they're kind of mean to you. When you depersonalize yourself, you kind of remove yourself from the situation. And as I mentioned before, when we're not so worried about answers like, why is that person being mean? We instead pursue understanding, which is to understand why that person's being mean. And in that depersonalized perspective, we understand this is a process that's playing out. If it wasn't us there, it'd be someone else. This person, if they're nasty, they were nasty before you showed up, and they'll be nasty after you're gone. It really has nothing to do with you. You just happen to be standing there getting the spatter when it hits the fan. So in that sense, even if you're paying off some karmic debt, like you're supposed to be getting your feelings hurt, you've gone through the karmic debt of that person saying what they need to say to you, but your rubber boots are on, if you will, by it just sort of washing over you and keep going. And you just realize with understanding, well, this person may have had a tough upbringing, or this person may not like the way I part my hair, whatever. But again, it really has nothing to do with me. It's just a dance that we had to dance for a moment, and now the music's over, so we can part company. Does that help a little bit?
It does, it does. And does meditation help with that too? Do you find?
Yeah, meditation is the sustainability. I mean, to a certain extent, I feel like I always still have a foot in the in-between, but I do practice sort of a walking or even a driving meditation. And I usually do it twice a day, in the morning and in the evening. After our summit is over, I will go out and do it today. And I did one this morning. It was about 2 hours worth. I just find it's very easy when there's motion around me to become very still inside. Maybe that's meditation for ADD people, I don't know, but it does work for me. And again, it's all about just becoming still and just letting things flow around you. Thoughts will come, but it doesn't mean you have to hang on to them. You don't have to grip them. You can just let them come and go, come and go. And then when you become very still and the thoughts become still, you can see so much more clearly, which is what it's really all about. Part of this also is, and I've heard this happen with other NDEs, I was worried, gosh, am I starting to become forgetful? Like, did I hit my head in a plane crash? They said, no. And it's amazing to hear other people talk about this. Said, it will be as if you're starting to lose your memory. Why? Because memory is time-based. And as you start to live, you know, as part of your evolution, as you start to live more and more outside the boundaries of time, you don't need your memory to tell you what you know. By being present in the moment, your intuition will tell you what you need to know, and only for a while you need to know it. And then when the situation is over, you can move on, again, because you're detached. And you may well forget what you brilliantly said yesterday, and everybody's going, hey, that was great, and you don't even remember. So that detachment is also kind of a little bit of I say the attempt because it's the last enemy to fall, our ego. But being detached means you're not thinking about, oh, I'm going to walk in the room today and everybody's going to remember how great I was yesterday. Care less, you know, you just keep moving, you keep moving forward, and you don't stay attached. Like they say, there are no laurels that fade faster than those you sit upon. So that's why it's important just to keep moving, while you just pull the arrow and let it go without any thought of winning a chest of gold. You just keep moving.
So there's a question of, would you give any advice to anyone who's experienced something negative or scary experience in the in-between or in near-death experiences?
Yeah, I mean, that to me, I would just sort of almost need to dig into that one a little bit, because my situation certainly looked scary. I mean, there were storm clouds above me. I'm in this ruined city. Like, why wasn't I thinking, oh, monsters could jump out at me, or I could get hit by lightning, or that egg's going to fall on me, or something like that? Again, I think there's a certain detachment to it. What is it you're attached to that makes anything scary? What is it that you're attached to that makes something look pleasant? To that extent, the big lesson here in being depersonalized is you have that sine wave of joy, sorrow, or joy, fear, good emotion, not so good emotion. But that axis that runs through the middle is acquiescence to God's will, that I will accept either. When it's time to accept joy, I will accept it. And when it's time for it to pass, I will let it go. It's the same thing with pain and sorrow. Even when we're scared about are we going to survive this? Imagine for a moment just letting go. There's an old saying, on the field of battle, when a samurai, the Japanese swordsman, draws his sword but throws his scabbard away, on this day, he's free to fight his best because he will never need it again. We're all going to die, and that's been said today and in other times. So what if, rather than being afraid of it, we just decide that on that day we're going to turn around and look it straight in the eye and say, I am more than you. It's a choice.
Yeah, I love that. I want to jump to some of the electrical anomalies that thank God we've made it through the summit without too many frozen moments, or Siri taking over, or Zoom pirates, or whatever that might have happened. But what do you make of that? Because you've had some really bizarre electrical anomalies. So have I. What do you think it's confirmation for us? What do you think?
Yeah, the hole in my bank account sometimes would prove it too. I've paid dearly for my electronic anomalies, and the hits just keep coming. Like I said, but at the same time, it's one of those things that validates your experience as real, and not I'm just imagining things, or people are imagining things. No, I'm the same as I was. No, light bulbs are blowing. The computer needs rebooting. I have had, and even on an interview, I had Siri suddenly go off. One time I was talking and Siri went off 10 times. And it's, I'm keep expecting her to go off here now. And then she calls 911. She's done that 3 times. And one of the interviews said, no, I'm leaving it in just to kind of prove your point. So that was probably a smart thing. But let me sort of back up and come back to the electronic communications, because I have a couple others that are really mind-blowing. In addition, like I said, to the normal ones you might expect with light bulbs, one time I had to have my entire HVAC system, my heating and my cooling system here at the home replaced. The furnace blew up, the air conditioner blew up, and in the ductwork, 4 of the 5 damper motors that direct airflow blew up all at once. And I got the guys out here. First, they had to replace it, and that was a bunch of money. And then I said, so what's going on even with the damper motors? And no one could figure it out. The best guess was, after a day, they said, maybe a power surge. And I said, yeah, you wonder. But I was visiting with my mom and had just been to the hardware store. She's down in Charlotte, North Carolina. As I walked in the hardware store, something that had just happened 5 days in a row here in Connecticut happened. The cash registers went down. I thought, oh God, again. And I actually asked the cashier, I said, when did the cash register go down? And she described the moment that I exactly walked into the store. So I got home and was telling my mom about it, and the in-between in general, and the transformer outside her condo suddenly blew. She went to talk to a friend, and she had the old, the copper wire phones that never, ever go down. After 2 minutes, hers went down. And they were down for an hour. So I said, okay, it's just more, more fun. But when I first talked to PMH on the phone, at 4:40 p.m., I suddenly felt my energy shift. And she said, our energies are melting. I said, yeah, I can feel it. And then I walked out on the porch and looked up at the light, and it blew out. And I said, situation normal. And I got in my car for my meditation drive, and I have 2 clocks in my car, one in the radio and one in the dash. The one in the radio was normal time. The one on the dash was frozen at 4:40 when I felt that energy shift. And then a few weeks later, when I was driving to see her, I was using my Waze, the popular GPS program, in my phone on my dash. And when I was about 20 minutes out, a friend suddenly texted me, I don't know why I'm thinking about you. I said, because I'm 20 minutes away from where I'm going. And suddenly my own text field filled in with these following words. It said, thank you for being a kind and loving person. I'm like, who typed that? My hands are on the wheel. I'm not in dictation mode with the radio going. What song would say that anyway? And I almost went off the road, to take a picture of it and then delete it because I had no idea what it might say next. And then a couple of days later, I had 2 emails merged that I have found no one, say at Cisco and Unified Communications, capable of telling me how they would do that. And one was from the day before from a Hungarian researcher in Austria who's doing NDE research. But the body of the email was from my first wife 11 years prior, answering a question about some spiritual topic. So 2, you might say, spiritually oriented emails from 11 years apart merged. And it's like, what do you do with that? And then when we were at IANS, when I first met you, Tricia, you might remember when you turned around and looked at me, it was sort of with almost a apologetic smile of, I don't know why this is taking so long. It was because all the credit card readers went down. And I laughed when I got up there and I said, you do realize who you're checking in here, right? And have been checking in all day. I said, it's like a hackers conference. When they come in, nothing works right in the hotel. The thermostats will mess up, the elevators and all that. And what's funny is after I finally got checked in, but after I told the cashier this, she wanted to come out and hear all about how we affect stuff. I went in to register and I was talking to Susan Amsden, who was the business manager for IANS. And she said, yeah, it started with me at 7:45 this morning. And then thereafter, throughout the entire conference, I think everybody had trouble with their key cards. You stick it in 10 times and then you go get a brand new one or something like that.
But we all slept well because the energy of near-death experiencers is good. So I have a question. I'm going to take you back to the in-between. That voice that you heard, we all experience it differently. How did it sound to you? Was it powerful? Was it telepathic? Was it coming from your being? Could you describe that voice a bit more?
Sure. To me, it was deeper than telepathy, because think about it, even though in a lot of our communication, or all of our communication on their side, is usually reputed to be telepathic. Okay, I get that. However, if it's telepathic, we're still aware it's someone else's communication coming in. Now, you heard Robert in the last presentation talk about, sitting in this movie theater and looking at the screen. To me, our 5 senses all come together into a sort of a projector, if you will, and they project an image on our internal mental screens that, each part of that light has say a taste component or a sight component or a hearing component, but it all composites to give us our impression of the world. That image itself is run through filters of hopes, dreams, desires, fears, the 7 vices, or how many vices, and the 7 virtues, things like that. It was on the screen itself, if you will, that the words appeared in that conversation, meaning they were actually part of me by the time I saw them, or by the time I heard them, if you will. So when I say, there was a voice talking, it's just sort of a mechanism to simplify the way the communication occurred. Because in the hospital thereafter, when the memory of the in-between was just cycling through my head as I was coming out of a week's worth of coma drugs and painkillers and all that, it was each iteration through my head, it had more depth, more emotional connection. It was just incredible. And it was in this that the conversation emerged, and I realized it was just part of me.
Great answer. There's so many people are weighing in, but I think a lot of people want to hear more of what you just heard in the in-between.
Sure. No, I can pick right back up there. So let me see here. I was just thinking that let me see here. Yeah, at one point I said, it's as if, well, like I said, the last thing I think it said, is that this future is painful, and that, or some of these choices are painful. And I felt bad that I was guided by pain with no moral compass. And I said, I don't even know where, when these futures happen, because I had to reach high up in the egg, which I think represented up in the future, whereas one's more eye level were closer to the present. And it said, where is no more important than what or when. Removing your enthusiasm to further chain yourself to the world isn't as painful as carrying the crushing weight of chains once they're forged around you. And I said, again, it's as if this place was designed that I can do one thing and one thing only with no chance to screw it up. And it said, if those with choices make poor use of them, then offering fewer possibilities could be called mercy. And with that, I remember watching this gear disintegrate into dust as it passed out of view from the present into the past. And it said, you can't change the past, but you can make better choices in the future. That everything is interconnected, and to pay more attention to your relationships. And then it said, be gentle with everyone as I am gentle with you. And I said, gentle, what's gentle about all this? The pain, the gothic look of this apocalyptic landscape. And it said, you prayed for something for which being here is the answer. And now the man who fell from the sky is not the same who flew into it. And at that, I took, one last look out across this big dead city, and then at the egg, and I remember putting my hand upon it and said, I think I can live with this now. With that, it pretty much booted me out, and back I came.
And the long-term after effects, I really would like to delve into that a bit deeper. So after effects that might include, beyond the technological changes, but just how you interact with the world and how you think differently. If you could get into some of those deeper after effects, I'd love to hear more about that. And I know others want to hear it too.
Sure, no, absolutely. Well, again, part of it is, one interesting after effect occurred in the middle of the night, and I woke up and saw these branches moving on my wardrobe. There was a light out there, and it was in the winter, so there were no leaves. And I remember as I watched them, I was flip-flopping back and forth, and I realized later I was looking at them in a linear way, time-based, like watching that they were cyclic. And then I would flip and watch them in a non-linear way. Non-linear means, no time, essentially. You realize you're looking at the moving patterns of things, and you're able to see multiple entry points to what you're seeing to better understand it or better solve a problem or something like that. And that, non-linear thought is, I would say, generally superior to linear thought, though we generally need linear thought, to plan out a day. I need to do A, B, C, and then D. So it has its place. But again, it's the difference between driving for answers and driving for understanding. And so that non-linear approach is very natural to the way we experience the other side. For example, here, we can download a movie in ones and zeros in about 2 minutes that will take 2 hours to watch. Okay. Over on the other side, when we receive information, because it's non-linear, it's non-time based, we may get an answer to a question, or we may be granted an understanding. It's like being given an onion. Boom, here's the whole thing. Now peel it away. And we come back here and we do need to peel it away. We need the media player of the mind to sort of unfold it into a construct with a past, a middle, and an end, if you will. And so there's a big difference in how you perceive reality right there. I would say one of the things that's really been driving home with me lately is that whole thing about the art of letting go. And if I can, I'll take you back to a real personal moment. Before my crash, I was doing IT project management. Like the ESPN wanted to change out all its data centers. They would contract with me. I'd put the team together and we would do things like that. It could be pretty high stress. And when I would get home at the end of the day, I would, I might make a rum and Coke or something to just sort of detach. And if it felt good, I might have, 1 or 2 more. I don't believe I was an alcoholic, though nothing wrong if I was, but I definitely probably shouldn't have as many as I did. Well, I'm sitting there in the hospital afterwards, you know, like I said, cycling through the in-between, and it's as if God took out of me the representation of alcohol and suspended it in space in front of me and said, what do you want to do with this? Do you want to take it with you, meaning into your future, you know, or do you want to leave it behind? He said, if you want to take it with you, I will carry it for you. Meaning I had to be very mindful of the fact that he was in the room. He said, but if you want to leave it behind, I will remove all attachment to it. It will be as if you never had it. It will have no pull on you. It took me about half a second to say, well, let's leave it behind. He said, okay. And it literally just dissolved, disappeared from late October of 2016. I haven't had a drink since, almost 4 years later. Don't even think about it. I can go into a bar and talk with people who are drinking. I have no inclination to do what they're doing. I go into a liquor store and buy a bottle of wine to take as a gift to someone. Again, I don't even think about having one for myself. So at some point in here, I was told all the force of will you will ever need is found in the art of letting go. Always live life in celebration of the individual spirit. For no one, no thing can stand before the brilliance of a truly naked soul. And so this has been my meditation lately. When people, as I mentioned, ask, how do we put this into practice? To me, it gets back to what we could call the art of letting go. And we've heard several speakers talk about the letting go. I mean, it's amazing how the target is one and the archers are many. We're all shooting at the target. In some ways, we're using very similar techniques, and yet we've all independently arrived here. So that's another thing that's very exciting about this. And so, as I mentioned, this is sort of driving that second book of what is that art of letting go. And I think it's interesting because, you know, if we look the phrase up, we'll find it has an easy yet elusive appeal of creating something as esoteric rather than art of something so ephemeral as nothingness, you know, letting go. Yet that's exactly what it is. And again, it was driven home to me during my NDE.
I have a kind of a two-part question for you. You wrote that nothing can happen unless you become still, have no attachment to outcomes. That's where the birthplace of things can begin. And someone on the chat is saying, I know sometimes that I respond with self-righteousness or judgment or anger, and I know this is a choice, but this person feels stuck there and they know that they're causing their own suffering, but they're asking, well, how do you stop? Is it in that moment? How do you stop judgment, self-righteousness, and anger?
You know, it's interesting. Probably by almost like practicing it. Let me back into that with an personal example. I was recently down at a IANS conference in North Carolina presenting my story. And at some point, a woman asked a really great question. She said, you know, it's been great hearing about your experience and so on. She said, do you feel like there's some even subtle level of ego going on here when you share your experience? And it wasn't a confrontational question. To me, it was a very good question. You know, we see instances of that all around, this false paternalism out of Washington every time they think they can address issues that women need addressing or that race needs addressing. Yeah, it's like, okay, just be quiet and go away. And I said it was a good question. I said, however, standing here right now, I don't know you. I don't know your name. I'm not here to sell you anything. I don't want your money. I don't want a job. I don't want to date you. I don't want anything out of you. I'm just here to share my experience. I'm not here even trying to sell you on, oh, I have this great way of seeing, you know, the afterlife. And after that talk, I had two psychologists come up and said, hey, I think you just solved the problem of codependence, you know? So I think the thing is, take a breath and just be centered and see how your mind is tending. Be watchful of your thoughts. And if you feel like your thoughts are trying to go in an angry way, maybe like seeing something bad in someone else, even dreaming up like, I think that person is slighting me, or I think that person's angry at me, or I think that person doesn't value me, immediately just stop it. Stop it by changing channels. Just don't let that thought grow. Change channels. Let me give you an example. when you talk to someone, pick one person out tomorrow or today if you have the opportunity. And as you're talking to them, imagine you're talking to the highest potential within that person. You're seeing the good in that person. And I tell you what, with practice, you'll realize you're starting to call out of them the highest aspect of themselves. And the word educate means to draw forth, because in ancient times that the teacher thought that's my role, is not to put knowledge in you, but to draw out from you all truth and all beauty that already exists within you. Imagine waking up in a world like that, where we talk to each other in terms of our potential. And we've seen when you talk to people in ways that have high expectations, generally they want to meet them. Children certainly do, but most people do, because you may be the only person in their lives who ever believed in them or even talked like you believed in them and said, yeah, you can do that. I could be your big cheerleader here. So I'd say for someone who feels like they're caught up in that circle of negativity, try and crack that nut by interacting with their next person in this way.
Beautifully said. And you have written about this a little bit too, about how spiritual studies and quantum physics say that, within every moment there is infinite possibilities. So a lot of times we just don't give weight to a really beautiful possibility flowering from a different event. If we just do something slightly different, then the trajectory changes.
It's true. And I think sometimes the problem is because we attach desires or fears to the outcome. Again, we were talking about that sine wave. We're chasing one and trying to avoid the other. And so we're just on that big merry-go-round all the time. But when we can follow that middle main axis of acquiescence, just accepting whatever God says we should have today, because you can't have something that's not yours, and you can't take from somebody. Like I said, no one can take from you what's yours, and you can't take from somebody what's theirs, even if it's an experience they have to go through or you have to go through. There's just no avoiding it. So everything, again, when I was told, I want you to see the beauty of how things that fit and refit together, it's saying the grand design works, the pattern works. You can't make a hole in water, it fills right in. So I think if we can suspend our desires or attachments to outcomes, it means a couple of things. One, things play out with less interference. It also means we have waited till the last possible moment to make a choice or make a decision. The ancillary benefit of that is we may get information in at the last minute that says, oh, this is the decision we should go with. I'm glad we didn't, choose yesterday before we had to go that way. And so this way, I think we become much more of a conscious co-participator with the unfolding of the pattern. And I think also when an NDE can sort of reharmonize us to live naturally. So I think this is part of living naturally. And when that happens, synchronicities, I don't know if I'm ready to say become more the norm than the exception, but they do unfold at a greater rate. And it's like surfing a wave. You just sit there with a big grin on your face saying, I cannot believe this has happened.
I agree. So someone is saying, they're asking a question about parents who've lost kids and how near-death experiences help us integrate great loss. Even though we feel it, there's at least this deeper understanding. But what do you say to people who've experienced great loss and deep loss and tragedy?
Well, I had a woman here in Connecticut reach out to me after a recent podcast. The podcast was actually out of Australia, but she and I both live in Connecticut, and she wanted to reach out to me to talk about having lost a child. And what's interesting is just before I woke up that morning, I had a kind of an out-of-body experience where I was in a clinic, and there was a child probably around 11 years old, and all the doctors were focusing on this child with regards to some serious medical tests. And I woke up and boom, there was this email from this woman a year and a half later, still having trouble dealing with the loss of one of her children, and this little boy's surviving brother is having some real issues with it. So we talked about it, and it's hard because we come from a place of experience now, and it'd be so easy to, in a blasé way, say, well, our story doesn't begin here and it doesn't end here. And you know, once you've been over to the other side, you'll always have a sense of connection over there. That doesn't do anyone good who hasn't had that experience. So part of it is, okay, how would we get this person into a place where they can have that experience? And again, that's all about meditation, becoming still, having a spiritually transformative experience. You can talk about how to create that space, but there's no one walking this planet who can promise to fill that space with what they need. All they can do is in creating that space, sort of that space, aim their desire and their intention accordingly, and you know, hopefully God will fill it for them in that way. So until you experience it, it is just kind of intellectual knowledge or faith. There is nothing wrong with that. We all give as much as we can. But I did tell her too, and it's kind of a hard truth, you have to be ready to stop suffering. Because think about it, you know, you're suffering because you know how long love, and now the only thing left is suffering, and you have this weird feeling like if you give up the suffering, you're giving up the last vestige of feeling of that person. It's almost like you have betrayed them now because you're not suffering. You have to get past that. And there's some people who can't. There's an old story about a man who could meditate and rise above the body. And one day he went to the astral equivalent of hell. And he's standing on the cliffs looking out upon the plains below, seeing all these individual fires burning. And then he suddenly realized that, in this case, Shiva was standing there, and he goes, "What are all the individual fires?" And Shiva said, "These are the individual souls in torment." And the man said, "Wow, I guess you stay pretty busy." And Shiva said, "What do you mean?" He said, "You know, keeping all those fires burning." And Shiva said, "You don't understand. They bring the fires themselves." So there you are. When we say that we, you know, here we look through the life through the filters we want. Over there, we look through life through the filters we need. And how many of us describe a very similar experience, but it's tailor-made to us individually because we saw what we needed. We even projected onto many things there what we needed to see. I think similarly here, we project ourselves, again, whether it's hopes, dreams, fears, even pain, onto the world around us, and to some extent, even psychically. We simply have to say, I'm tired of suffering now. The loved one, and I'll say this, I've had 2 out-of-body experiences where I was dead, trying to console loved ones here who were agonizing over my death. And I've heard it said by others, sometimes this is why the dead have to move on. We tear them up with our suffering here. And we just need to, again, let go.
That's well said. And I kind of want to tie back into an after effect of relationships and how they change after near-death experiences, because, you know, I have all near-death experiences out here. We will encounter parents who've lost kids because I think they come to us because of that great pain. And I see when it's just happened, I see the horror. It's like, you know, the shock, the horror, the, you know, the real trauma that causes. And I have, you know, empathy for the people who I've seen, you know, just a year into it. And yet then I also on chats know people who 12 years into it have made something, you know, from that event to really honor their kid and to help other parents. And so like any loss or any deep grief, you know, a spouse of many years or whatever that is, eventually we begin to fill it with more life or a different life. And yet some grief is so deep, it's almost like it does take a part of our soul, but we fill it with something else. And so I see that in people. I see the shock, you know, and I honor the shock in them. But at the same time, I like what you're saying too, of, okay, at what point are my eyes focusing on a loss or a trauma for too long? And at what point do I need to go, hey, look, it's beautiful. Hey, look at all these beautiful people talking, you know, and stop focusing on my trauma and start focusing on my living. So yeah, it's a balance.
Well, I think in terms of those of us who are gifted and blessed and can speak to those who have moved on over, when we are consulted by grieving parents or brothers or whoever, I think a big part of the conversation ought to be, can I please go live my life now? You know, it's like, can I please stop suffering? Because you know those who've gone on. Like if you and I right now, we're over on the other side, you know, like our NDE was continuing, we wouldn't want people here to be holding up, doing what they came here to do. They didn't come into this world to grieve for our death all their lives, or it'll be a wasted rest of their life. We don't want that. And they won't want to have done that when they get to the other side. So that's where hopefully some of our work can be to shortcut that process. You grieve while you have to grieve, and then you let it go.
And I just saw something come up on the chat too, which will kind of end actually on relationships, if you want to talk about this as an after effect of near-death experiences. But there's so much confusion, and I definitely want to talk to this. Like one comment came up of, I've tried to see the positive in a narcissistic ex. Well, maybe there isn't any positive, you know, maybe it's time to leave an abusive situation. You know, like that, there's that possibility at times. And then a lot of near-death experiencers come back and maybe their value system has changed so much, or their energy has changed so much that they're no longer a match for the particular person that they're married to. And this is really common, you know, the divorce rate is higher. And then near-death experiencers who have one when they're younger, you know, we're always longing for that love of God. And it's so hard to find, okay, well, how do I, you know, create a relationship that's okay when I'm partly over there on the other side so much of the time, you know? And so there's so much confusion around human relationships. Do you want to talk to that point?
I would love to. To your first point about, realizing you're in a relationship with a narcissist, that's when you have to realize some things can't be fixed because they're not broken. They were a bad idea from the start. It's like that. Remember these old cars called Yugos? They came from Yugoslavia. They broke down like in the first 50 miles, and there was no point in fixing them because they were built with bad design. So some things are just designed to operate as if they're broken, even on a good day. So that's what I want to say about that. But yeah, I mean, the divorce rate, and honestly, I remember seeing on a very prominent website when I first started digging into this research, that the divorce rate for NDEs was as high as 78%. It's interesting, since I've raised this flag, that statistic has disappeared. I think it's because it's a very uncomfortable subject to talk about. We'd rather get together and have workshops about how to glow in the dark or levitate or whatever, because this other stuff really gets down to where the rubber meets the road. And that 78%, if you think about it, is 50% more than our already epidemic rate of 53% for everybody else. So I'm one of those statistics. On exactly a year after and that's been my journey through this, exactly a year after my crash, my wife came into my office and said, we need to go to marriage therapy. I said, okay. So for 18 months we did. And certainly this dug into that. And this brings up a point I want to make right now. If you do go to a therapist of any sort, marriage or like trauma or whatever, they need to recognize the validity of your near-death experience. If they don't, go away. Do not stay there. Run, basically, run and do not go. It's better to have no therapist than a bad therapist. Because if you, in this case, like in our case, I'm sitting there and I'm not sure my wife was recognizing the validity of my near-death experience. I don't believe the therapist was. So it's kind of 2 against 1, and they could just say, well, we think you're hiding behind a midlife crisis. It's like, okay, fine. And at one point, my wife was complaining about, some change in my behavior or whatever, or actually a previous behavior. And I said, have I done any of this in the past 1.5 years since my near-death experience? She goes, no. And the therapist said, yeah, and they're not really that bad anyway. And I just, all of a sudden, I'll just say it like this, the in-between welled up within me, and I said it like, it's like giving somebody both barrels. I said, have I done this since? And he goes, no. I said, that person died in a plane crash. This is what you have left. There is no going back. There's only building anew. And I said, if you really want me to put a sharp point on it, our marriage vows say till death do us part. What happens when one of us dies? No matter that we return. And that's when you get the deer in the headlights look, right? Because what do you say to that? And so it is like that. You realize, whoever we're with, even though we may have vows or we may not have any vows or anything like that, it's a moment by moment decision, just like the creation of the universe. It's a moment by moment decision, each moment being full of infinite, possibilities. But as you do realize you're not the same person today you were yesterday. And this is even post NDE. You're changing so much every day. It's like we just need to accept a certain ambiguity in life that we were uncomfortable with before. I mean, there's no relationship that welcomes an ambiguity, right? Leaves the other person saying, well, what about me? What about us? Are we still, on the same page about what we wanted to do in life, the vacations we wanted to take, the number of kids we wanted to have, where they were going to school, all these things. And now you're like, wow, I'm just sort of surfing this wave. I'm not worried about a whole lot of things that I was worried about before. And, if Joey doesn't want to be a doctor, but he wants to be a ballet dancer, now I'm all for that. Now, the spouse is going haywire that, oh no, we can't let Joey do that, ruin his life.
So a couple of questions, and then we'll tell people how to get your book. But people are really reacting to the relationship topic. And someone asked, are empaths, light workers, near-death experiences, or do they attract narcissists and sociopaths? And I'll answer that first, and I'll let you fill in too. In my case, yes, like 100%, because there's also probably a codependency element that goes along with that too. But I think life has taught me in a very hard way to develop a little bit of a self-protective edge, that's necessary. I'm worth loving too. Like there was a moment where I was in a relationship with a narcissist, and I asked, like, this person was yelling at me and saying, love me more. And I said, God, is that what I'm supposed to do? Am I supposed to give more love in this direction? And I heard God's voice very clearly say, no, stop, give that love to yourself. So there's always a moment, I think, in life where if you're facing abuse or discredit in a relationship, it's done. Abuse is a signal, and this can be verbal or emotional abuse for people, that your contract has ended with that person. As much as you would like for it to continue, it has ended.
Absolutely. I mean, it's kind of like, an empath says, I want to connect with people to help them. And the narcissist says, I want to connect to people to suck them dry. Hey, it's a match made in hell.
Right? It's perfect. I'll keep giving, you'll keep sucking, I'll keep giving.
Exactly, yeah, we'll just keep the thing going. But, I just want to say one thing that, sort of, if I could, about the duality and non-duality. I think, again, what we were saying, meditation and even God's grace can lead us to that non-dual state of mind where we think in terms of and instead of or. And I believe that simple change in perspective right there, if adopted by everyone, could change the world. We need to move past this dual-minded state of, I have this, or I am this, and you are that, and the twain never shall meet. We really need to start seeing ourselves as one people. And we're like everybody said, including Robert, we're all in this together, and we really are, even if we don't like it. And to that point, and again, to reiterate several points, the in-between, or wherever you went during your NDE, or wherever you go in your meditation, it isn't a place you go to or come from. It's simply a place you are. Prayer, when they say pray incessantly, that can be very hard to do, except when praying incessantly has to do with more who you are than what you do. When you're in that space, when you're in that non-dual present state, you are praying, you are contemplative, you are exactly where you're supposed to be at that moment.
Wonderful. Well, thank you. People are asking if your book is available besides Audible, and it is available in print on Amazon. Is it available other places?
Yeah, I have my agent just cleared the changes we were making yesterday. So if the new print version is not on Amazon today, literally within 48 hours, it will be there. The Audible version is there. The Kindle version is coming out in about 3 more weeks, and will also be in Barnes and Noble, but I don't think it's there yet. So, I mean, we're really right on the edge here of the next big launch.
Cool, wonderful. Well, thank you for your wisdom, Jim. And I loved all the questions at the end about relationships and narcissists and empaths. And Yeah, that's the focus of my lifelong poetry work. So some things that you can't talk about literally, you can put in forms of poetry and fiction. That's why I love that world, because you can say things that perhaps you wouldn't say. So yeah, I'm going to self-publish a book of poetry called Loving Narcissus, and sometimes God, because I think, men have shifted me away from God at times, and it's time to just be in that flow of God.
Exactly. Yeah.
And that's
taking the scenic route.
that's the part of relationships that are confusing. So your wisdom is just amazing. I hope people find you, connect with you out there, and thank you everyone whose comments are flying on YouTube. It's just been such a pleasure. I will keep this up, this for the rest of the day for people who are in different time zones. But other than that, I just have enjoyed your questions and have enjoyed each speaker. But thank you, Jim, for all that you do out there.
Thank you, Tricia, and thank you, everyone. This has been great. What an honor it was to be with everybody today, and I look forward to staying in touch with people, and certainly with you, Tricia, and we'll look forward to next year's summit.
Yeah, and thank you, Ingrid, for your help. Ingrid's been so awesome. She's been behind the scenes tearing some of your questions from YouTube and putting them in here where I can see. So thank you, Ingrid, for being a part of it all.
Oh, thank you. This has been amazing. Thank you, Tricia, for bringing us together. You are amazing. You are a jewel.
Well, thank you all. And we are not at a conference together, but this is, I guess, a little bit of connection, which is worth it. But I'm going to stop the stream and everybody go meditate, be in nature, be good to yourself.